and start creating lesson plans for free at oneacademy.com. But we don't stop there. Over 100 high schools already have access to One Academy through the National Virtual School Program. Schools and teachers can unlock even more powerful features, including scheduled live lessons, skill gap tests, assignable ready-made courses, student messaging and discussion forums, performance analytics and insights, and more. Join the growing number of schools and teachers transforming education with One Academy. Visit oneacademy.com or contact us today to get started.
Into the future of education at the JAEO Research Symposium 2025 under the theme Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World. Join us at 9 a.m. on Thursday the 21st of August at the Dream Rosal Resort in Spa as we begin the day with a powerful keynote address on AI in education. Come and share with our panelists as they explore how technology, leadership, and inclusion are transforming Jamaican classrooms. Then dive into our concurrent sessions on STEM education, leadership in 21st century schools, creating child-friendly learning spaces, and AI in the classroom. Connect with educators from across the education landscape. Brought to you in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and proudly sponsored by One Academy, powered by One-on-One, All Wrapped Up, Gift and Experience, Tip-Friendly Society, serving you is our pleasure, and the JTA Corp Credit Union. Don't miss this moment. Let's reshape education together.
Every teacher a champion. Behind every great mind is a teacher. It takes work, but you show up when we need ya. So we got to support your goals, build your dreams, and help you grow. We celebrate you, and we got to let you know, more than a member, you are family. At the JTA Credit Union, you can count on us to serve you. You make the difference for everyone. Every teacher a champion. JTA Cooperative Credit Union, serving our members, impacting lives.
Lesson planning eating up your time, searching through outdated plans, losing weekends to prep, adjusting content for every new class? There's a better way. Introducing One Academy's AI Lesson Plan Generator, your AI-powered assistant that helps you create high-quality lesson plans, handouts, and assessments in just a few clicks. Build plans in minutes, aligned with the national curriculum. Edit the AI content to match your style and needs. Store everything in your own content library. Once you're done, simply download. Share it with your HOD, so you can spend more time doing what you love. And there's still more to come. Upload your own plans and tweak them in seconds. Create presentations. Use MOE-approved templates. Share your lesson plans, give feedback, and vote for the templates you love most. Are you ready to join a growing community of teachers, making planning simple, collaboration effortless, and impact greater than ever? Teachers can sign up today and start creating lesson plans for free at oneacademy.com. But we don't stop there. Over 100 high schools already have access to One Academy through the National Virtual School Program. Schools and teachers can unlock even more powerful features, including scheduled live lessons, skill gap tests, assignable ready-made courses, student messaging and discussion forums, performance analytics and insights, and more. Join the growing number of schools and teachers transforming education with One Academy. Visit oneacademy.com or contact us today to get started.
Into the future of education at the JAEO Research Symposium 2025 under the theme Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World. Join us at 9 a.m. on Thursday the 21st of August at the Dream Rosal Resort in Spa as we begin the day with a powerful keynote address on AI in education. Come and share with our panelists as they explore how technology, leadership, and inclusion are transforming Jamaican classrooms. Then dive into our concurrent sessions on STEM education, leadership in 21st century schools, creating child-friendly learning spaces, and AI in the classroom. Connect with educators from across the education landscape. Brought to you in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and proudly sponsored by One Academy, powered by One on One, all wrapped up, gift and experience, tip-friendly society serving you is our pleasure, and the JTA Corp Credit Union. Don't miss this moment. Let's reshape education together.
Every teacher a champion. Behind every great mind is a teacher. It takes work, but you show up when we need ya. So we got to support your goals, build your dreams, and help you grow. We celebrate you, and we got to let you know, more than a member, you are family. At the JTA Credit Union, you can count on us to serve you. You make the difference for everyone. Every teacher a champion. JTA Cooperative Credit Union, serving our members, impacting lives.
Lesson planning eating up your time, searching through outdated plans, losing weekends to prep, adjusting content for every new class? There's a better way. Introducing One Academy's AI Lesson Plan Generator, your AI-powered assistant that helps you create high-quality lesson plans, handouts, and assessments in just a few clicks. Build plans in minutes, aligned with the national curriculum. Edit the AI content to match your style and needs. Store everything in your own content library. Once you're done, simply download. Share it with your HOD, so you can spend more time doing what you love. And there's still more to come. Upload your own plans and tweak them in seconds. Create presentations. Use MOE-approved templates. Share your lesson plans, give feedback, and vote for the templates you love most. Are you ready to join a growing community of teachers, making planning simple, collaboration effortless, and impact greater than ever? Teachers can sign up today and start creating lesson plans for free at oneacademy.com. But we don't stop there. Over 100 high schools already have access to One Academy through the National Virtual School Program. Schools and teachers can unlock even more powerful features, including scheduled live lessons, skill gap tests, assignable ready-made courses, student messaging and discussion forums, performance analytics and insights, and more. Join the growing number of schools and teachers transforming education with One Academy. Visit oneacademy.com or contact us today to get started.
Step into the future of education at the JAEO Research Symposium 2025 under the theme Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World. Join us at 9 a.m. on Thursday, the 21st of August at the Dream Rosal Resort in Spa as we begin the day with a powerful keynote address on AI in education. Come and share with our panelists as they explore how technology, leadership, and inclusion are transforming Jamaican classrooms. Then dive into our concurrent sessions on STEM education, leadership in 21st century schools, creating child-friendly learning spaces, and AI in the classroom. Connect with educators from across the education landscape. Brought to you in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and proudly sponsored by One Academy, powered by One on One, all wrapped up, gift and experience, tip-friendly society serving you is our pleasure, and the JTA Corp Credit Union. Don't miss this moment. Let's reshape education together.
Every teacher a champion. Behind every great mind is a teacher. It takes work, but you show up when we need ya. So we got to support your goals, build your dreams, and help you grow. We celebrate you, and we got to let you know, more than a member, you are family. At the JTA Credit Union, you can count on us to serve you. You make the difference for everyone. Every teacher a champion. JTA Cooperative Credit Union, serving our members, impacting lives.
Lesson planning eating up your time, searching through outdated plans, losing weekends to prep, adjusting content for every new class? There's a better way. Introducing One Academy's AI Lesson Plan Generator, your AI-powered assistant that helps you create high-quality lesson plans, handouts, and assessments in just a few clicks. Build plans in minutes, aligned with the national curriculum. Edit the AI content to match your style and needs. Store everything in your own content library. Once you're done, simply download. Share it with your HOD, so you can spend more time doing what you love. And there's still more to come. Upload your own plans and tweak them in seconds. Create presentations. Use MOE-approved templates. Share your lesson plans, give feedback, and vote for the templates you love most. Are you ready to join a growing community of teachers, making planning simple, collaboration effortless, and impact greater than ever? Teachers can sign up today and start creating lesson plans for free at oneacademy.com. But we don't stop there. Over 100 high schools already have access to One Academy through the National Virtual School Program. Schools and teachers can unlock even more powerful features, including scheduled live lessons, skill gap tests, assignable ready-made courses, student messaging and discussion forums, performance analytics and insights, and more. Join the growing number of schools and teachers transforming education with One Academy. Visit oneacademy.com or contact us today to get started.
Step into the future of education at the JAEO Research Symposium 2025 under the theme Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World. Join us at 9 a.m. on Thursday, the 21st of August at the Dream Rosal Resort in Spa as we begin the day with a powerful keynote address on AI in education. Come and share with our panelists as they explore how technology, leadership, and inclusion are transforming Jamaican classrooms. Then dive into our concurrent sessions on STEM education, leadership in 21st century schools, creating child-friendly learning spaces, and AI in the classroom. Connect with educators from across the education landscape. Brought to you in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and proudly sponsored by One Academy, powered by One on One, All Wrapped Up, Gift and Experience, Tip-Friendly Society, serving you is our pleasure, and the JTA Corp Credit Union. Don't miss this moment. Let's reshape education together.
Every teacher a champion. Behind every great mind is a teacher. It takes work, but you show up when we need ya. So we got to support your goals, build your dreams, and help you grow. We celebrate you, and we got to let you know, more than a member, you are family. At the JTA Credit Union, you can count on us to serve you. You make the difference for everyone. Every teacher a champion. JTA Cooperative Credit Union, serving our members, impacting lives.
Lesson planning eating up your time, searching through outdated plans, losing weekends to prep, adjusting content for every new class? There's a better way. Introducing One Academy's AI Lesson Plan Generator, your AI-powered assistant that helps you create high-quality lesson plans, handouts, and assessments in just a few clicks. Build plans in minutes, aligned with the national curriculum. Edit the AI content to match your style and needs. Store everything in your own content library. Once you're done, simply download. Share it with your HOD, so you can spend more time doing what you love. And there's still more to come. Upload your own plans and tweak them in seconds. Create presentations. Use MOE-approved templates. Share your lesson plans, give feedback, and vote for the templates you love most. Are you ready to join a growing community of teachers, making planning simple, collaboration effortless, and impact greater than ever? Teachers can sign up today and start creating lesson plans for free at oneacademy.com. But we don't stop there. Over 100 high schools already have access to One Academy through the National Virtual School Program. Schools and teachers can unlock even more powerful features, including scheduled live lessons, skill gap tests, assignable ready-made courses, student messaging and discussion forums, performance analytics and insights, and more. Join the growing number of schools and teachers transforming education with One Academy. Visit oneacademy.com or contact us today to get started.
Step into the future of education at the JAEO Research Symposium 2025 under the theme Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World. Join us at 9 a.m. on Thursday, the 21st of August at the Dream Rosal Resort in Spa as we begin the day with a powerful keynote address on AI in education. Come and share with our panelists as they explore how technology, leadership, and inclusion are transforming Jamaican classrooms. Then dive into our concurrent sessions on STEM education, leadership in 21st century schools, creating child-friendly learning spaces, and AI in the classroom. Connect with educators from across the education landscape. Brought to you in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and proudly sponsored by One Academy, powered by One-on-One, All Wrapped Up, Gift and Experience, Tip-Friendly Society, serving you is our pleasure, and the JTA Corp Credit Union. Don't miss this moment. Let's reshape education together.
Every teacher a champion. Behind every great mind is a teacher. It takes work, but you show up when we need ya. So we got to support your goals, build your dreams, and help you grow. We celebrate you, and we got to let you know, more than a member, you are family. At the JTA Credit Union, you can count on us to serve you. You make the difference for everyone. Every teacher a champion. JTA Cooperative Credit Union, serving our members, impacting lives.
Lesson planning eating up your time, searching through outdated plans, losing weekends to prep, adjusting content for every new class? There's a better way. Introducing One Academy's AI Lesson Plan Generator, your AI-powered assistant that helps you create high-quality lesson plans, handouts, and assessments in just a few clicks. Build plans in minutes, aligned with the national curriculum. Edit the AI content to match your style and needs. Store everything in your own content library. Once you're done, simply download. Share it with your HOD, so you can spend more time doing what you love. And there's still more to come. Upload your own plans and tweak them in seconds. Create presentations. Use MOE-approved templates. Share your lesson plans, give feedback, and vote for the templates you love most. Are you ready to join a growing community of teachers, making planning simple, collaboration effortless, and impact greater than ever? Teachers can sign up today and start creating lesson plans for free at oneacademy.com. But we don't stop there. Over 100 high schools already have access to One Academy through the National Virtual School Program. Schools and teachers can unlock even more powerful features, including scheduled live lessons, skill gap tests, assignable ready-made courses, student messaging and discussion forums, performance analytics and insights, and more. Join the growing number of schools and teachers transforming education with One Academy. Visit oneacademy.com or contact us today to get started.
Step into the future of education at the JAEO Research Symposium 2025 under the theme Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to stand for the playing of the national anthem.
As we begin the day with a powerful keynote address on AI in
Thank you. Member Michelle Carr will lead us in prayer.
A pleasant morning to everyone. Before we pray, can we just sing together and affirm our purpose here today, this chorus, this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. All right, here we go. After 2, 1, 2. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Even in my work, even in my work, I'm gonna let it shine. Even in my work, I'm gonna let it shine. Even in my work, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. And so, Heavenly Father, we give you thanks for a wonderful morning. We give you thanks for waking us up in our right minds with good health enough to be present in this space. We ask for your blessings even as we commit this day and its activities into your hands. We ask you, God, to take each participant in charge. The tasks that they're faced with, we present them before you. It is indeed a blessing to plan, to work together, to collaborate, and to see the outcome of a dream that was planted in the heart of our association. We bless you for bringing us to this day, this research symposium. Oh God, we thank you for all the efforts that have been put into creating this day. We ask, God, that each idea that is posited in this space will be a seed that will bear fruit. Lord Jesus, it will redound to the glory of your name. It will impact our system. It will be fueled, Lord Jesus. It will be watered, and many fruits will grow from the ideas that will be discussed in this place. We know you are a God who loves knowledge. We know you are a God who is creative. And so, Lord Jesus, what you have blessed us with, we put to work today. And we ask you to energize us and to help us to do it with our might. We give you thanks for a successful outcome. And we just bless you as you reside with us. We say thank you, God. And we ask all these mercies in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Member Carr. You may be seated. Permanent Secretary, Major Dr. Kassan Troop. Chief Education Officer, Mrs. Terian Thomas Gale. Keynote speaker, Dr. Steve Lawrence. Other speakers and panelists. President, Dr. Euphemia Burke Robinson. Immediate past president, Member Melissa McTavish. President-elect, Member Gregory King. Other members of the executive. Distinguished past presidents, members all, sponsors, members of the media, good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the annual general meeting of the Jamaica Association of Education Officers. On this day, we are proud to execute our research symposium under the theme, Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World. we look forward to an exciting day as we get answers to questions, satisfy our curiosity, or perhaps even confirm some of what we already knew. But before we get in to all of the fabulous things to come, to make us welcome and do some introductions, I call on our immediate past president, member Melissa McTavish. Make her welcome.
Dr. Kessan Troop, PS, Ms. Terrian Thomas Gale, Chief Education Officer, keynote speaker Dr. Steve Lawrence, specially invited guests, President Euphemia Burke-Robinson, executive team, members of the association, other participants, sponsors, media, and to our guests online, let me extend a very warm and jubilant greeting to all of you. I have anticipated this day with great eagerness, and it has been a pleasure and with deep appreciation that I welcome you all to this year's Research Symposium on behalf of the executive team, the organizing committee, and the entire association. This morning, we experience the desire of education officers in Jamaica to facilitate a space where ideas are exchanged and solutions are explored toward building stronger foundations for developing informed policies and practices that reflect both evidence and innovation. It is in spaces like this that we can sharpen our vision and generate the kind of dialogue that leads to real change. Today, we will be engaging with more than just a gathering of researchers. We have also curated excellent presenters that will feed our already robust knowledge with fresh insights, innovative perspectives, and thought-provoking discussions and research. Our exceptional research and evaluation committee, comprising top-tier education officers, of course, have carefully selected outstanding research papers to be presented by educators from across the educational spectrum, including some of our very own members. Their work is designed to challenge us not only to think critically, but also to imagine boldly the possibilities for educational leadership and national development. Indeed, when we come together in this way, we affirm that education is not only about classrooms and curricula, but it is also about empowering our leaders, broadening our perspectives, nurturing creativity, driving innovation, and of course, preparing for futures we cannot yet fully see. Our theme, Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World, invites us to think beyond the immediate and to see research not as an end in itself, but as a powerful tool that equips us to harness technology and strengthen leadership. I take this opportunity to also commend the dedication of our presenters who have worked tirelessly to prepare and share their findings. To our sponsors, partners, we say a sincere thank you for your unwavering support. And to all participants, your presence here signals a commitment to curiosity and continuous growth. As we engage in today's discussions, let us do so with open minds and a spirit of collegiality. Let us listen actively and ask bold questions and draw connections that can fuel further inquiry and real-world impact. Our dedicated policymakers are here and within earshot, so let us speak up for education. It is my sincere desire that this symposium will not only inspire new insights, but will also foster networks and partnerships, and that will extend beyond today. Once again, welcome, and may this symposium be stimulating, enriching, and impactful for us all. Have an awesome day.
Thank you, IPP McTavish. I'm sure that everybody feels very, very welcome. And before we go any further, this is a reminder to register for day 2 using the barcode. There is one pasted on the back of a chair in each row. Make sure that you are registered. Effervescent, dynamic, a guiding light, someone who never fails to inspire. Do you have any idea who I'm talking about? We can make a very educated guess. And it doesn't need much research. I speak of someone who is not only a beauty to behold, but who never fails to inspire not only us in the JAEO, but everybody across the education landscape. I speak of none other than our permanent secretary. Make her welcome.
Good morning, everyone. So we're going to let our light shine. So when I say shining over Region 7, I want to hear you. I'm going to let it shine. Shining over Region 6. I'm going to let it shine. All right, so let's just say, this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm going to, let's get it now. Shining over Region 7. Let me hear you, officers. Shining over Region 6. I'm gonna let it shine. Shining over Region 5. We're gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine. Where's Region 4? Shining over Region 4. We're gonna let it shine. Shining over Region 3. We're gonna let it all right. Shining over Region 2. We're gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine. And the big bad one, the biggest one, shining over Region 1. We're gonna let it shine. They're not here. That was my way of doing the roll call. No, I know. Good morning, everybody. Where is planning and where is curriculum and independent? All right, you're here. All right, shining over planning division. Shining over Canewood. Shining over independent school. Let it shine, let it shine. Hallelujah. Good morning, everybody. It's really my joy to be here this morning. I'm really in a celebratory mode, and you know why. But let me greet our keynote speaker and, of course, our panelists. Dr. Sam Barnes, I see you, and other members. We are delighted always to have you in our presence. You have always been with us. A lot of the work we now do in the Early Childhood Commission, I mean, that's your baby, and we are grateful. And you have been with us with the safety and security pieces as well. And so you have never left us. You're always with us. You work with us. You are a key part of the education landscape, and we're really, really glad to have you. And, of course, I know we have other members of the team from the police force and so forth. Colleagues, I greet you with a sense of deep appreciation for what you do. And if you don't know keynote speaker, as I said to you briefly there, this is the best of our education system. We have all emerged from our school system. To become an education officer, you have to serve in the school system. And that's very important because when you lead something, you must know what you are leading. And so we are grateful to see all of you. You continue to inspire Jamaica. We are celebrating our improvements in PEP. We are celebrating our improvements in CSEC, and in very short order, you'll be hearing about the City and Guilds, the CVQ, and the NVQJ. We have a lot to celebrate. I mention those because those are the important national markers of success in our country. When we talk about the success criteria, those important ones, really, they are benchmarked against our performance in our national exams. But you have done much more than that. The systems in our ministry, to make them work, you have to be at the center of that. And so yesterday we had an experience with the JTA. We had about 3 hours of question and answer. It was rigorous, but we were outstanding. Your minister did you proud. The technical team that was present, they did us proud. But what I want to reiterate today, colleagues, is that your work, your excellent work came through that experience. For the most part, we never had any questions or concerns with respect to the operational challenges. In the past, you would hear about people's files being lost. You will hear about not seeing an education officer. You'll hear about the principal not being supported. You'll hear about no SIP, and all of those things, and my regional directors are here. They shared in the experience yesterday. I could safely say we had 0 comments about the work of the region in a negative way. And so I want to use that experience to celebrate you. Sometimes we don't hear these things. And as your permanent secretary, this is my way to know that you are doing well. The ethos in an education space, the comments about us, that can only be generated from what you do, your interaction on the ground. We do policy. We work out implementation framework. But the true work is what you do. You are on the ground. And it was evident yesterday that you have been doing an outstanding job. I also take the marker from the media comments. Several of your principals went out there in the media space, and for the first time in a long time, they commended the Ministry of Education, the work of the education officer. That's not said behind the scenes, it was said publicly. And so what is happening, colleagues, is that the rhetoric is changing about the work and worth of the ministry. In the past, people will talk about what is the education officer doing, what are we doing, what is the ministry doing? And colleagues, you have demonstrated that in a profound way. The greatest impact you want to know that you're having, your light shining, is what's happening in the lives of the children that we serve. At the end of the day, the children, they are in the center of what we do. And so the sacrifices that you continue to make, I salute you. I am extremely grateful, colleagues, for what you do every single day. I said to my minister yesterday that I have a team, and I said it in front of the team. Dr. Sams Vaughn, if it's 2 a.m. in the morning, and I call any one of my team members, and I continue to testify about it. See Stephen there, Dr. Carr, 12 a.m. we were up trying to get the analysis going for the CSEC report for minister to be present at the press conference at 11 o'clock the next day, but doing the due diligence to make sure that whatever we put out there, it can stand to criticism. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 a.m., 1 a.m., the planning team and I, we were up trying to, and that's the nature of this team. When I say we have support, when I say we have passion and commitment to purpose, this is the extent of the JAEO and the Education Officers Corps. Colleagues, I stand here with a grateful heart. You may not see me all the time. You may not hear me all the time. But I want you to know that I'm extremely grateful for the work that you continue to do. More so not because you make me look good, amen? More so because we make the difference in the children's lives. And that means we are changing Jamaica. You in your small corner and I in mine. We're not always going to be at the center stage because that's not how the world is structured. But you in your small corner, you make a difference. And that at the end of the day contributes to the transformation of Jamaica. So there's much hope today, colleagues. If we have children who are doing well, it augurs well for what Jamaica will be in very short time. I thank you. I am grateful. Today we are moving into another body of our work. And I have no doubt that the presentations will be exceptional. Colleagues, you are moving the pendulum. Today we are seeing people who spent the time to gather data. Today we will see people who spent the time to analyze data. Today we will see people who made the time to interpret data. And that will be adding to a body of knowledge, colleagues, that will not just expand the knowledge pool out there, but will inform our work It will inform policy. It will inform strategy. It will inform the life changes that we need to champion on the ground with the kids. That's what the strategies are about. So we're not interested in just the research and putting it on a shelf. We want to know that what you do today and what you share today, that it will move beyond paper. It will move beyond this room. And CEO and I, we are committing to listening and committing to see how we can incorporate this body of knowledge that you have built into the work of the ministry. What a profound difference that will make if we use what we do to make a difference in the operations of the ministry and in the lives of the children who continue to be the center of our work. So I'm looking forward to the panel discussion, looking forward to the research, and looking forward more so to the contribution. So colleagues, I encourage you, make use of this opportunity where we gather as experts in education. Make use of this opportunity to revive, resuscitate, re-inform yourself. Make use of this opportunity to recommit to make a difference in Jamaica, land we love. That's the work, that's the job. I salute you. I'm a grateful permanent secretary, and you have my commitment to stand with you, whatever the challenge is, because we do have them. We do not run a perfect ministry. I know sometimes you do not have all your resources. I know sometimes you're not comfortable in your spaces, but I crave your patience as we try to settle the most important thing as it relates to the learning outcomes. Once that is on a good trajectory, we can redirect our focus and attention to the internal operations to make you comfortable, to make you happy, to make you purposeful, and to make sure that you continue to make that difference. That's my commitment. We have been meeting with the Corporate Services Division. We have been meeting with the Industrial Relations team. We have been meeting with the HR team. I know that's the bane of your existence. And so we recommit to the architecture and the ministry to support your impact. It's a lot being done. We have made some strides, and I want to let you know that for the first time since 2012, we have submitted our appropriation report to the Ministry of Finance, the Accountant General. Yes, you can clap us for the first time. So your 24-25 appropriation report, how we spent the money, that report has gone in to the Ministry of Finance and the Accountant General. You saw it in the media when they said, we got trillions of dollars and we could not account. And I must let you know that since the 2012 report we have to now, we have submitted several of those reports. Your team members are working. We have improved the platform for your gratuity. I know some of you in here, you're struggling. We have made that in an automated process. And so you should see improvements very, very soon. We are now reforming the pension process. I have a team on it. We're sitting down to review the process. And that's another part. I hate to hear my education officers call me, those who are retired and those teachers who are out there and they cannot tap into their pension. It's unfair to them. And so we have committed to really looking at that, and we are automating that very shortly to make sure the systems in the ministry, they are working to serve you. You can commend the team. We have made advancement in the payment process. So your personal affairs, so it's not just the work that you do to serve the system. Your personal affairs is of importance to us. And so I can tell you, know that we are on a good path. We won't drop the ball. We have to continue the intensity of the work. But I can rest and revive and review the other processes in a more deliberate way as we have done so for the academic pieces. Colleagues, I am committed. I am making the time. I'm an open PS. You know I'm not a slave to the bureaucracy. I've said it to my team, this bureaucracy is not a shackle. If you are offended, if you are affected, your permanent secretary needs to know, and I'm saying it in front of your supervisors, because it takes time to move the system. The earlier we know, the faster we can run. The less persons will be affected by the inefficiencies in our system. That is important to me. It's not about jumping. It's not about disregarding authority. It's about a collective purpose to fix the ministry internally and externally. That's the job. And so with that being said, I thank you, I greet you warmly, and we salute the gains and look forward to the replication of this in the new financial year that we are in and the one to come. May God continue to bless you individually, collectively, in your personal lives. I want to declare God's blessing over your own children. I've got some of the stories in my WhatsApp. Your children did well in the exams themselves. So you are beneficiaries of your own work. And so I commend you, all of you who spent the time to send me the updates. I'm really celebrating with all of you. My own daughter is a beneficiary of your own work. She also got all her exams, ones and distinctions. And now she's moving into university right here in Jamaica. I'm a Jamaican girl, you know. She wanted to go overseas, but my husband said no. We're going to be rooted right here in Jamaica and serve our country. Let me see how much I can retain that. You know, young people, they're not the same like us. But I'm a beneficiary of it. And so I'm really, really celebrating in every way with you as parents, with you as servers in the system, and as we now prepare to advance development of knowledge. I'm excited to see what will come from this discussion. God bless you, colleagues.
At this time, we tender an apology for the Honorable Minister, who is unavoidably absent. But ladies and gentlemen, there is clearly another person whom we need to recognize and celebrate. And if we were not sure of our pedigree as an association, this next person proves it even more. Do we have any idea this time around? Ladies and gentlemen, we are an association and a ministry which is blessed by the Almighty God and any other minor gods there are out there. Because we are led by two fabulous women, two fabulous ladies, who will brag, have bragged, will continue to brag, that they are fully paid up members of the Jamaica Association of Education Officers. I invite at this time to stand, take a bow, and be recognized our chief, Mrs. Terry-Ann Thomas-Gale. Which other association have to, we could say them dolly dong, not true? But I will not go there. Ladies and gentlemen, the feature presentation for this morning comes to us from our keynote speaker, Dr. Steve Lawrence. To introduce him, please make welcome Member Stephen Carr.
I want to acknowledge the presence of the Dr. Major, our PS, Kassan, true, who I've known for years, Acting CEO Terry-Ann Thomas, Professor Sam Zvon, our immediate past and upcoming presidents. And I want to take this opportunity to be happy to be here to introduce your guest speaker. I want to tell you a story about this guest speaker. About sometime last year, Dr. Troop gave me an assignment to develop policy guidelines for the use of AI in public schools. I didn't know what to do. But I went to a conference in Trelawney, that famous hotel, Coral Spring. And at that conference, I was sitting at the table with VTI, the president, the principals of VTI. And I said to them, you know, the boss have given me an assignment that I don't know who to turn to. And the people said to me at the table, you need Steve Lawrence. And I'm saying, who is Steve Lawrence? And they said, lucky thing for me, Steve Lawrence is at the same conference. He was right there at that hotel. And we had a conversation. And when I had a conversation with him, I knew he was the man. And we invited Steve to be a part of the committee to develop the guidelines for Major. And within the space of no time, he was a lead. We made him the lead, and he led the particular committees in terms of ideas, and we came up with our policy guidelines within the space of 2 months. And those guidelines were sent out to school in a bulletin. I want to say, I met the man, I'm convinced this is the man. So I have the distinct pleasure of introducing him. He's a distinguished educationalist, a technocrat, a thought leader, with over 3 decades of experience driving innovation and knowledge transfer in technological mediated environments. His extensive expertise spans educational leadership, capacity building, and the integration of disruptive technologies across governments, education, and corporate sector. Deeply committed to research that shapes both pedagogical and anagogical ecosystem, Dr. Lawrence focuses on advancing frameworks such as TVET, CBET, STEM, STEAM, STREAM. His current research explores the transformative role of AI in educational ecosystems and institutional strategy, fostering motivation, advancing strategic imperatives, and guiding disruptive harmonization to achieve meaningful outcomes. A prolific academic contributor, Dr. Lawrence has authored numerous scholarly work that reinforce the impact on educational innovation and strategic information. He currently serves as the Director Principal of the Hartras NTA Southwest TVET Institute, which comprises Newport, Derrick Roster, and Black River campuses. Recently, Dr. Lawrence and I had a WhatsApp conversation in which I saw the ad from JAEO about Dr. Lawrence, and he was a major person on the ad. And I WhatsApped him to say, Dr. Lawrence, I want to be like you when I grow up. And he replied, stop, we're similarly gifted. And I want to tell you that this is a man, a guru. We introduce you to Dr. Steve Lawrence.
Good morning, colleagues. How do I follow our PS and such an introduction? Let's see if I can do it justice. Standing on protocol already established, officials, all members of this august group, I'm extremely proud because I'm hearing the echo of homegrown. And not only homegrown, but homegrown talent. And in this room, we get to determine what the future of Jamaica looks like. And it's humbling. Everything you do matters. I have this structured, but I'm going to go off track for a second. 30 years ago, I walked into a classroom as a young computer engineering student graduate from EdTech. I went into a local high school. Principal had no idea what I was talking about when I said I wanted to set up a computer department. But he said, you can't teach maths? I said, well, I do enjoy the numbers. So I had my first job, December 12, 1996. I was minted as a math teacher. A few months after, I walked into the library and saw this corner. Under it was a computer. And back in the day, it's not now where you have all the graphics and whatever. It was yellow in color. It had green dots on the screen. There was no mouse. None of that was in place. And I had to learn hundreds and thousands of commands just to operate. And I asked them, what is this doing here? They said, it was given as a gift, but nobody knows what to do with it. From that was born the labs that are now at the Central High School in Clarendon. You have no idea the ripple when you throw that stone in the pond. But I've lived long enough to see that what we do matters. The policies we craft, the implementation plans, and even the criticisms that we face. Yesterday, we were grilled. But the beautiful thing about being committed to a ministry, not just a ministry in terms of the education ministry, but a ministry in service of our nation, is that it doesn't matter how they try to dice it and splice it, at the end what we stand on is solid. Because what we do is so important for the future of our nation. So today I take you on a journey towards the pivot. Now, AI augmentation for each person is going to be different. But today, as leaders, I'm going to ask you to shift your lens. Major, you left your lens today. I think it's the first time I'm seeing you pictured without glasses. But adjust. This is what tends to happen in spaces. You sit down, you craft policies, you pay for curriculum products, and it's landed on the ground for implementation. You are on the ground to scaffold implementation, but those who you serve, those who you service, this is what is happening. Everybody from their perspective has a different right or wrong and strong view of what should obtain, what should happen, what should be done, how the money should be spent, how the people should be deployed. And your job is how to harmonize that into a choir that still produces, because our future depends on it. Nobody there is wrong. The interrogation that you faced yesterday as a ministry makes you so much stronger. When I get criticized, I say thank you. Because if even 1% of what was launched in the attack is true, I got some free data so I could pivot, I can adjust, I can refine my process. One of the things I faced when I worked overseas, I've served in countries where what we face in Jamaica is nice. Our people are colorful in their language, but for the most part, all of we have manners, and we love old people, and we respect teachers and nurses and police. Well, we're getting there. But the long and short is, we don't have to contend with racism and xenophobia. And when I served overseas, having that as part of the pot refined my outputs. So when I landed on something, when I pushed out a product, I knew it was going to be interrogated, it was going to be ripped apart, I knew it was going to be put under the lens, but all it did was improve the craft. And I'm happy to say that this Jamaican has been awarded by every government that I've served outside of Jamaica. Homegrown. So what we do matters. What we do matters because it creates a tool. It turns us into tools. And depending on our gifting, the tool will be appropriate. Now, who can tell me what that tool is? It's a cutting tool. You know, I had a nice prize for anybody who could have given me the correct name. But, nice try. So, this is a multi-purpose cross-cut saw. And what it is used for, it was used for centuries for logging. Logging never used to be a one-man job. it needed a crew of people. This saw could be meters long, and people would be positioned using, and in that context, it served its purpose. Have you ever physically seen one? But when it was being used, it served its purpose. And as we talk about resource challenges, not having the most appropriate or the most convenient or the most, sometimes you have to make do with what you have until better can be provided. The truth is, this single-handedly was one of the reasons why even a factory worker a few decades ago could own a home in the US. Because what was spent to craft it meant that you could go into a catalog and order a house, because a crosscut saw, manually driven, could produce it at a cost that even a factory worker could afford it. So that's something we have to clock as we run the numbers towards innovation. Because right now, you may have a Google search using up 1/16 of the power that every prompt uses when you use AI. And we have to understand that as you strive towards and you dive towards innovation and disruption, you have to run the numbers and understand how do we balance it, because it will take, and we also need to make sure it gives as much as it takes or more. Now, this is easier. How many of you can recognize some of these? And the differentiator is how is it used? What is it used for? Right? They all are used to create. And this is something to keep in mind as we venture into the disruptive discussion we're going to have. Because you can't get tied into labels. You're going to have to figure out what is best for context and application. These serve a purpose too. Is it different from the first slide? What is different? Power-driven, your outputs are going to be higher. I'm going somewhere. Two years ago, well, 2.5 years ago, I moved away for a year to a location where I was greeted with the Northern Lights. 4,000 kilometers away, to Dooley Lake, 5 planes later, 2 of them single-seater aircrafts. I was sitting next to my pilot. I landed to do research in what is known as Dooley Lake, Manitoba. It is the easternmost place you can find the Saisi Dene people, one of the indigenous tribes, original people of Canada. And I had a question that I needed to answer. Their problem was similar to ours as it relates to literacy. They speak Saisi Dene. The languages of Canada are French and English. Everything is printed in French and English. All curriculum is developed in French and English. But at home, they speak Saisi Dene. Now, that sounds very familiar. We speak English. Our curricular products are developed in the King's English. However, how will we learn? Patois. That is the most efficient way of communicating within our population. So right now, we still have a disconnect between our first tongue, the curriculum products, and what assessment looks like. And that misalignment is something we're going to have to clock. And artificial intelligence is one of the equalizers in this regard. Because when I landed there, they had literacy challenges. They could not experience graduation because everybody went home to speak Saisi Dene. The richest people in Canada, because they own millions of hectares of land. And based on the fact that they're sovereign, when you break it out, they're some of the wealthiest Canadians. Even though they live simply, they are the original people. They own the land rights, the water rights, to millions of acreage, millions of hectares. And what that means is that money does not make you anything you want to add at that. Because the thing is, they were funded. I've never written a grant proposal while there that was turned down. They were hungry for things to spend on for their people. But that literacy problem persisted. Now, they tried to solve it physically, and this might actually answer some of the brain drain challenges that we face. Because I can tell you, any ecosystem that you go in overseas, you find our homegrown talent. And economics, it's challenging. Because after you've invested so much in your people, you'd love for them to stay and give back. But economics also drives them to seek better. Now, the economics was they could pay up to 120 to 150,000 Canadian dollars per year for a literacy specialist. However, every time they came, they never stayed. To give you context, after I got off my 5th plane, and I landed, and I pulled my bag off, and I walked to what is the airport, which was nothing more than a 40-foot container-looking structure. It's interesting to see planes land on unpaved runways. That was a first for me. But the entire ecosystem was developed in that way. Planes land, take off every single day. But what I found interesting was I took out my cell phone. There was no service. So no roads that connect them to the outside world. If you know anything about Canada, they have the most lakes in the entire world. So they're separated by water. You had to fly everywhere. How many people watch Ice Road Truckers? So they became experts at project planning because if you're not connected by land and you're going to travel by ice to deliver building material, you had to forecast all your projects suitably so that you could have it in place. Because that window where the ice would freeze up enough for trucks to deliver building materials is a short window. And you had to make sure you got everything budgeted, approved, procured, and ready to move the second the alarm was sounded that you can drive on the ice. Many lessons from that journey. That year has changed my entire existence. These views from my window were just a bonus. This looks familiar? Any of you ever spend any time on the wall? All right. But what is different is that this is a completely AI-driven port. It is actually referred to as a dark port because robots do not require the light. So what is happening here is happening completely autonomous, managed by robots and AI systems. And as policy drivers, we have to clock this, because the numbers I'm going to share soon is going to refocus where our energies need to lie as a people. Business analyst, business strategist, project lead, write those down and get autographs, because those jobs are going. Educational technologists, curriculum alignment experts. I can craft a 6-line prompt that can replace any curriculum professional, including myself, because I can draw on all existing curriculum data, all statistics related to performance, all available resources and research and scholarships and peer-reviewed articles, and then churn out a strategy, a playbook for any contextual question you may ask about how do I do this in this segment of a society, a nation, a region, a world. You get to determine where our niche becomes, because we have to plan for it. What lays ahead of us does not have labels yet. Right now, Meta, we know it loosely as Facebook, the mother of Facebook. Do you know what their starting bonus sign-on package is for chief AI researchers? 100 million. They went after the founder of Scale AI the other day, soon to be Dr. Luton. What was the number to get him on board? Yes, and then it ballooned to 200, and then with share and stock options, it was $1 billion acquisition for one talent. No athlete, no Hollywood star is earning that. So researcher who used to be people with glasses like me and some of you in the corner of a library who could hardly keep the lights on in their homes because of these are the minds that are driving the wave of the future. And we get to craft the policy that makes sure our nation's students are future-proofed and equipped to take on any of those labels when they are printed in these new crafts. This is similar to the dark port, a dark factory. No human workers producing smart devices, phones, tablets, laptops. If there's sound, there's a video, it's a live link, you can click if it will buffer. If not, no human spotted. Millions of devices being produced. No wage requirement, no coffee break, no sick days, no strike, no HR conflict resolution, no arguments. This is not a future. This is a 2-year-old video of a factory in China. So when I say our job is important, you have to understand where you sit in the frame of the future of our nation. We are benchmarked in a few years to become the 4th small nation logistics hub. That port will handle traffic for thousands, if not millions, of vendors and suppliers and clients. I went to NTI the other day, and our robotics team has an automated, small-scale, fully dark prototype that can bring a ship into port at the small scale, lift the containers off, and assign it to storage, update the database and inventory, and make the logistic backend for it to be released to its client. Now, there's some refining that still needs to take place, but that is happening now within our ecosystem. 2.5 months ago, my DMD, Dr. Cheryl McCollin, Dr. Mac called and said, Dr. Steve, I have something for you to do. I suspect I understand how Stephen feels when he gets those calls from Major. She said, I want something special for Denby this year. I went to my robotics team in Junction, and I said to Sir Mitchell and Sir Carr, we are in St. Elizabeth. What happens here? They say agriculture. I say, build a robot that supports agriculture in Jamaica. They debuted our first robotic seed planter. They designed the mechanism for drilling. They 3D printed the parts to make this robot. It had solar panels so it could charge in the field and keep going. That is homegrown. That is happening in Jamaica. While I sat and I processed it, I said, there's no way they're developing a robot and we're not looking at how AI can add to the conversation. I called another team. I leaned on HCIT. I said, Sir Darban, I called Dr. Anita Facey, and I said, you're at Ebony Park. We want to train our own AI intelligence for Jamaica. We pulled all the geospatial data available in Jamaica, all the climate data for the last couple of decades, all the forecasts, all of what we could find from the mining details, everything, and we fed our engine. For this Denby, we launched AgriGrow. This is our first artificial intelligence engine fed only on Jamaican data for Jamaican farmers and local users. We stand at a space where we get to write the future of our nation. No longer do we sit by the sidelines and hear about what's happening elsewhere in North Korea, in China. AI is the great equalizer because I can right now write a prompt and bring an engineer into the room. I can write a prompt and bring a neurologist into the room. I can have them talk to each other and come up with a solution for a stroke condition. This is where we are as it relates to the ability to scale disruptive technology. I can't say we have all the answers. Next slide. But what we do know is that we are at a place where it doesn't matter what your flavor of the week is. You have the ability to scale. A few months ago, CMU asked me to teach an information management master's course. And I ran an experiment. I trained a bot. I called him Dr. O'Neill, my middle name. But I gave him a much nicer personality. He smiled more, he commended the students more, and we co-taught the course. But the challenge for me was, my wife says I'm very logical, so sometimes I lack the kind of emotional bandwidth that she'd like to have. She'd love to have someone to cry along with her when she's happy, and I'm there just holding the tissue, hoping it ends soon. So I gave my bot all those traits. But it was fun marking with my bot, because I'd grade and then ask it to review the scripts, and then ask it to second mark my papers. And it was interesting to see an intelligence advocate for me to be more lenient, because this, within the right context, could infer. And because my first language is patois, I should consider the fact that since I did not necessarily say blah, 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 and it was there drilling, and it improved me as a faculty member. We have the ability to scale regardless of our tool of choice. It doesn't matter which, really, because you can craft by engineering prompts that gives you scale. But this is not why we're here. That's for the other presentations. As policy holders and owners and crafters and deliverables on the ground people, you are the implementers, you are the monitoring agents, you are the assessment specialists, you are the minds that determine what takes place. You have to now look at what is the future. Now, this is one of the projections. The difference between agentic AI is that it is not prompt dependent. Right now, people are typing in prompts, help me recraft this by adding blah, 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 and you set it up and you let it go and it runs through and it gives you something close to what you want. You can interrogate it, refine it, that's fine. But right now, we have workflows where AIs are working with AIs, to give you agency. So I can employ a curriculum developer, feed it the entire history of our people, give it the ministry's current documentation, and it will work day and night producing assessment, aligning assessment, benchmarking against performance data. And this is good but scary, because we have people we want to keep employed, but we have people we need to retrain to be employable. The jobs as they now exist are disappearing. I can tell you, I'm scared for marketing teams, because with one agent, I can have it managing the entire CRM workflow, collecting all the data, who is responding to my emails, who to respond to, which email bounce, what is spam, what to exclude, who to target, what demographics is responding, how to tweak the campaign. All of that is happening in real time by giving agency. These are things that we have to clock as the policy drivers, because the world that we are planning for does not really exist now. I started the 30-year story, so this will be quicker. 30 years ago, I entered the classroom as a math teacher. When I entered, a year before, the first website was launched in the Caribbean. Yeah, it's hard to believe that we lived through that. The first website was launched in the Caribbean in 1994. That made a world of difference, because businesses news stations, everything, everybody became about, I need to have a website. And in the space of a few years, millions of websites were created. And the job market for web development, back-end support, web integration has continued to trend upwards until about 2 years ago. Because right now, there are AI agencies that I can say, build me and launch this business website. And in under 6 clicks, I can have a fully functional, operational, modern, secure, strong backend, solid code web site. What that means is that those developers are now retooling, and it's a necessary, it's an imperative. What do we, as the leaders in this sector, need to do to retool? This is not something to scare us, because the thing about leadership, as I discussed earlier with my colleague up front, it is an awesome responsibility, a heavy burden. But if we mess this up, if we miss the cues, if we don't craft in the right way the future that we want to be a part of, does not exist. Should we be scared? Enough to move us forward. Should we be worried? No. Because we get to strategize, we get to plan. A forest fire is scary. One of the things I learned about living on the snow is that anything that falls in winter becomes visible in summer. And when the snow melts, you'd be surprised how many days of garbage cleanup has to take place on these reservations, because everything that falls in snow and is lost in snow is revealed during summer, the melt off. But one of the most interesting phenomena is that there's also a buildup of debris. And as some of you may know, Canada had a serious challenge with forest fires, wildfires, recently. But as scary as that sounds, it is actually necessary to have forest fires. So the chaos we're hoping to mitigate sometimes need to persist. The burn has to take place because some seeds will not produce until it's been exposed to some fire. The fertilizer that comes from the burn is then what feeds the seeds of the future. The landscape that we saw in the background in the Northern Lights, those trees were born from past fires. We get to sit in this controlled burn and figure out what the future holds. In 2005, when the whole social media, I think back in the day, it started out with MySpace and a couple of others, High Five, and some off the label ones. Yeah. But it caught fire. And now some of the most rich, cash-rich entities are based on this shift in Epoch 2. The social and mobile revolution. Anybody ever own a 3310? What do you know about that thing? Tough. And yeah, the only thing tougher is the roach over Portmore. Like literally indestructible. But guess what? Nokia, which had the biggest market share of the cell market, does not even exist in that way anymore. They did nothing wrong, they said, but they did not change when they should have. And that's the same for Blockbuster and many other such things. We are now in Epoch 3. People used to be interacting with AI, Siri this, Siri that, Google this, Google that. But now we're at a place where we can use this disruptive technology to kind of project and strategize and give capacity to the future. We no longer have to worry about not having the team members or the talent in place to make massive things happen. We can harness an army with prompts. We can draw on all existing scholarship, all existing SOPs, lessons learned from projects, and that can be the fuel that burns for our future to be lit. As you craft policy, as you go into your forums, into your discussions, into your research, understand that we are now equal to every other country on earth. The pluripotential that has been made available to us, nobody can outstrip us but ourselves. Everybody has access to the same technologies. DeepSeek led to the greatest loss of share equity. I think it was like $1 trillion over a couple of hours because they came in using like 1/20th of what the other AI, they weren't even charging major. They came into the market and disrupted how they were able to offer their AI for free, open to developers, while others were still charging. So the truth is, we don't even have the excuse of saying we don't have the money. Right now, all we need is the mindset. So as I wind down, your policy framework for the pivot in your educative ecosystem has 4 key things. Your curriculum development needs to now have its complete SOP embedded in artificial intelligence. You shouldn't be there sitting and meeting for weeks trying to figure out alignment. You craft alignment by proper prompt engineering. Faculty development. I don't have the budget or the approval. Yes, the procurement has been updated. It don't need to go out to those committees once it's under 3 million now. But the fact that you're going to have to move 100 people away from their desks, the loss in productivity, the work that still sits there to be done, you can now craft virtual academies with personalized instruction, professional development, whatever your strategic targets are as a ministry. We can build that out in your transformation, your digital transformation strategy should involve even your capacity building in-house. We like to do a lot of outreach, but we need to do some things for in-reach ourselves. As we educate others, ensure we are also growing and investing in ourselves. In another few months when I address you again for something else, everyone in here should be a proper prompt engineer. Right? Everyone here should have their own army for $9.99 with ChatGPT or for free with DeepSeek or whatever else is available at the time. Our biggest challenge is still going to be infrastructure. Right now, we still have schools that don't have the capacity. One of the things when I landed into Dooley Lake, they had money, they had the needs, but they had nobody leading the digital transformation. I met with the outgoing chief, rest his soul, Ernie, he passed last year. But he said, Steve, he said, I like you, let's plan. And he showed me a plan of all the existing First Nations, the entire budget layout, all the resources. He said, but my people are still not where they should be. Help me. We worked on a plan where we deployed Starlink business hubs to every reservation. So what it meant, you were no longer disconnected. The problem they had getting literacy experts and other experts were now solved, because all I did was order machines, get them connected, subscribe to some prescriptive AI models that allowed us. I saw one being advertised earlier where it helped with lesson planning, and it did personalized analysis of every student. So we have a shortage of special needs teachers across the entire country. Not many people across the world can do the kind of diagnostic testing that will track the student and prescriptively adjust. But through gamification, through artificial intelligence integration, we can prescriptively respond to the need of every single student, figuring out every single gap and monitoring it. For a year, all I did was track how learners moved as they interacted with the technology and the scaffolding, and where they ended up was brilliant. We are at that place as a nation. This pivot is a pivot in policy where we no longer think that we lack, but now we see that we have, and we just need to push in the right direction. Our assessment standards. There's been a lot of gibberish in the media about how we're doing. I'm happy that our results proved so many naysayers wrong. Can you give your teachers and yourselves a clap? When others were saying we're failing, we're failing, we're failing, we were doing the work. Coming out of COVID and the disruption, there was a lot of gap. But we have done so well, and we've been so resilient at closing some of those gaps. Let us keep pressing forward, understanding that we cannot allow the dissonance on the channel, the noise on the channel, to rob us of the mission of why we serve. What we do matters. Where we stand now is provincial, because what it means is that we are at a place where the future depends on us, and we are going to be amazing. Affirm yourselves. I am a product of your work. I stand on the shoulders of those who came before you, and we have broad, solid shoulders for the future to stand on. We no longer operate from a place of lack. We no longer operate from a place where we don't have. We can be anything we set our minds to. Can you imagine in a world with 7.4 billion people, some of the fastest people in the world, some of the brightest minds in the world come from among us? Who are we to complain about lack? Where lack a go? Where is it going? As one person said, what could go so? Where is, what could go? We lack nothing but the future that we need to envision and strive towards. I had completely different things prepared, but I'll end here. You are here for the future. Go forward and be amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we say cutting edge? No, man, I'm not hearing you. Can we say cutting edge? Cutting edge. Do we agree thought-provoking? Yes. Inspiring? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker brought into sharp focus our theme, Reshaping Education for the 21st Century. Am I correct? Yes. Give him another round of applause. And P.S., I don't know if I deserve a beating. But while I was there saying, you know, as an EO, what do I need to do different as I supervise my schools? Somewhere in a dark corner of my brain, I remembered when speaker said he built a bot. Me sound nice and technological, isn't you? He built a bot and was able to give it some of the qualities that his wife liked. That is me alone that resonate with? And like how I'm getting on up there, and it don't look like the live ones come, it look like I need to build a bot. Can I get an amen? Hope is not lost for the 21st century. Marcia will be looking into building a bot. And I stay there when I see me and my bot dolly down. Pull it back, Marcia, but I'm very excited. And I know we all took a lot from that and are thinking in a different way. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we invite distinguished past president, member Fiona Morris-Webb, to make a presentation to our speaker.
Good morning. Please permit me to stand on the protocols already observed. I don't have a bot, and I will not make a bot. But Dr. Lawrence,
Yes.
let me extend heartfelt gratitude to you. Ms. Higgins mentioned it, for delivering this thought-provoking, inspiring, motivating presentation here today. You have given us a lot to think about as a ministry. You have taken us on a journey. You have reminded us that doesn't matter how we feel insecure about technology, we should just grasp it, jump in. You also took us on a literacy journey and helped us to understand that literacy is, you know, very unique. We should embrace it and we should ensure that our students are literate. You connected the dots. You spoke to curriculum. You aligned it with assessment. You allowed us to reflect. You know, every day we get up and we talk about differentiated instruction. You know what you did today? You said differentiated instruction today is not what it was yesterday. You're telling us now that when we have the students in the classes, we don't have one set over here drawing, one set writing something. AI has to be a part of that. Because I did a little visualization while I sat there, and I visualized you in the classroom. And I said, how did the teachers manage Dr. Lawrence? You know, and I said, was he a troublemaker? You know, he said he taught math. And I said, I wonder, you know, if he was one of these curious students who the teachers thought that had no manners, because that's how they described us.
They still think so.
They still think. You also helped us to understand that, look here, agriculture is not the agriculture yesterday.
Nope.
Agriculture today. And so for the curriculum specialists who are here today, the agriculture curriculum, you have to look at that, because technology has to be interwoven in agriculture. You showed us the saws, which, you know, brought back some memories there. We looked at them and we saw where they emerged from the saw you had to use, you know, with your hand, and how it, you know, it emerged into technological saws. You took us to the port. I remember the wharf. Yes. So disturbing, yes. But remember it anyway. You also reminded us that the tools are here. Yep. We should make use of it. And so PowerPoints yesterday is not PowerPoints today with little dead boring slides, because the tools are here. Yes. We should utilize the tools. STEM. We should STEAM, STEM, gravitate towards those. And so you spoke to us. You are not one of those guest speakers who come and speak over us. You spoke directly to us.
Come closer to me.
You spoke to us today. And so we learned a lot. And as mesmerized as I am standing here, I am certain others are too. I really want to thank you. I appreciate your presentation. And I am sure you will go. You're in a very good place right now, yes, because you head an institution that will mold lives, yes, that will help with the literacy level, but you will go further, right?
Yes.
And so I appreciate, PS clock that, and I appreciate you. So thank you again, Dr. Lawrence.
Thank you so much. Yes. To be here for. Oh, he's asking to come forward.
Oh.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve. If you don't see me, I have a director's meeting that I need to clock to, but thank you for, yes, thank you.
At this time, we pause to recognize our sponsors as follows. One Academy, powered by one-on-one learning made personal. Give them a round of applause. All wrapped up, gift and experience. Recognize them, please. Tip-friendly society, serving you is our pleasure. And the JTA Cooperative Credit Union, serving our members, impacting lives positively. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Yannick Taylor is a seasoned project manager and youth advocate with over 15 years of experience in nonprofit education management, focusing on grassroots initiatives in the US and Jamaica. She currently manages the National Virtual School Program at One-on-One Educational Services in partnership with the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, overseeing operations, school engagement, and digital integration to enhance access and equity. Passionate about service, she co-founded Empowering Garrison Girls, supporting at-risk young women, and previously served as Secretary of the Women Entrepreneurs Network of the Caribbean. Yannick holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Journalism and Media Studies and an MPA from Rutgers University. She enjoys thrillers and exploring new travel destinations. Ms. Taylor comes to us for a special feature entitled Adopt It, Use It, Love It, Power Up with One-on-One Academy through innovation and impact. Please make her welcome.
Good morning. How are we feeling? Good? Cold, I agree. It's a bit chilly. It's a bit chilly. Do we want to do some jumping jacks to warm up? Okay, before I jump in, recognizing that all protocols have been observed, I thank the JAEO for inviting me on behalf of One-on-One Educational Services to present to you today. It's an honor to be here and to share what we have on this path to reshaping education for the 21st century. I think a lot was said in just presenting and acknowledging what Dr. Lawrence, as the keynote, shared with us this morning, which was very, very impactful. And I think he has more than adequately set the stage for some of what we will be sharing in terms of the work that One-on-One has been doing and is doing, and all being well, will continue to do with the participation of all of the educators we are currently working with who inspire the work of One-on-One, which is Jamaican owned and led, and is really an outgrowth of a vision that our CEO, Ricardo Allen, has of really powering up what education means and looks like for our young people leading into the future and all of these technological changes that are on the very, very near frontier. Not working. Thank you. So to start off, I had a little activity since our theme is about reshaping education for the 21st century. I wanted us to do a quick then and now comparison in terms of what education has traditionally looked like and where we are. And based on what I outlined, I want you to think about it from the concept of the schools you are working with as education officers. How many of those schools do we think are where we need to be now in terms of reshaping education for the 21st century? I hope everyone can see. No? Yes? You seeing fine? Good. So looking at the then and now prompts, where do we think our schools are? The schools you are working with on a regular basis, by show of hands, how many feel confident that at least 3 out of 4 of the options there are reflected in the schools that you're working with? We can't see? I was just assured that you could, sorry. Can we get it here? On the main screen? Okay, thank you very much. Is that better? Wonderful. Okay, so in talking about what education needs to look like now in preparing our students for not now, but what will be by the time they are graduating from our school system, I'll repeat, we lost it. But I'll repeat what I asked before in terms of working with your schools. How many of you can confidently say that at least 3 out of 4 of the options outlined under the now category is reflected in your schools? How many of your schools are supported adequately by tech? How many are involved in utilizing interactive digital content in teaching and learning practices? How many are incorporating personalized data-driven learning? And how many are accessing resources such as one that I will share that One-on-One provides in terms of live stream access to courses to support students? Do any of those resonate with your schools? Yes. Wonderful. Wonderful. So we are confident that we are on a sound path in heading towards this reshaping of education. Love to hear it. And so One-on-One, don't tell me technology isn't going to cooperate with me today. Okay, thank you. Okay, so in terms of technology integration, we do know that there continues to be certain challenges, right? So while we know that only 43% of teachers worldwide have reflected that they feel well prepared to use our digital resources available, even with the best tools being available, we know that there can still be hindrances to utilization, even in implementing One-on-One through the National Virtual School Initiative. We find that in certain schools, there are still some blockers, some obstacles, such as Dr. Lawrence mentioned in terms of infrastructure. We still have a ways to go in terms of our infrastructure in some of our schools, whether it's internet access, whether it's having enough digital resources available for students, as well as their teachers to be able to incorporate the use of technology at the level that we know we need. However, the future of learning has arrived, right? It is here, it is now. We need to be ready, we need to be prepared with the right resources to fulfill what 21st century learning needs to look like. We need to embrace limitless possibilities of education with cutting-edge leading technologies. jumped ahead. There we go. My apologies. The clicker is not cooperating. There we go. So one of the core elements of the technologies that we are working to deliver in our schools through the National Virtual School Initiative includes our development and incorporation of what we have labeled UNA AI Intelligence. So UNA AI Intelligence is driving 3 core digital resources that we are currently providing to 101 high schools through our current partnership with the Ministry of Education titled the National Virtual School Initiative. By a show of hands, how many of us in the room have heard National Virtual School before? Okay, I see a few hands. Wonderful. Okay, so the National Virtual School Initiative is brand new. I'm changing out. So the National Virtual School Initiative is fairly brand new. We rolled that initiative out starting last September 2024 in 101 high schools. The first year was very focused on the infrastructure component that I referred to earlier in terms of ensuring that there was an adequate virtual learning classroom set up in each of the high schools identified by the ministry. So that initiative, or that component of the initiative, was completed, and in tandem with that, we began to also roll out, based on the growing partnership with the ministry and certain needs that were identified that were not fully considered before in planning that initial rollout of the initiative, included us developing additional resources. So in addition to the setup of the classroom, and now coming into our second full year of the program, what we have been rolling out in pilot phases throughout year 1 included the resources that will be highlighted today. So we have our AI content generator tool. As that name suggests, it's about developing content using AI. Predominantly, the focus was on developing lesson plans, which was a common request coming out of our interactions with, of course, the teachers within the schools, as a very, very high pain point for them in their preparation, along with, of course, all the other things that we know our teachers need to do in order to facilitate optimal learning in our schools. So we developed a content generator, but only one component is focused on lesson planning. We also incorporated their ability to develop using AI associated handouts that would go along with their lesson plans, as well as their own assessments. So we've given them a 3-for-1 deal almost. In addition to that, the core of the virtual school remains, or the National Virtual School Initiative remains, which is our live streaming of lessons Monday through Friday from our studios in Kingston. So every day we have instructors in our studios live who are live streaming our core subjects that we have identified to start off, which are 9 subjects which will be highlighted throughout the presentation, that are delivered daily and streamed through those virtual classroom setups that we did in year 1 of the program in each of the schools. What this means is that it's having a virtual teacher, but having the experience of the teacher being in the classroom with them without having to be. And that was an outgrowth, of course, of an initial problem the ministry brought to 101 around how can we suitably address our teacher availability issue in terms of the huge migration that was happening annually of our teachers out of the country, especially in core subject areas. So, of course, math and language, or English, we know is critical. So we definitely offer those subjects. And we also offer subjects such as modern languages, both Spanish and French. We are introducing 2 new subjects for this school year, geography and biology, in addition to the 9 subjects that we were streaming in year 1. So UNA AI Intelligence is powering all of these resources. I have 10 minutes remaining already. Okay, so UNA AI Intelligence is powering all of these resources that we're introducing to help with the transformation of education within our schools. In terms of the One Academy ecosystem, so One Academy is the division within 101 that is education focused for schools. We also do education platform development work with businesses. But One Academy is our school ecosystem. And under this ecosystem, these are the different features that we provide fully and that we are working to roll out fully with our schools here in Jamaica. So right now we have, as I mentioned, the AI content generator. We are introducing this year our resource library as well. We have already been doing live lessons. We already started the adaptive skills gap test, and we have expanded on the offerings under that option as well, inclusive of test and exam preparation. And we are also going to be introducing our AI tutor support, which is going to be similar to the AI content generator resource we currently now offer for teachers. We will have a student version for that. That is our UNA AI tutor. So in terms of the resources, they are focused on supporting each of the schools under what we have tagged as our matrix of impact, which is helping teachers to, one, create the materials that they need to meet their students where they are with their learning, and then utilize resources such as the adaptive skills gap testing to be able to change up how they intervene and meet students where they need to be met, as well as addressing things like differentiated learning across classrooms that we know have multiple levels of learning capabilities within a room. These resources are allowing teachers to have that toolkit on hand that is going to enable them to manage those things at a higher level, at a faster level. So starting with our AI content generator, as I mentioned before, they are able to generate 3 types of content. Currently, this resource is, of course, available at no cost to our participating schools, as the setup and maintenance and development of what we are doing in these schools is currently covered in our partnership with the ministry. Upcoming other available content that they will be able to derive from the content generator are PowerPoint presentations, AI-generated videos, as well as AI-generated images that can be incorporated in any of the other content that they are currently allowed to generate on the generator. Can we get the volume a bit louder? Okay, we'll move ahead, it's okay. So currently, our other resource available are live streaming lessons. So as I mentioned before, we of course offer math and English core subject areas. We have been also offering social studies, integrated science, Spanish, French, business basics. We also were providing accounting. And this year, we are introducing geography and biology. And you will see mapped out that we are doing across grades 7 to 11. And then we're also having lessons delivered according to specific pathways. So again, we are trying to address all the categories of needs that have been identified through our virtual streaming classes as well. And of course, as time goes on, we look forward to adding more subject areas. Here is, I know it's not very clear, but here it wasn't meant for you to read because it is an expansive document. But here is our timetable that is shared with all of our participating schools in terms of assisting them with their planning for the new school year. So the idea behind our timetable being provided to the schools is not necessarily the expectation that they will align with us across all of the subject areas we provide, because of course we have that understanding from year one of the program that will just never be 100% feasible. But what it does is that it does afford schools that are able to align, for example, in a subject area where they may not have been able to acquire a teacher, whether full-time, part-time, they are able to fill that gap with our virtual lesson that is provided in that subject area. They are also able to use our timetable to plan intervention-focused sessions for their students. Because again, our lessons, we have the live version where you can interact, students and teachers can interact with our instructor in studio in real time. Our virtual classroom setup includes camera and audio setup with their smart screen and whiteboard that was provided, so we can see what is happening in the classroom from our studio, as well as they are seeing our instructor in studio delivering the lesson. So they are able to interact in real time, ask questions, answer questions that are posed during the lesson delivery. So in terms of intervention use, which was a common use case in the last year of rolling out the program, we had teachers incorporating our lessons, which can also be accessed as recordings. So all of our live stream lessons, once completed on our platform, they are immediately available as a recording. So even if, again, your timetable does not directly align with when we are offering a class, you are still able to access that lesson and incorporate its use into your lesson delivery in class with your students. And so that is how some of our teachers have used what we are streaming. They will incorporate the recording, whether as an intervention tool in using it with students who may not be fully grasping a certain topic in a subject area. They're able to facilitate grouping those students separately, and they can facilitate the lesson delivery through our recorded lesson, or if it's a live stream, while they are still working with another group of students on another level within the same class. So teachers have found this to be very useful. Some have even indicated that they somewhat prefer the recording because they are able to manipulate how they use it within their class, because they can stop, explain something further, or test their students and then resume the recording, and so on and so forth. So we're seeing the schools using these resources in very unique ways that we didn't even consider in rolling it out. And so these are just examples of how, as I was just sharing, they are able to use the timetable in terms of their own school planning and the different ways that they work on incorporating what we are delivering from our studios in terms of the live lessons. So the skills gap testing, adaptive skills gap testing, is our third resource that we're showcasing today. And so we started off rolling out with just a math skills gap test, comprehensive math skills gap test that we were piloting and promoting with 10th and 11th grade students last year. We rolled out the initial pilot in mid-December, and then we began rolling it out fully in January of this year across other schools within the National Virtual School. And so again, this is a fully online, it's a fully digital test. So in the pilot phase, we took a lot of lessons in terms of how best to roll it out as a strictly online test. And so in January, when we began the full rollout, things went a lot smoother, and we got a lot of good feedback, particularly from math HODs, because once the students complete this online test, as you can see, a 90-minute test with 60 questions, they get immediate data. Each student, once they hit that submit button on the test, it is telling them all the questions that were incorrect and why, all the questions that were correct, and then they actually also get recommendations through our platform of self-paced content that they can access in addressing the gaps in their learning based on the questions they got incorrect. And then we give a comprehensive report both to the school principal as well as the math HOD. Again, math HOD, because we were just rolling out the math test at that time. They get a comprehensive report of the cumulative data that they can then use to say, okay, this is where I may need to shift in interventions around math. It's letting them see across the board of all the students they tested, what are those topics that students are just not doing well. We recognize that some of the topics just weren't taught yet, so that explained why majority of the students failed most of the questions on that topic area. But there were other topic areas that were taught, and it was clear from the results that it seems there was not a fulsome understanding for most of the students of that topic. So now we need to implement an intervention to address that. So that was very well received. And now we're moving forward this school year, where not only do we have this comprehensive adaptive math skills gap test, we are also rolling out English. And then in addition to the fulsome test that covers the full curriculum, we're also rolling out topic-based tests for both math and English. So now teachers are able to integrate Before they begin teaching a topic, they can use that skills gap test as sort of a pretest to see from prior knowledge that students have, how much do they know and can apply to this topic that we're going to do next, and help to focus using our AI content generator. Okay, this is what my lesson plan needs to look like. These are the things I want covered on a handout. These are the things I want covered in an in-class assessment, and generate that in our content generator, deliver the topic, and then they can use that skills gap test again to assess their students and see where they were from beginning to end. And again, go back to the drawing board if needed around what interventions may need to be applied to ensure that students are where they need to be with that particular topic. Just a snapshot of what questions look like, fully online. Oh, we have now updated the skills gap test as well. Again, both the comprehensive test as well as the topic-based ones, where upon completion, not only do they just see if they got a question right or wrong, and that brief explanation I mentioned before of why it was incorrect and what the correct answer is. But for math, for example, they will see a full explanation of the problem. It will be fully worked out for them step by step, so that they can understand where exactly they went wrong in whatever calculations they may have done to get the incorrect answer. So that will now be included in the immediate results that the students themselves get. And then this is just a snapshot from the data dashboard of what the schools, such as the principal, as well as the HODs and of course teachers, are able to look at and determine their next moves with their students. Just some feedback in terms of our stakeholders to date. We have a vice principal from Innswood High School that just shared with us, well, on numerous occasions has shared with us, but one particular feedback that we're highlighting is how her students even seek her out in terms of when in school, if they have free time, just wanting the classroom to be set up so that they can access a particular live session or a recording, particularly during exam preparation time leading up to them sitting their exams. There were a lot of requests because they were finding the session so helpful with our instructors. And then we also partner with the ministry each year around their summer academy, and we had a wonderful summer academy this year, over, well, almost 2,000 participants across the 3 weeks. And this was, again, solely virtual lessons that were streamed for grades 7 to 11. We also offered activities for students at the primary level because they were also doing summer school for the primary level. So even though primary school isn't incorporated in our core work, we did get instructors to facilitate some activities for primary level students as well. And so in terms of you as education officers, some of the ways that we do want to work with you, so in terms of our work with the schools, within one-on-one, we do have our, what we're tagging now as school engagement officers, who have their assigned portfolio of schools similar to you as education officers through the ministry, that we are working to manage in terms of their adoption and integration of the National Virtual School through the resources that we are provided. So of course, we would love to see some collaboration or stronger collaboration, because we have been working with some of the education officers already. We do want to see stronger collaboration in working with you as you are going into and managing your schools around the targets that you have in terms of their educational outcomes. And so these are just some recommendations that we have come up with that we would love to explore and solidify where possible in terms of going into the new school year. So of course, we would love for you to assist with promoting adoption, highlighting the benefits to the teachers that you're working with, particularly as it would relate to some of the targets that would be outlined for them. Supporting visibility and awareness during the school visits. So during your school interactions, if you're discussing certain things maybe related to, related to interventions, etc., you could drop a line about, are you using the virtual classroom and connected with One Academy and the virtual school? They can assist you with XYZ. Of course, identifying and sharing with us any barriers that are recurring while you are doing your visits and sessions at your schools, so that we, if we are not getting it directly, that we get it through you and we can address it immediately. Facilitating regional engagement in terms of assisting, again, with supporting maybe us going in and doing reinforcing training with your schools to ensure that they understand how to use the equipment, how to access the platform, and how to access, of course, the resources. Staying connected with us, just keeping us in tune, whether it's inviting us occasionally to meetings that you may have so that we can share our information, although we plan to do that through your regional directors anyway. But any way that you see it being mutually agreeable and beneficial, we are open to that at One Academy as well, just to ensure success for teachers and students. And just to wrap up, highlighting some of our upcoming activities. And again, this presentation can be shared to be sent out to everyone. I know my time is up. Thank you for the notification, sir. I appreciate it. It was kindly done. Weren't aggressive at all, so I appreciate that. So before I close out, though, I do want to mention, it's a little bragging, but really it's also a thank you to the ministry and just to all of the schools that we have worked with, because you are the reason that One-on-One actually was recently named through Time Magazine and Statista as a top EdTech company for 2025. So our CEO, Ricardo Allen, of course, was ecstatic, and I think it's a well-deserved accolade. I have been with One-on-One just for a very short time, but the main reason I am with One-on-One is because of just the initial conversation I had with Ricardo before joining the team, and it's his passion for education and for ensuring that we are developing something that is future-proof for our children that keeps me here. And so I hope it keeps you on board with us as well as partners, helping to continue to drive what we are producing in terms of our digital resources. Everything I've talked about here was developed from ideas from teachers, education professionals like you. These are all ideas that came from you that Ricardo made into this. So thank you, and we look forward to continue working with you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for reminding us of the myriad of resources available from One Academy in partnership with our parent ministry through the National Virtual School. Give the One Academy another round of applause. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, to register, we need the numbers. So using this scan the code at the back of at least one chair in your row. If you haven't registered for day 2, please do so now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first segment of our research symposium, the professional development segment, and now move into the panel discussions. It was my pleasure to have been your moderator for segment 1. At this time, I hand over to moderator number 2 for the panel presentations and discussion. Please make way for member Anita Bailey.
Ladies and gentlemen, up your time, searching through outdated plans, losing weekends to prep, adjusting content for every new class? There's a better way. Introducing
Ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant morning. We're still in the morning to you all. Thank you. Please permit me to stand on the protocols that have already been established. As previously indicated by my able colleague, my name is Anita Bailey, and I have the distinct honor of taking you through this morning into afternoon's very robust discussion on the way forward. I was looking at the World Economic Forum's Future of Job reports for 2025, and coupled with listening to our keynote speaker's presentation, I feel a tiny bit nervous. Okay. One moment, ladies and gentlemen.
I guess I was called back to allay the nerves, Anita. Tiny oversight, my bad. Just before I hand back to Anita, we invite member Shahani from Robertson to make a presentation to Yannick. Please make that. And so we call back Yannick. Ms. Taylor.
On behalf of the Jamaica Association of Education Officers, we would like to thank you for coming and sharing your vision with us. We are fully inspired and will continue to help our schools to adopt, to use it, and power up with one another.
Love it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. So my nervousness doesn't in fact stem from standing here and being asked to steer such an august discussion with these wonderful, very learned lady and gentlemen, men. It is because if we are to look at what the data says, and if we are to look at where we are currently as a country, we have to approach our preparedness for the future with not just courage, but a great amount of not even forward thinking. We're thinking ahead in terms of not just a decade, we're thinking light years ahead of where we need to be in a future that is not even yet so clearly defined. That's the nervousness for me. When I hear about the dark factories, it seems pretty exciting until we get to the place where our young people aren't ready. Our most vulnerable are left behind. And as a country and as a PS, Dr. Troop has to now work with us to steer an education system that may be in a little trouble. But we're not in trouble, really, because we have a possibility mindset. And we start off on conversations such as the one that we are having today, the ones that we are having today, where we situate our major changes, the changes that we need to make, and we align them with where we are as an education system and where we need to go. You can clap me for that. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, it's not only my honor, but my distinct pleasure to be asked to guide this panel discussion as we hear today from three very learned, well-researched individuals. I'm going to invite them to come and join me on the stage. And I'm going to do the profiles, and we're going to start with Mr. Damian Campbell. And Mr. Campbell is a committed education and community development leader with over 15 years of experience designing and managing impactful programs across Jamaica and the Caribbean. He currently works with the British Council as the country director and leads initiatives that advance STEAM education, youth leadership, and cultural exchanges, equipping young people with skills to thrive in a changing world. Who better to be a part of this panel, ladies and gentlemen? Please make him welcome. Next, we have a name, or a lady, who bears a name that is known across the world, Professor Maureen Sams-Vaughan, Professor of Child Health, Child Development and Behavior Emeritus at the University of the West Indies. She's a consultant, developmental and behavioral pediatrician, known locally and internationally for her seminal research, clinical work, policy development, and advocacy for the advancement of child well-being for all children, but particularly so for those at the early childhood level, those who have been victims of violence, and those with disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, please make Professor Sams-Vaughan welcome. And rounding out the trio, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Knut Thompson, Professor of Educational Policy, Planning and Leadership, and Pro-Vice Chancellor for Undergraduate Studies at the University of the West Indies. He oversees policies on student success, academic quality assurance, and cross-campus integration. Professor Thompson holds a PhD in educational leadership, and they make sure to tell us it is with high commendation, ladies and gentlemen, along with degrees in moral, philosophy, biblical studies management, theology, and social sciences. He's also a leadership coach, certified management consultant, public scholar, and social activist. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Professor Thompson. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to assure you that each of our presenters will have 10 minutes to present their case to you. The presentations all are based on very diverse areas in the education system, but indeed areas that impact our daily work as we prepare to lead the system for the 21st century and all of these wonderful innovations, these life-changing, world-altering innovations that are going to happen or are currently happening. Mr. Campbell is going to be speaking to us about strategies for preparing students for a modern workforce. Professor Sams-Vaughan, we'll hear from her next, and she will be speaking about the role of educational technology in special education. You would have noted I said earlier, we have to make sure that we protect those among us, our children, that are most vulnerable. And so she's going to be taking on that approach, and Professor Thompson will be looking more specifically at reshaping education for the 21st century and how we as leaders, as industry leaders, and also as thought leaders can drive change in this technology-driven world. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have your pens and your papers out. Put up your hand if you have pen and paper. Put up your hand. It can't be just 3 people. Nobody should have a pen and paper out. Everybody should have a tablet or their smartphone with their notebook and their notebook LM up, ready to... You have your AI taking notes in that. Very good. Your chatbot is working, Dr. Drew. So I'm going to ask you to help me welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for the first presentation, the first discussion segment, Mr. Damien Campbell, Country Director for the British Council. Mr. Campbell, you can use the lectern, or if you're comfortable right there, that's fine as well. And the microphone. Oops.
Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure to be here with you this morning to share in some of the wonderful experiences I've had working with the education sector, working with colleagues such as yourself. I remember it was about 8 years ago. I don't think PS remembers, Using my community development skills, entering the British Council, she was the first person I had a meeting with to get an understanding of what was happening in the education sector. And PS had said at the time, Damien, if the British Council focuses on IT policy, that is the work I'm giving you. See what you can do there, and you'll see things happen. And we saw where a couple years after, the British Council had to pivot, move from social enterprise to look on what we're doing for virtual programs, strengthening our IT policy as an organization globally. And I'm happy to say some of the work that we're doing in Jamaica actually contributed to where we are as an organization globally, working in over 110 countries. So I'm just saying that to say that just push away the fear. We are going in the right direction in terms of leadership, and we have to remain confident that as the leaders here, you can create the change as we continue to work together and share our experiences. While we were discussing this morning the fact that the jobs yesterday will not be tomorrow, I started to think to myself, how many careers have you had for yourself, Damien? And I started to count. Happy to say I started off as a primary school secretary. And I think that was prompted by my mother being an educator. And I think my career went along the line of education. No matter where I went, education was a strong part of what I was involved in, and I'm happy to say that I'm still contributing to the education sector here in Jamaica. And this morning, I just want to share with you some of what we have seen happen through the eyes of the British Council, working with organizations such as the Ministry here in Jamaica, but also seeing what's happening globally, which I believe will continue to help us to make the changes that we need to see. But to create some context in terms of, where am I pointing? Oh, yeah. Okay. Can somebody help me with this? I'm not so techy, All right, let me just jump on my phone that I have here. So, yeah, thank you so much. So, last year, I think this was a defining moment for Jamaica as it relates to where we're going as a country. And we saw where the most honorable Prime Minister declared Jamaica a STEM island. And as simple as how that sounds, it's a big move. And if you are to look at the picture there, it speaks to the direction that we're going. We're seeing the far left, the head of the University of Technology, and just talking with him and hearing his story, where he had actually migrated to the UK, where he was working with Ford, with the Ford company for years, in the tech era and then decided to come back to Jamaica, giving back to Jamaica in terms of what he has learned in that era of STEM. We see Mr. Christian there, the head of the CARIMED group, doing a lot there, minister driving the agenda over the past couple of years before she transitioned, or prime minister who is championing the work on STEM, or wonderful PS who has been providing the evidence to our leaders in terms of why we need to move in the direction that we're moving to. And the gentleman on the left, I'm forgetting his name. PS, can you remind me? Marlon, yes. So he's from the diaspora and has been contributing a lot to what we're doing around STEM. So if we look at that group, it presents a good example of how we can work together as Jamaicans at various levels to create the change that we want to see. We're seeing policy, we're seeing our political leadership, we're seeing business leadership, we're seeing our educators, we're seeing the diaspora coming together to address some of the more serious concerns that we have as a country. And from my expertise as a community development specialist, this is the approach that we must take, even in the education sector, to drive the changes that we want to see. And my presentation surrounds most of this. Just understanding from an economic development perspective what transformation means and what it means from an educational standpoint, we have to look at the resources we have currently as a country and how we can move them into more of a modern state. So it was said earlier this morning, agriculture is a big thing for us. I remember sometime last year I went to do devotion at a school in St. Elizabeth, close to Alligator Pond. And the guidance counselor came to me and said, Damien, are there any programs at the British Council that you can use to help our boys? Because most of them, they're gone to fishing. They don't turn up to school because to them it's not relevant. So how do you get young people who have seen their parents fish for years, tell them that I should sit for hours not doing fishing? So the curriculum must be relevant to their reality. How can I bring agriculture into the classroom where they can understand that this connects with my reality? And these are some of the questions that we will continue to answer and be very deliberate in terms of creating productivity for Jamaica. When we look at how we're growing as a country, Statin has reported recently that we grew by 1.1% in the first quarter of this year, and the sectors that recorded that growth was goods producing and the services industry. We're seeing agriculture, forestry, and fishing jumping out. We're seeing also construction jumping out as another of the industries for growth. And this is something that, while it does not connect directly with our education sector, we have to look at, because these are the industries that we need to ensure that we're preparing our young people to be ready for in a modern way. We look at some of the tenets for national development, and just jumping back a little bit, we are seeing the trade issues that are coming up and the new policies that are being implemented by the US. And we're seeing where it's causing ripple effect in other areas, in other countries. We're seeing where China might be responding to say, hey, I'm now opening my country for some countries you don't need a visa to come to China to trade. And we're now seeing where suppliers are coming directly to Jamaica to establish business with local Jamaicans such as ourselves. And how are we getting our young people ready for that kind of system where the bigger countries are targeting a Jamaica to be their base to grow and grow in a large way? And these are some of the things that we need to wake our students up to. We need to also wake ourselves up to in terms of how we are getting them ready to capitalize on those opportunities with the various studies that they're doing. How are their studies now relevant to the changes that are happening globally? It says here, national development, the key factors to that, and I pride in the first statement, it says investing in human capital through education and healthcare is quite important. Apart from the work that we're doing, mental health continues to be one of the biggest challenges that we grapple with on a global scale. But importantly, education must be one of the primary areas that we focus on. Then we must move to infrastructure that supports connectivity and trade, whether it be through technology or other means. We must continue to be innovative in our approaches, and we must facilitate transparent governance through our economic activities, and we must be operating in an environment that doesn't affect negatively the society in which we operate. A couple of years ago, we did the National STEAM Education Report. I believe it was 2022 into 2023 that we launched that report in collaboration with the Ministry and the National Education Trust. And through that report, we got some very eye-opening information from Statin that recorded at the time, which would be more now, that over 59% of our labor force here in Jamaica can be connected to the STEAM industry or careers that are founded on STEAM. That's a great percentage. So it means that we're already preparing young people who must find themselves with the necessary skill sets founded on STEM and STEAM education. And as was said before, the careers at the time were around data science, software development, importantly now AI, machine learning, etc. And we also know that, as it says here, by the World Economic Forum, that 65% of those jobs, the jobs of the future, will not exist today, as was mentioned before. So what are we doing to ensure that we're getting ready for those changes? And it says here that the most impactful innovations blend curriculum relevance, experiential learning, and flexible credentialing, all co-designed with industry. The goal is not just to prepare students for jobs, but building resilient, adaptive talent pipelines that evolve with industries. I say one of the interesting things in my work with colleagues across other countries, the UK and others, when they share their expertise, their perspective of who Jamaicans are and Caribbean people are, they say we are resilient, we're entrepreneur, and we're creative, adaptive. Anywhere I go, I hear those terms, and I say to myself, we must hold ourselves true to these things. Through whatever approaches we're delivering to our young people, we must get them to understand that as the society changes, as the education system changes, they must be able to adapt. They must be able to be resilient, to understand that they have the solutions to the problems that we face here in Jamaica, which also the world is facing on a wider scale. When we, some years ago, worked with the ministry to deliver the social enterprise in schools program, we had some young people from the Guys Hill High School, I cannot forget. They looked into their communities and they found a main problem that they were facing. They had the old fluorescent bulbs that were falling out, and they weren't able to dispose of them properly. Some of the kids would hit them out. So they said, let's find a solution to that. They looked in their surroundings. They had a lot of bamboo up in the hills. And they said, let's use the end of those bulbs to create a light system that could be infused into the bamboo, and they would sell that to the tourism market. as part of our program, we encouraged them to engage with the community, and they found a past student who had a solar company. He came into that program and started to teach them how to use the old phone batteries to actually power those LED strips. They met upon a problem of keeping that power going. It was a girl, a young lady, I think she was in the 11th grade, that found the solution to the problem. And when we spoke to her, she said that, sir, it was while solving this problem, I understood why I was attending physics class. So for one, science, a girl telling them that, hey, this is why I now understood why from 9th grade up, I've been focusing on physics just through solving this one problem. And it stood out for me from that time to know that we have to create opportunities for them to see adults who are working in the field who can help them to look on problems that the society is facing and help them to solve it. I believe if we were to trace her now to where she's now, maybe 4 or 5 years, I can only imagine what she's doing now. So we have really been deliberate in our approach at the British Council to connect industry with education, because we have to allow our young people to see that they're working towards an end. This is why I'm going to school. This is why I need to attend this class. This is why I need to listen to this teacher, even though our personalities don't clash. I still need to get this information. I still need to understand why. I need to ensure that I can manage relationships, which is a big part of our society. We must be able to engage with each other, even in cases where we disagree. Running down quickly. I'm gone again. So some of the things that we are promoting as we go forward in our work is to ensure that we focus strongly on curriculum co-design with industry. Some years ago, we had a study tour to the UK, and what we saw happening in the UK, which we thought would be useful here, is the fact that schools had set up a board for STEAM education. Small board. Doesn't need to be different from what you have in place already. But they brought in industry experts who looked at the curriculum and the plans that the school had and ensured that it infused components that were relevant to what was happening in the work environment at the time. So we're advocating for more of that approach, and we see where our education officers can support that going forward. We also saw the industry-led innovation labs being developed. So L'Oreal, as a company, works with organizations and institutions where young people in schools were actually helping to solve some of the problems that they were facing and also developing some of the products. Can we adopt some of those strategies in Jamaica? And finally, mentorship is a big piece. It's about helping young people to understand that they can connect with industry experts who will show them the route through which they can actually move forward, and public-private partnerships. Currently, we have a partnership with the National Education Trust, the Ministry of Education, and eLearning Jamaica on STEM education, where we are targeting over 800 schools this year going forward in coding at the primary level and STEAM Challenge at the secondary level, which should address some of the curriculum resources that we need. We're looking at school activities that should engage young people from the primary level. We're looking to engage capacity building for teachers. So these are some of the strategies that we want to engage you around, and we believe that this approach will continue to create the changes that we need to see connecting industry with education. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Okay. Thank you so very much, Mr. Campbell. Is the room hearing me clearly? Yes. Awesome. So thank you so very much, Mr. Campbell, for that very robust presentation. Before I open the floor to questions from our team members, can I get 5 minutes on the clock to deal with this particular matter? I have one particular question for you, and that is, how can we effectively measure the success of initiatives, some of these initiatives that you've spoken about, aimed at preparing youth for the future of work beyond just the traditional metrics like job placement? What suggestions can you give to that so that we can ensure we're really fostering genuine innovation and students like the student from Guys Hill High really solving problems and making an impact in the society?
From what we've seen at the British Council, it really starts from that initial stage of engaging young people and their teachers in any of these programs. What we've done with this particular STEAM in education program, we have developed a robust M&E team to not only look at the program itself and how it's delivered, but connect components of the program into the broader M&E plan that the ministry has. Okay. So whatever information that we're gaining from the program must be informing the wider plans and strategies that the ministry has. We have to look at how we trace young people over years to see how they're progressing, where they're progressing to, and help us understand what are those driving factors behind them progressing the way they have. We've also seen, and this is something I've seen, granted it's anecdotal data, we've seen where even teachers involved in our programs have taken on a path of professional development where they eventually become the heads of departments, they become senior teachers because of how that innovation drive behind their programs are motivating themselves to move with that flow. So we must look at how we develop proper tracer studies that go beyond, say, the secondary level, how we can map young people as they move throughout higher education into the work environment. We must also be understanding what's happening in the industries. So industries must be providing information to the education sector to say, these are the issues that we're facing. These are the answers that we want, the solutions that we want, answers around. Just giving a quick example, we had some conversations with the head of the National Baking Company, and he said that he actually was looking for a nutritionist to design the formula, create the formula for a nutrition bar. And he was looking globally to find somebody. He has the machines already to produce them, but he could not find someone who has the expertise to do that. So those are some of the things that we want to get our young people ready for, to find the solutions to. And I think once we're responding to each other, we can address that challenge.
All right, as a quick offshoot to that particular response, thank you so very much. Very good response. You mentioned teachers, and we do have a significant challenge, with the brain drain and people going on to other countries for better opportunities. Is there a scope for partnership between the British Council, teachers, colleges, and the ministry to look at perhaps having a small cadre of teachers that we can also pump this kind of investment in the innovation and working with teachers, that vanguard of teachers that are leading the alignment between AI and the classroom space?
What we have done for this program, and I think one of the the salient points that we got from the ministry's leadership is integration, integration, integration. So we shouldn't be creating programs that actually are to the side and add on. It must be infused into what's already happening. So what we've done is to ensure that the training that happens with our teachers or some of our education officers must be a part of that process, because those are the mechanisms already in place to monitor and support what's happening on the ground. So we've built that into our programs, and we should see a cascading and a ripple effect happening where we should be going into the QECs to impact that change also. So that's the approach that we have been pushing.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so very much. Mr. Damian Campbell there, ladies and gentlemen, from the British Council. I have time, I believe, to open the floor for questions from, I have time overall, generally, to open the floor for questions from the audience to Mr. Campbell. We have no questions so far? Not yet. All right. Thank you so very much. Oh, we have one hand. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Hello.
Yes, we're here.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And to the panelists, good morning as well. STEM takes money. What is the recommendation of the British Council in terms of the sustainability of funding in relation to this area? Any suggestions for that particular piece?
I mean, that's something that we have been trying to demystify. We're working in countries such as Brazil, who, in terms of their education system, a lot of remote areas. So we have been supporting teachers on developing more innovative approaches that are low resource technologies that can be used. So what we try to do in our programs is to help teachers to be innovative in terms of how can I use what I have now to create the programs that we need to. So I'd say let's not start with it being costly. We understand that, when it comes to devices, etc., it will cost a lot. But how can we use mainly offline resources to start simple programs? I remember our engagement with the Herbert Morrison Technical High School and their science program, and they were teaching topography. And they developed a sandbox, which is basically a piece of ply and sand. Granted, they infuse that with technology, but we're asking persons to look into those approaches because we're having now young people coming up with solutions to some of those things to help with the learning process. So it's that collaborative approach, and once you start from there, you can see progression being made in terms of the input that comes from your leadership, the input that comes from other stakeholders who are looking on and very motivated to see the changes that you want to make.
Okay, thank you so very much. All right, any further questions from the audience? I think I have time for one more.
Just thinking of what is the nature of the support that you also provide to primary schools as it relates to the integration of STEAM in the curriculum, just because your examples were mostly secondary.
Yeah.
And for effective change to take place, you have to start from the very early stages.
I must say, this year is the first year actually we're moving to STEAM at the primary level, and that was also a recommendation that came from the ministry, because we've been mainly targeting secondary schools. So for a primary school program, we have procured the services of a company from the UK, Microbit Education Foundation. They have a microbit device. It's a small board that can be used for various activities in the classroom to bring out components or content from the curriculum. So that's the main tool that we're going to be using to engage our primary schools. But in addition to that, we're bringing on additional pedagogical resources that should support teachers to enhance the delivery of the curriculum. So those are the two approaches that we're going to be using. It's going to be strongly founded on capacity building for teachers. So how do they actually use the microbits in the science class, physics class, PE class, music class? So, and this is basically just an example of what's available. But that's a tool that we've used in other countries. We've seen the success that it has gained. So we're bringing that to Jamaica. They're already here. We're just waiting to go into training of the teachers in September once things settle. And we should see that progress over the coming years.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you. One more question. I like the engagement.
Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I love technology. I love research. I like innovativeness. Activities are good, but on top of that, I like intervention. So when we have, for example, these schools coming up with these bright, innovative ideas, and they're launched, and you have an activity or a presentation then, and these schools are awarded something, and they have that moment. The next part of me is, where do we go from there? So the sustainability of these interventions, this is where I always have my little drawback, because after the grand moment, what's next? And it always puzzles me in my little corner. What as I say, I like researches and I like innovativeness. So where do we take it from there? That's my question.
Yeah, I think one of the key points is how do we, it goes back to where we started in terms of how we connected with the industry. So we have to expose industry experts, industry leaders to what's happening in our schools. And that's the gap that we've not worked on very well. And that's something that we're bringing to the table going forward, where a Caribbean Boilers, who is now bringing students to the nest to let them see how an almost fully automated system works for chickens. How do we get young people to connect into that and to see that there's a progression beyond university? How are they also funding and supporting these programs? So I think that's where we need to bridge that gap. So young people are getting that experience too. So yes, I've progressed well. I came up with some good solutions in my school project, my school program. How do they move now to get further exposure into the industries that they see relevant? And what we're bringing to this program for the key areas, whether it be food security, whether it be climate change, we are engaging private sector organizations to be on the journey with us, with the ministry, to see what's happening and support that process. So they must be talking with the ministry. It cannot be that as industry experts, we're just over here waiting for graduates to come into our program. We must be supporting the ministry to get them ready. And I think that if we do that, we should make some good steps forward.
Thank you so very much, and thank you to our audience members for those very robust questions. You know, a key takeaway from your presentation for me, I just came up with this little tagline: connect, do, and grow. So you're connecting with students, with industry, you're connecting partners to the schools, right. And you know, the children are doing the things, and then, you know, together we grow. We're growing the school system, we're growing the economy. Thank you so very much, Mr. Damian Campbell, ladies and gentlemen. Please give him a round of applause. We're going to change gears just a little bit now. One of the challenges, well, for those persons who know me, I'm a very big advocate for those persons who might be left behind. Very strong sense of social justice. And so one of the other parts of the conversation about AI and technology and its development is how we cater to those persons in our society that are a little bit more vulnerable and need a little bit more support. And so it's very important for us to balance the tone of this particular panel discussion. Professor Maureen Sams-Vaughan, ladies and gentlemen, and she's going to be talking about the role of educational technology in special education. Please put your hands together and to make her welcome.
I'm usually a bit of a dud with this, so let's see. Yeah, it works. A good afternoon, everyone. I think it's afternoon now. It's really, really great to be here. You know, there are some themes that have been running through these presentations and this whole meeting since I've been here. And one of them is about homegrown talent. And I have noticed that it's all homegrown. Your guest speaker, awesome speaker. I'm gonna just jump in on the homegrown because you know, I left Jamaica after my pediatric training for two reasons. One, because at the time we didn't have specialist pediatric training. We're just about developing that now. And the second reason was because I was doing research that we had never done in Jamaica on a very large number of persons. It was 10,500 children who were born in September and October 1986, Jamaica's first national birth cohort study. And I traveled to Bristol University because our university could not handle that data, because we had data following them up until, you know, they were quite on in age. And I traveled with two big reels like this. And those reels went to the Bristol University Computer Center. And I would work across from Bristol. My office was across from Bristol University. I was doing my PhD in epidemiology. And I would have to send my things there, and they would come out in this printout with these, you all remember, some of you, the green and white little printouts. Now I have that data and 10 other data sets on my laptop, which is in my handbag. So, you know, this is where we have come in terms of technology. And I wanted to mention one other thing about my interaction with education officers. I remember very clearly. I was 3 years old, and I was attending VAS prep school. And I was brought out every time the education officers came because I could read the newspaper. And it was the pride of VAS prep that they would bring me out this tiny little thing, and they would just take the newspaper of the day and they would give it to me to read. But the backstory to that is also important. The backstory was that my grandmother taught me to read. And when I got to the age of about 7 or 8, I realized that I could read better than her. But she taught me to read to the level that she could. And that set me on a trajectory in life. So I tell that story all the time for parents who don't feel they can contribute to their children's well-being because they are not educated enough. Anyway, that was my aside. So today I'm going to talk, and that's my early childhood root, right? So today I'm going to talk about the role of educational technology in special education. So the first thing we have to do is we have to understand what it is we are talking about. So I'm going to start off with a bit of classification and definition, and then we're going to talk about that role. But guess what? Half of my presentation is already done by One Academy. So really, I'm really just going to be reinforcing what was said there. So let's talk a little bit. So educational technology refers to the use of digital tools, hardware, software, and resources to facilitate teaching and learning for everybody in the room. Whoever that person is in the room, that's what educational technology is. So it encompasses a wide range of things, from computers, but even lower than that, some education technology is even much more basic than that, to right up to AI-driven tools. It improves the learning process for all students, making learning more engaging, more personalized, and accessible. And we classify that in many different ways. And one of the reasons why we have had to change classifications is because this area of development is happening so rapidly that, you know, classifications are, a number of different classifications are coming up. But there are two main ones that I've introduced here, pedagogical and operational. The pedagogical ones are the ones that actually have to do with the teaching and learning. And then there's the operational ones, which are the back end, supporting the administrative and the logistical aspects. And then there's a hardware versus software. The hardware, which is the physical, the projectors, the computers, the whiteboards, to the designed instructional material or the software. Now I want to draw your attention now. Well, I'm going to mention some of the latest trends. And if you look over here, you see gamified learning with a different type of play. You know, in early childhood, we are all about play, right? This is a different type of play now being brought into the educational environment, but it does the same thing. It engages children where they are most likely to be engaged. And so we need to have that done. Using big data, using analytics, augmented reality. So you see this field is rapidly developing. Now, assistive technology is a little different. It encompasses any item, pieces of equipment, product system, whether it's acquired commercially bought or whether it's something you make at home that is used to increase, maintain, or improve the functional capabilities of individuals with disabilities. Now, assistive technology for teaching and learning is part of educational technology. Not all assistive technology is educational technology, but some of it is. And it's a subset, but it's specifically for persons with disabilities. And we have all kinds of assistive technology. Visually, it's reading aids, writing aids, computers, augmentative communication, mobility, activities of daily living. There is so much that we can do now. We classify technology, assistive technology, as low-tech or high-tech. So low-tech, you don't need electronic devices at all. Some of us think the word technology means it has to be electronic. It absolutely does not. It means using science to improve the practical aspects of life. So not all of it is technology. So you see communication boards, large print, eating utensils, magnifiers, pencil grips, all of those. And then we go to the high-tech things where you need software, AI, you need algorithms, where you require much specific training, right? Things like voice-activated devices. So for example, for kids with autism, who I work a lot with, you have AI-generated voices for those who cannot speak. So you see persons delivering valedictory speech at graduation using a computer, but that person has never said a word, right? And so what are the roles? So the first one is increasing accessibility and inclusion. Remember, those are two different things. Accessibility is how we get there. Inclusion is about having our children with disabilities in with everybody else. And technology is making that more possible for us. Personalized learning, because, and you heard about personalized learning in the One Academy presentation, children can learn at their own pace using the system that best suits them. And so our children with disabilities can benefit so much from that. They no longer have to be in a separate classroom. They need to be in the same classroom, using the technology that keeps them with their peers, that makes them feel that they are just like everyone else. Enhancing engagement and motivation. So the technology, interactive technology, the games, the simulations, the multimedia, again, we can do that specific to the child's disability so that we can keep them engaged. And you just think of how multimedia technology can keep a child with ADHD engaged, right? They need things moving quickly. You can keep them engaged. Chalk and talk is not going to engage them. But if you have virtual reality, they're going to stay engaged. And then we have improved communication. So we can facilitate communication and collaboration among students, teachers, and parents, even if children can't be physically present, which is what you're doing with the virtual classrooms that you're putting in. I was absolutely impressed by what's going on there. Absolutely impressed. all of these help to increase self-confidence and academic performance. Once children feel that education is directed at them, is working for them, they are going to improve. They're going to improve their academic performance. All those behavior problems you are seeing, all of those are going to go. The One Academy presentation also showed how data collection can be used to guide teaching. And that's a critical aspect. So all our teachers have to be on board with this AI, right? So that you're not sitting down there now you're just looking at percentages. You know, you're looking at, okay, this whole class, what's the biggest problem in this class, in this subject? Because they didn't get these particular questions right. You're using big data now. So in using big data like that and then doing that for the whole country, you begin to identify the areas where your teacher training needs to be focused on a global scale, but individually in schools where the support is needed and where the ministry needs to put that support in. So that can also be used to provide good information to parents so that parents can know how better they can support their own children. Can't do this without parents. We have to be engaging parents in this technology. Overall improvement in academic performance and reduction in behavior challenges I mentioned. But there are some challenges. And in the research I was doing for this presentation, the problems were similar in the United States as they were in Malaysia. And they were these: resource allocation for technology for children with special needs. And we have some local research from Jamaica that I did some research on disability, and a small sample, but it was a convenient sample. 41% of our disabled population were using assistive aids. And the majority of those assistive aids were mobility aids. And the second most common were visual aids. So they weren't really using a lot of technology. There was not enough access. So that's important. Limited student digital literacy training. So, you know, we have to get our students with special needs into literacy training. Teacher training, as I mentioned earlier, teachers need to be on board with the technology. And then the decision-making for technology use, which is at ministry level now. Well, you know, I have to commend the ministry. There's no limited decision-making for that here from what I just saw today. And then our job roles for special education teachers do not include technology in it. So we have to re-look at the job roles for our special education teachers, and then that will rebound to changing what we do in teacher training. And then the homeschool community. COVID-19 had its bad points. It did a lot of bad things for education. But COVID-19 is one of the reasons that we are so technology-focused right now. It forced us into technology, and it allowed us to move on into the technological space. But it also highlighted that there was a greater disparity between children with special needs and children without special needs in terms of our ability to reach them with technology. So we have a lot of work to do. We are moving fast with the technology here, and I'm very, very pleased about that, but we still do have some things to look at. All right, so thank you all for listening. Bye now.
Thank you so very much, Professor Sams Vaughan, for that presentation. The question I have for you leading out is, how do you propose that we, and this is of course acknowledging the work that the ministry has done in partnership with other agencies, and you mentioned COVID, and a lot of work went into getting devices to people in the rural areas, and of course we know the community internet, but we're still seeing that there is a challenge there. How do you propose that we try to bridge that divide with a student, for example, who lives in St. Elizabeth in the small community of Kilmarnock, which is way up there in the hills at the border of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland? what have you seen that works in other countries with similar remote situations?
In the remote areas, what's being used mostly is Wi-Fi, and it's a good thing that we're seeing more of our communities engaged with community Wi-Fi. And indeed, some research that I did during COVID was how much parents were using WhatsApp. WhatsApp was the key way for getting things, information through to students on WhatsApp. WhatsApp was an amazing thing at the time. But it's about us. You see that bit about the resources. It's about us understanding too that the initial investment in the access, the devices, that initial investment is going to reduce overall costs in the long run. Because I mean, look at what the ministry is doing with the streaming of the teachers. You're using less teachers, and you're reaching larger audiences. But you need those devices. So in the long term, so we need some cost-benefit analyses to guide us as to how best to do those things.
Understood. You did mention your understanding of the need for parents. We've been talking about one of the challenges is teacher training and of course getting our students literate. But how would you propose involving parents in the process? Special needs, children with special needs, the work really doesn't stop in the classroom for them. It's continuous as they get home. How can we get parents more involved in that particular process of using the assistive technology to support their learning even at home?
Well, I think the schools have to play a major role in that, in terms of engaging the parents through the school system. All the parents have their cell phones, I mean, of different levels, of course, from the bangers up to the most high-tech phones. But I think bringing parents in to schools, showing them what schools are doing and how schools can use technology to improve the outcomes of their children. And the basis of our parents is that they want their children to do better than them. Yes. It's a very Jamaican thing. Yes. Your children must do better than you did.
Yes, that's correct.
And we need to build on that cultural strength that we have, to engage our parents more by bringing them in and showing how they are doing. And the inclusivity is going to be a big part of that. Parents become better connected to schools and their children when they feel a part of the school, when they feel that the school is looking after their children, caring for their children. And I tell you, we have some cultural challenges with the inclusivity. Yes. We do have those challenges at our school level, and we do have some challenges with other parents who don't wish these children to be in the same school as their children. So we have some public education to get over some of those. We have some cultural strengths, but we do have some cultural challenges. The greatest challenge I hear in my office is the parents the parents going to schools, and the schools say, no, we can't do anything for them. You can. You absolutely can. We're not trained. We're not trained. So we have to move away from that, and we have to move into the more inclusive setting.
And I suspect perhaps a part of it too is there needs to be a demystifying of what these technologies look like, and even the level of affordability too, because they're not all extremely expensive. Mm-hmm. Some of them are free. And community and partnerships can help to achieve some of the access and inclusivity that we're talking about as well.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely.
I'm opening the floor to questions. Thank you. Can I get 5 minutes on the clock for that, Mr. Johnson? I'm opening the floor to questions to Professor Sams Vaughan about her presentation. While the hands are going up, I can hardly see her. Yes, there's a while the mic is coming, Damien, I want to kind of loop you in on this part of the conversation. We're talking about students that are differently abled, and your presentation talked about preparing students overall for the work world. Where is the conversation going for these particular kinds of students and the future? You can mull on it a little bit, and let me take this question. All right.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask my question from where the moderator left off with regards to the examples then of whether software or applications that, since we're sitting in this space, that you could suggest that we could actually try out when we leave our space or while we are sitting. Anything that can help, software or applications for special needs.
Oh, that's a pretty that's a pretty broad topic. So I'd have to get that to you after.
Okay. Yeah. All right, Mr. Campbell, you can jump on with your response.
All right. What we've seen as very, very important to that process is starting off with awareness. At the British Council, what we have developed for internal purposes an EDI policy, and it outlines at least at a basic level what is expected across all our programs and how we engage people, understanding that we have individuals with different realities, different needs, and we must be able to meet people where they're at. So just assessing the group of people who are serving, what their challenges are, and develop a plan in terms of how we can support them. And that's where we suggest that as educators we look at. So as was said, it's not we can't help, but we must make that assessment of what the challenges are and coming up with solutions to addressing those. And I think once we move along that channel, we should be able to come up with solutions. I was sharing earlier that one of the challenges we had in a similar STEM program we have in Jamaica now is working with kids in the Amazons. So the literacy rate was pretty low, not only for the children, but for the parents. And we got what we call it's called the Green Tick app. So what that allowed is just downloading it on your basic device. And there were some activities that young people had to connect with to ensure that they were keeping abreast of what was happening at a central level, even though they were operating remotely in the forested areas. So we have to look at what are some of those low-tech resources that we can provide, whether it be parents for them to engage with, but also teachers in those areas to ensure that people are included and feel a part of the process and working together to address that issue. So I think that's a good approach. But it starts with awareness for me, understanding what the issues are, and once we take it from there, we're better in a position to support.
Well, my issue is when, let's call her little Mary, who is probably mid-level on the autism spectrum, and she leaves, for example, at Santa Cruz Special Education Center, and she has to go into this new world. How does she fit in? Are there industries, are there private sector organizations that are able to facilitate her being a part of that space where it's no longer a typewriter, it's no longer a computer with, so I don't know if Professor Thompson, I know I've been leaving you out of the conversation a little bit, but I want to take the opportunity to sort of bring you in at this point. If you could share with us any insights on how do you think we can get our children there, so it's easier for our normal presenting students to get a job at Wysinco or the bank, what about our special education students?
Thank you. I want to begin by revisiting a point that Mr. Campbell made in his presentation about the relationship between industry and the academy, and the point at which the construction of the, might I say, the content of the preparation begins. Schools tend to prepare students for an imagined world, and I think what Mr. Campbell was saying is that there needs to be a conversation before the preparation, or certainly the preparation needs to take account of what industries need. Yes. So in my imaginary design of the Thompson Academy, if I might, when students come at age 12, they go to the field, they go to the mechanic shop, to the electrical department, and they simply observe and take notes. It is after they have done observation for some time that they then go to the classroom to learn the theory. So the theory immediately makes more sense and evokes less resistance because they've had that early exposure. So when it comes to how we relate to industry, I think the Minister of Education may want to consider doing more engagement with the industrial sector and to ask the question, what kind of students do you need? And alongside that question is to speak to the fundamental issue of the disparities in our society which require greater levels of inclusiveness, because students with special needs are not just students who have, as Prof. would have illustrated, some physical disabilities. They are, as you have said, persons who have some interpersonal and intellectual challenges which can be managed, and schools can do something about everything. Because as I'm going to argue when I speak later, if the schools can't do something about everything, who will? So part of the fundamental responsibility of the education, might I say, function in society is to develop solutions to the variety of challenges we face across the society. I was particularly moved by the profound distinction that Prof. made between low-tech and high-tech, and the demystification of which you spoke in describing her contribution. That light bulb there is a technology. This, in my hand, is a technology. That chair is a technology. It's just that it's at a different level. So technology, as Prof. says, refers to the various solutions for enabling us to function in our world. So if I might answer your question very directly now, that student who has particular needs for which the industry has not been properly apprised can be solved by the conversation with the employer sector being made aware. Damien used that word awareness quite a bit. Yes. By being made aware of the range of realities that students have, whilst they are making us aware of the range of needs that they have. Yeah.
All right, thank you so very much, Professor Thompson. And I'm coming back to you, Professor Sams Vaughan, for you to give the final plug on this particular section of the program.
Well, I wanted to mention two things. One, there are a number of agencies that, once you walk in there, you see how they engage and specifically employ persons with disabilities. Those of you who have been in Lashushan, you see that the hearing impaired are there. Those of you who have been to Super Value, you see that they go out of their way to engage persons with disabilities. So this needs to be done on a slightly wider scale. The other thing is that you know, sometimes our education system is built only on looking at a very narrow range of strengths. And what we have to do is identify the different strengths that children have. So children with autism, some kids with severe autism who like neatness, they do awesome at packing supermarket shelves. That's a strength that they have, right? And so it's about finding the strength that children have and using that strength to give them a focus in life, which is something that they are particularly interested in and good at. And we have to give them opportunities to show us their strengths. And when they show us their strengths, then we have to identify them and support them in that strength.
All right. Thank you so very much, Professor Sams Vaughan. Damien, I see you take up your microphone again. You have a okay. All right. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not seeing another hand. I'm seeing another hand. I'm seeing another hand. The hand is here. The hand is there. Where is the hand? The hand is here. Okay, the hand is there. Let's take that question. Or that question.
No, this one.
Oh, that one first. Okay. We're going with you, Dr. Carr.
I have a son who is on the autism spectrum, and I got him to one school that expelled him after a while. They couldn't understand him, they couldn't deal with him. And so I got him into another school, and I got a shadow to watch over him. And within the space of 6 months, the school called me to say he doesn't need a shadow. And I couldn't understand. And my understanding now is that the school, in terms of how fair they are with special needs kids, were able to lead my son from 5 tantrums per week to 1 tantrum every 5 weeks. And I think that this is the essence of where we are to be looking at. How do we get our schools or our teachers to be aware of all the strategies that would get our kids along the pathway? So this is one morning we were doing Jamaica Day. And the whole morning I was trying to put on a Jamaica shirt on this little boy. And he said, hell no. I got to school, the teacher took the shirt from me and hold him by the hand. I said, come. And the same little boy come back in a Jamaica t-shirt. So the understanding is that the training of some of these teachers need to be looked at in terms of how you impact special needs kids.
All right.
That's my input.
That's your input to the conversation.
Another input, quickly.
Quick input,
Another
yes.
quick input. In listening this morning to Steve Lawrence, I am thinking that ahead of the game, using AI, using the teachers. So the assessment is made by Dr. Sams Vaughan. So she makes an assessment. This child is at this level of the autism spectrum. And the teacher inputs all the things that this child is doing now. Whether AI would not be able to produce at a later stage in light of where he's coming from, in light of what he's been doing, then we are getting to another stage. Where is he at for the next stage? That's a question to Dr. Sams Vaughan.
Yes, so just as you saw AI designing lesson plans, AI can also be used to design interventions. We are at an earlier stage with that now than the lesson plans, but I see that as a very bright light in the future, for the immediate future too, for our children in terms of designing programs specifically for them. But what we have to be doing is investing in the teachers, as mentioned, investing in the teachers. And it's important that we invest in all teachers for special education. There does need to be the specialization, but all our teachers need to be aware, all of them. We're talking about 15% of the population in the US. the US population has greater access to health and education, and so we're looking at upwards of 15% is what we're looking at. We can use 15% as our baseline, but it's likely to be a whole lot more given that we are a low and middle income country, okay? So we can't put 15% of our population in special schools. And that's what needs to be driven home to our teachers and our schools. And even when we put them in schools, we can't just put them all in one class. Every report I write that the research shows that children do better when they're in an inclusive environment. And we need to move to that environment where our children do better. It's about our children. You need support, then we work on the support. We work on getting the shadow. But Stephen did the bit about getting the shadow, but guess what? Sometimes before they even see the child, schools say the child needs a shadow. Yeah. And I'm seeing this child in front of me and I'm saying, this child does not need a shadow. Okay? The child isn't even given a space and a chance. And that's what we need. Okay?
Understood. Thank you so very much. Is that Mr. Wainwright?
So it's just directly to you, Professor Vaughn. Just wanting to know the prevalence of the use of assistive technology, specifically for students with cognitive disabilities, the prevalence of such use within the Jamaican education system.
We don't have that data. We absolutely don't. The first data we have is what I gave you when I was doing a national study in Jamaica, and it was just a small sample. I said 41% of the population, which included adults and children, 41% of the population that was sampled were using assistive devices, and the majority of those were mobility devices. More than 40% of those were mobility devices. And then another 12% were visual devices. So the use of cognitive and all those other things would be very, very, very low. And that's why the data, but even out of the US, it's showing that there isn't enough investment in technology for children with special needs. So me and PS are going to talk about, a little later on the research that needs to be done.
That's your research, sir. I'm putting you on that committee to do that research, all right? All right. Thank you so very much, Professor Sams Vaughn. Thank you also to our audience members that have given us some pretty good questions. So we're finding strength here with our students. We're identifying them, we're supporting and developing the strengths, and then we're allowing them to grow. All of this built on, as you call it, Damien, the awareness of where the needs are so we can plug those holes in the system and support these children as they move forward. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're shifting the final gear, and I can tell you, as you can tell, I'm no longer nervous. I'm seeing the very bright light at the end of the tunnel. I'm seeing in really practical ways how as an education ministry and industry leaders, and I'm going back to the word again, thought leaders. That's who we are. Put that, all of you, on your LinkedIn profile. That we can actually work smarter to further craft a system that will not see our children left behind and in the cold when the we're at 6 now, Prof? Industrial revolution comes. We're at 6, we're still at 5th. It moves so quickly. But the 5th and the 6th, or whatever it is, we're preparing our children for this space. Now, we can't have a panel discussion without some really academic focus, some considerations about change and driving change. And that's who we are. We make changes, whether we're doing it through policy or we're doing it through interventions. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to help me to welcome our final presenter today, Professor Canute Thompson, as he speaks to us about reshaping education for the 21st century, driving change in a technology-driven world.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. So I've listened to the very excellent presentation of the other two panelists, Mr. Campbell and Prof. Sams Vaughan, and I'm trying to think through how I might reshape my presentation to take account of the ideas, at least some of the ideas that they have shared. One of the first things that struck me from Prof. Sams Vaughan's, might I say, one of her cutaway statements, almost towards the end, she asserted that EOs have, my words, a certain level of agency, and she was happy to see the kinds of initiatives that were being undertaken, the presentation that came before, the panel discussion, reflecting some of the interventions that the ministry with EOs have been, the ministry has been pursuing. And I'm relieved to hear that, because one of the challenges I wanted to place before us as education officers, and one of the questions I want us to ponder, is the degree to which we are engaged in influencing policy and guiding practice on the ground. So I want to leave that as an unanswered question, but something for you to ponder. I take note, I had a dinner guest last night who joined me at at my table. I can't find her in the room, Dr. Euphema Burke. There she is. There she is. You know, as I said, there she is. I have a grandson, and you know, he's almost 2, Dr. Samswana, and you know, he plays the game. He hides. I said, "There you are." So, there you are. But I learned from the conversation last night that this is an annual conference, and I'm eager to review with you at some point, not just from a research perspective, but from a general learner perspective, how have the conferences before this year, so the last 5, the last 4, as the case might be, how have the products of those conversations been integrated into the broader conversation PS for how the ministry and the country operates the education sector. So I want to hear then also about how this year's conference will influence that. So one of the questions I want to then restate for you, how are you as EOs shaping policy, influencing policy, stimulating policy conversations around these issues, for example, of inclusivity and resources, and how are you challenging the colleagues you supervise or teachers on the ground to integrate the principles that you hold? So what I want to talk about today is this. So this is your theme, Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World. And I go back to my validation, if I might refer to it as that, or my attempt to emphasize a point made by Prof. Sams Vaughan that technology has been around since man has been around. So technology is not AI. It is the machete and the hoe as well. So the question we want to ask then, what are those technologies that we are seeking to use to drive educational change and transformation in our time? And one of the cautionary footnotes that I would want to insert is that technology is not the solution. Technology is a solution. It doesn't require technology, for example, to be sensitive to the psychological anxieties. Well, anxieties are psychological, maybe. Let's say it doesn't require technology to be sensitive to the anxieties of a parent who has a child who is autistic. It requires a human quality called compassion. it doesn't take technology for us to recognize that maybe the child is behaving in the way he or she is because of a sense of loneliness or the results of trauma coming from home. So one of the cautions that I want to leave with us is that let us not get too carried away with the notion. I've only have 5 minutes left. I'm not start yet. I'm sorry. Let's not get carried away with the notion that technology is the future. It is compassion and sensitivity to human reality. That's the future. Let me quickly then make a few points. So I wanted to have taken this particular line, looking at revisions, radical revisions and transformations needed. And I want to jump very quickly to this publication by Williams 2021, where he looks at or projects what life in 2050 would look like, a glimpse of education in the future. And he identifies 5 main issues. I won't touch the first one because that has been trampled upon and explored extensively. Neither will I take the second one because we have all been at it. I want to speak about the last 3 very quickly. Distributive and self-directed learning. I saw an article 2 days ago which said that doing medicine and law in this age is a waste of time. And we have seen over the last 40 years how jobs have disappeared, and the forecast for jobs disappearing in the next 20 years is even more frightening. What it really suggests is that schools should be focusing less, and this is a point that we have been making in education for some time now. Schools should be focusing less on preparing children for careers and focusing more. You remember those C's we were talking about last time, right? The 5 C's? Yes. That's really where education is. But as I will show you if I get to that other slide, that's where it has always been. From the time of John Amos Comenius in the 16th century through to John Dewey in the 20th century, education has been viewed as preparing students to be critical thinkers, to be collaborators, to be effective communicators, and to be problem solvers. All right? So a degree at the university must be changed. Preparing students with dumping information on them is no longer how the university functions or ought to function. It is to be exploring ways of strengthening how we enable them to ask difficult questions, to find information and critique that information. I was doing a little Bible study a couple of nights ago, and I asked them to take out their those who have smartphones. And I said, look at the origin of the word baptism. We're having a controversy on that. And different people's phones gave slightly different information, which confirms what we all know. A lot of garbage is out there. A lot of good things are out there. It is how, dig deeper to find where the origin of accurate knowledge exists. So, self-directed learning. So one of the ways, therefore, in which the ministry, Madam PS, needs to rethink itself, EOs, is how you are supporting self-directed learning in the classroom. You all know that places like Singapore and Ireland and Finland, we talk about them. They don't have mass testing. They don't have ranking, who come first and who come second. By the way, we still do that in school here? That's old-time thing. That's old-time thing. The way these countries do it now is that each child, with his parents or her parents, develop an ILP, an individual learning plan, and the child is assessed not by comparing his or her progress to the next child's, but how he or she is progressing along that learning plan, all right? That's part of self-directed learning, and I suggest that we should cut out PEP. That's the future. That's the future. The other element of the future is about problem-solving skills and vocational skills. You know, I want to suggest to us that we have been at STEM for a long time. Its previous iteration was TVET. I submit that. What STEM is, it really seeks to bring together different sciences to solve problems. What TVET is a practice of using specific problem-solving tools. So we are at this stage in our society needing to revisit how we present the problem-solving tools that students need to function in their world. It is a misconstruction, I think, of what the future is demanding for us to make a distinction between students who are good at certain things versus others who are not. What the education system needs to do is to recognize, Mr. Campbell, the broad diversity of competences, to be aware of the broad diversity of competences with which students are possessed, and to explore the broad needs of industry so that those needs can be aligned. One of the pillars of UA's strategic plan is alignment, because we recognize that some of what we do at the university is not sufficiently alert to and aligned with the needs of society. And as I said when I sat there, if education is not structured to solve or contribute to the solving of the problems of society, which sector is or will be, all right? So problem solving is the key mandate, or preparing students, rather, to be problem solvers is the key mandate of the education system. Yeah, I think I should get a bigger hand than that. Just playing, just teasing. And the final thing, the personalization of the education product. Personalization. This comes back to what the Irish are doing, the Finnish are doing, the Singaporeans are doing, the personalization of education plans. So what that really requires a lot of resources, eh? It's about how we retrain our teachers. It's about how we re-resource our classrooms. It's about how we re-engage our parents. It's about how we reaffirm our students. Because part of the challenge with how education has been practiced in our society is that we pick winners and losers. And it's the bright children who get the attention, which is why this business of inclusivity becomes a fundamental philosophical and pragmatic issue for successful classrooms. And I think my time, I have 2 minutes left, so let me run quickly to the other slide. Thank you. So I was saying, I want to revisit with you very quickly the purpose of education. So I mentioned Comimus in the 16th century. I spoke to Dewey in the 20th century. All right? I just want to mention two whom you'll know. My highlighting of their names was bad technology use. Red upon red doesn't work very well, eh? But you've heard of Ivan Illich. You remember Ivan Illich, right? And you've heard of Nell Nodding. Ivan Illich spoke about education being a process of developing the capacity for self-direction and self-governance. That was 40 years ago, 1973, all right? And then Illich, 30 years ago, sorry, not Illich, Nell Nodding, spoke about education, the purpose of education being to produce caring and competent people. All right? So the capacity to be caring in a world which is so abusive You know, I am just dazed and drained by the, what I'm going to call, and due respect to my Jewish friends here and elsewhere, what is the cruelty taking place in Gaza. I just don't understand how you bomb a truck with food for hungry people, all right? And then in our society, if those of you who are brave enough to join me on social media, don't come unless you can take cussing, all right? Particularly on X. It's a world where we cuss. So I propose then that we develop, we revisit then visit the issue of how are we constructing our education system? Are we supporting the areas of self-direction? And to the degree that that's the future, as Williams' research shows, self-direction, how should we now re-resource classrooms and re-prepare teachers to be effective agents of that new future? My time is up, but I'll take some questions.
Thank you so very much, Professor Thompson. Please give him a round of applause. He has landed us softly. But, Prof, I have to come at you a little from the side. So I read that article on LinkedIn just this morning, actually, that spoke about the fact that we really have to start getting comfortable with the idea that not everyone needs to go on to college and get a PhD. But in our faces consistently is this driving ideology of, and much of it is fueled by capitalism. I'm using the term loosely here. The monetizing of the technology, and we want to get everybody behind it. How do you propose a balance between this model? Can we go back to Prof's last slide, please? This model of education and reshaping. You're going against the tide. The tide is saying, hey, look, it's technology, it's dark factories, it's dark ports, it's production above all else. How do we maintain what you're proposing and balance that?
I'm sensitive to appearing to be evaluative, but I want to say brilliant question. The question is, if I didn't find it brilliant, how would I describe it? But leave that out anyway. Profound question. A couple of things. One, you mentioned earlier, are we at 5 or 6? The revolution?
Yes.
Right, that question.
Yes.
And I was having a discussion the other day with the people in the telecoms industry. So we are at 5G. A couple years ago, we were at 3G, and that worked. When is 6G and 7G? So here's my question. Here's my point. Who are the people driving these presumed changes in the technologies which create these early redundancies or obsolescence, requiring businesses to upgrade? Who are the people? I put it to us that this so-called change in the technology is fundamentally an economic decision being concocted by those with a monetary interest in forcing businesses to buy new products. Because when you look at, say, the zone of critical difference between 4G and 5G, it's minuscule. It's minuscule. But to ensure that shareholders and investors get the returns that they desire, you then, it's like the thief entering a community, breaking into 2 houses, and then sending in guys to say, we have a solution for catching thieves. So the question of how we build resilience towards that kind of impact is for us now to be critical of what we are purchasing and using. I wrote 2 articles critical of this craze about AI. And I have argued that what we are seeing as a revolution is not a real revolution, it's an evolution of technologies over time. There might be the element of the hallucination is frightening us, but it's because the algorithm has been created such that the machine can now concoct falsehood and make that seem like legitimate information. But we have been concocting falsehood for generations. It's not new. It's not new. The difference here is the capacity to transmit across spaces in the shortest possible time. So how do we deal with that? We need to begin to push back. It's a new. I want to suggest that AI, rather than being this great equalizer, as I've heard it described elsewhere, AI is a new form of colonization.
I tend to agree with you on that. It is. Because I go back to, and when we're listening to our main presenter's presentation earlier, I remember watching a video from 60 Minutes that spoke about what exactly was happening in certain African countries to train artificial intelligence, to train these large frame models to be able to give us the information that we need, and it really is very bad. Dr. Troop, it is people sitting in front of computers all day being forced to watch and identify, in some instances, very graphic scenes and identifying them correctly. But this is a country, I think was it Gambia? I don't remember which country it is, that they're opening their spaces to say, listen, we're friendly to big tech. So Prof, should I take away from it then that your way or your suggestion for us to really reshape education for the future is really to rage against the machine? Really to say, look, start to think about, as you said, what it is that you're consuming. Yes, we need to start looking at it, as you said earlier, as the means to an end, but not the end in itself, because once we do that, it becomes, we lose ourselves, we lose our humanity, and then it's, iRobot and Will Smith getting rid of robots everywhere.
Being, might I say, uncritical users of the technology and assuming that it is a solution to all our issues is dangerous.
It is. It is. Thank you so very much for that, Professor Thompson. I'm taking 2 quick questions from the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been so wonderful and patient. I am cognizant of the fact that we are within our lunchtime, but you've been an amazing audience. Do we have questions from the floor for Professor Thompson? Yes, we have one question from the front here.
Pardon me, this question is not for Professor Thompson, but really for Professor Sams Vaughan. We have persons in the virtual space, and so this question was submitted. A representative from one of our tertiary institutions is asking, are you familiar with the field of applied behavioral analysis? And if yes, how can it be used with the integration of technology to meet the needs of those students within the disabled community?
So most people would use the term behavior therapy as in the place of applied behavior analysis. It is a form of behavior therapy, but it is a form of behavior therapy that is most widely used because it was used first. It's most widely used for working with persons with autism, though it can be used for other means. The technology so far with behavior therapy has been used in the development of plans so that those can be created, but it still functions as a one-to-one kind of delivery. Therapy is primarily still at that level. The only thing that has changed in the digital space is that some of that therapy is being delivered online, and many persons find that the online use of the therapy is not as good as the one-to-one in the space. It's possible that that might improve with time as things change and as we grow in our understanding of how we can use technology, but we're not at that space yet. This is a particular challenge because all across the world, not just in Jamaica, I mean, if you tried for most of the therapies that we use for children with disabilities, whether it's behavior, whether it's speech, whether it's occupational therapy, it's going to take you a year, 2 years to get that form of therapy. And I just want us to understand we have specific challenges here in Jamaica because we don't have the training programs here. But even in countries where they have training programs, it is costly, and you still have waiting lists, depending on where you live. You know, places that are outside of mainstream big cities, it's really hard to get those services, just like it is here and in some other countries. So research may yet yield us some insights into how we can better provide those services. And that's why there's so much research going on now about trying to find we're still trying to find the causes of autism, because that's where we would work the best and have the greatest impact. It's eluded us. We have a number of risk factors, but the absolute cause has eluded us so far. But that's what research is all about. That's what technology is about, trying to find solutions for our current problems. And therefore, we continue the search.
Thank you so very much, Professor Sams Vaughan. And thank you to our persons that are joining us online. I am seeing that there is a hand. Very quickly. I have to release the people before they riot.
Good evening, good afternoon, colleagues. This question is for all our panelists, specifically Dr. Thompson, however. With regards to our teachers' colleges, if you had the opportunity to influence how the curriculum is taught there, or how our educators are taught, what direction would you go? How would you go about doing that?
Question, and it gives me an opportunity, thanks to the Master Control for highlighting my last slide. I would begin right there. I think that the first foundation course that should be taught in teachers' colleges should be called the Foundations and Functions of Critical Thinking. All right? That is where teachers are taught to be themselves critical thinkers and become enablers of critical thinking. The second course is exactly what you have there, all right? Affirming that artificial intelligence is a reality, which is to be approached with a certain level of discernment and critical thinking, pun intended. The second course is it will be built around how you develop this fundamental human quality called collaboration in an era of artificial intelligence, all right? And the third would be how you help youngsters help teachers to become facilitators of self-directed learning, all right? So those are three areas of the curriculum for teachers' colleges that I think would need to, that I propose to be part of the reformation of the teachers' college curriculum. Notice we haven't spoken about language or math or any other subjects. It is about how you develop capacities, and that's where learning really is.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Professor Sams Vaughan, and sir said it was directed to all members of the panel. Don't know if you want to dig in there really quickly, Damian.
Well, you know, I'm gonna go back to my niche, which is my children with disabilities, right. And I'm gonna say that we need to ensure that all our teacher training for, you know, our base level courses in teacher training must include inclusivity and must include working with children with special needs in our classrooms.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Campbell.
From my experience, working with our teachers over the years, while most of the content that we produce is for our students, we've seen teachers themselves take it on. We've seen teachers engaging in our programs become entrepreneurs themselves. And that tells me that we have to ensure that our teachers first, you know, buy into what is being delivered themselves, and by doing that, they become the better vehicles through which the information is passed on to our students. And just connecting what's real out there and making the classroom come to life. And I think once we're able to bring them along that journey, we're better able to support our young people.
Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our very robust, very august, very learned, all of those wonderful words you can think about panel. It was a tremendous discussion, very meaningful, very deep, real interrogation of some of the issues that we face as leaders in our industry. I'm hoping that from this you would have picked and plucked and taken some things that you are going to be trying to apply to our own workspaces as we go back. I want to say thank you again to the panelists. You were all so wonderful to work with. And to assist me in doing that, I'm going to invite Mrs. Dr. Patricia Mombilelo as she says thank you officially to our lady and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, pleasant afternoon. Allow me to stand on the protocols already established. As we conclude this enlightening panel discussion on reshaping education for the 21st century, driving change in a technology-driven world, it is my distinct honor to recognize and appreciate the invaluable contributions of our distinguished panelists. In today's rapidly evolving digital era, education stands at a pivotal crossroad. The integration of technology is not merely an enhancement, but a fundamental force reshaping how we teach, learn, and prepare future generations. This transformation demands visionary leadership and innovative thinking, qualities that our panelists have exemplified throughout their insightful presentations. Mr. Damian Campbell, thank you for sharing strategies for preparing students for the demands of the modern workforce. Your data-driven presentation highlighted the critical importance of STEM to foster creativity, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills in our students. By bridging these disciplines, we are preparing students not only to adapt to rapid technological advancements, but to lead innovation in tomorrow's world. We appreciate the partnership between the British Council and the Ministry. Professor Maureen Sams-Vaughan, we honor your unwavering commitment to special education. Your insightful presentation emphasized the necessity of personalized learning approaches, inclusive practices, and the vital role of supportive resources to empower students with diverse learning needs. Your work ensures that every child, regardless of their challenges, is given equitable opportunities to succeed academically and socially. Professor Canute Thompson, your visionary leadership in education was clearly evident in your thought-provoking presentation. You reiterated that technology is not the only solution to the problems in education, but one of the solutions. It is critical that teachers demonstrate the emotional intelligence to relate with their students. We are reminded that the key mandate of the education system is to prepare students to be problem solvers. By empowering educators with tools and strategies to lead effectively, you inspire systems that nurture student growth and foster environments where all stakeholders contribute to the vision of educational excellence. Panelists, in gratitude for your dedication and thought leadership, we present these tokens as a small symbol of our appreciation for your time, knowledge, and commitment to advancing education in this transformative age. And so I invite Mr. Damian Campbell to accept. Professor Maureen Sams-Vaughan. And Professor Canute Thompson. So once again, thank you for inspiring us all to lead with vision and courage as we collectively reshape education for the 21st century.
Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was member Dr. Patricia Mombilelo for those presentations. So, some instructions before we dismiss you for lunch, right? We're just a little bit delayed for lunch, just a tiny bit, right, Prez? So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to proceed to lunch, and then I believe it is fair for us to say we will return here by 2:15. Yes? We're agreeing, consensus, 2:15. And once we get back here, the room will be divided into different areas and presentations will be taking place. We have three presentations taking place. You're going to come back and you're going to participate in those areas that you are interested in. And so the program will guide you accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for your patience. See you right back here at 2:15. Before you go, you see how all of you give trouble and don't go to church on a Sunday? Everybody getting up to go and eat lunch without praying. Right, CEO? Can you imagine? CEO didn't move, She stayed in place. I'm going to have to lay my hands on somebody really quickly. Mr. Drisdale, can you just please come and send us off with prayer very quickly?
Let's bow our heads. Lord, we give you thanks for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us. We thank you for all that we have received. As we are about to refresh ourselves, we pray that you'll bless the meal that we'll partake of, that will be good for our bodies and our bodies to give you praise. In Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch.
Introducing One Academy's AI Lesson Plan Generator, your AI-powered assistant that helps you create high-quality lesson plans, handouts, and assessments in just a few clicks. Build plans in minutes, aligned with the national curriculum. Edit the AI content to match your style and needs. Store everything in your own content library. Once you're done, simply download. Share it with your HOD, so you can spend more time doing what you love. And there's still more to come. Upload your own plans and tweak them in seconds. Create presentations. Use MOE-approved templates. Share your lesson plans, give feedback, and vote for the templates you love most. Are you ready to join a growing community of teachers, making planning simple, collaboration effortless, and impact greater than ever? Teachers can sign up today and start creating lesson plans for free at oneacademy.com. But we don't stop there. Over 100 high schools already have access to One Academy through the National Virtual School Program. Schools and teachers can unlock even more powerful features, including scheduled live lessons, skill gap tests, assignable ready-made courses, student messaging and discussion forums, performance analytics and insights, and more. Join the growing number of schools and teachers transforming education with One Academy. Visit oneacademy.com or contact us today to get started.
Step into the future of education at the JAEO Research Symposium 2025 under the theme Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World. Join us at 9 a.m. on Thursday, the 21st of August at the Dream Rosal Resort in Spa as we begin the day with a powerful keynote address on AI in education. Come and share with our panelists as they explore how technology, leadership, and inclusion are transforming Jamaican classrooms. Then dive into our concurrent sessions on STEM education, leadership in 21st century schools, creating child-friendly learning spaces, and AI in the classroom. Connect with educators from across the education landscape. Brought to you in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and proudly sponsored by One Academy, powered by One-on-One, All Wrapped Up, Gift and Experience, Tip-Friendly Society, serving you is our pleasure, and the JTA Corp Credit Union. Don't miss this moment. Let's reshape education together.
Every teacher a champion, behind every great mind is a teacher. It takes work, but you show up when we need ya. So we got to support your goals, build your dreams and help you grow. We celebrate you and we got to let you know, more than a member, you are family. At the JTA Credit Union, you can count on us to serve you. You make the difference for everyone. Every teacher a champion. JTA Cooperative Credit Union, serving our members, impacting lives.
Lesson planning eating up your time, searching through outdated plans, losing weekends to prep, adjusting content for every new class? There's a better way. Introducing One Academy's AI Lesson Plan Generator, your AI-powered assistant that helps you create high-quality lesson plans, handouts, and assessments in just a few clicks. Build plans in minutes, aligned with the national curriculum. Edit the AI content to match your style and needs. Store everything in your own content library. Once you're done, simply download. Share it with your HOD, so you can spend more time doing what you love. And there's still more to come. Upload your own plans and tweak them in seconds. Create presentations. Use MOE-approved templates. Share your lesson plans, give feedback, and vote for the templates you love most. Are you ready to join a growing community of teachers, making planning simple, collaboration effortless, and impact greater than ever? Teachers can sign up today and start creating lesson plans for free at oneacademy.com. But we don't stop there. Over 100 high schools already have access to One Academy through the National Virtual School Program. Schools and teachers can unlock even more powerful features, including scheduled live lessons, skill gap tests, assignable ready-made courses, student messaging and discussion forums, performance analytics and insights, and more. Join the growing number of schools and teachers transforming education with One Academy. Visit oneacademy.com or contact us today to get started.
Step into the future of education at the JAEO Research Symposium 2025 under the theme Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World. Join us at 9 a.m. on Thursday, the 21st of August at the Dream Rosal Resort in Spa as we begin the day with a powerful keynote address on AI in education. Come and share with our panelists as they explore how technology, leadership, and inclusion are transforming Jamaican classrooms. Then dive into our concurrent sessions on STEM education, leadership in 21st century schools, creating child-friendly learning spaces, and AI in the classroom. Connect with educators from across the education landscape. Brought to you in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and proudly sponsored by One Academy, powered by One-on-One, All Wrapped Up, Gift and Experience, Tip-Friendly Society, serving you is our pleasure, and the JTA Corp Credit Union. Don't miss this moment. Let's reshape education together.
Every teacher a champion. Behind every great mind is a teacher. It takes work, but you show up when we need ya. So we got to support your goals, build your dreams, and help you grow. We celebrate you, and we got to let you know, more than a member, you are family. At the JTA Credit Union, you can count on us to serve you. You make the difference for everyone. Every teacher a champion. JTA Cooperative Credit Union, serving our members, impacting lives.
Lesson planning eating up your time, searching through outdated plans, losing weekends to prep, adjusting content for every new class? There's a better way. Introducing One Academy's AI Lesson Plan Generator, your AI-powered assistant that helps you create high-quality lesson plans, handouts, and assessments in just a few clicks. Build plans in minutes, aligned with the national curriculum. Edit the AI content to match your style and needs. Store everything in your own content library. Once you're done, simply download. Share it with your HOD, so you can spend more time doing what you love. And there's still more to come. Upload your own plans and tweak them in seconds. Create presentations. Use MOE-approved templates. Share your lesson plans, give feedback, and vote for the templates you love most. Are you ready to join a growing community of teachers, making planning simple, collaboration effortless, and impact greater than ever? Teachers can sign up today and start creating lesson plans for free at oneacademy.com. But we don't stop there. Over 100 high schools already have access to One Academy through the National Virtual School Program. Schools and teachers can unlock even more powerful features, including scheduled live lessons, skill gap tests, assignable ready-made courses, student messaging and discussion forums, performance analytics and insights, and more. Join the growing number of schools and teachers transforming education with One Academy. Visit oneacademy.com or contact us today to get started.
Into the future of education at the JAEO Research Symposium 2025 under the theme Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World. Join us at 9 a.m. on Thursday, the 21st of August at the Dream Rosal Resort in Spa as we begin the day with a powerful keynote address on AI in education. Come and share with our panelists as they explore how technology, leadership, and inclusion are transforming Jamaican classrooms. Then dive into our concurrent sessions on STEM education, leadership in 21st century schools, creating child-friendly learning spaces, and AI in the classroom. Connect with educators from across the education landscape. Brought to you in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and proudly sponsored by One Academy, powered by One-on-One, All Wrapped Up, Gift and Experience, Tip-Friendly Society, serving you is our pleasure, and the JTA Corp Credit Union. Don't miss this moment. Let's reshape education together.
Every teacher a champion. Behind every great mind is a teacher. teacher. It takes work, but you show up when we need ya. So we got to support your goals, build your dreams and help you grow. We celebrate you and we got to let you know, more than a member, you are family. At the JTA Credit Union, you can count on us to serve you. You make the difference for everyone. Every teacher at JAEO Cooperative Credit Union, serving our members, impacting lives.
Lesson planning eating up your time, searching through outdated plans, losing weekends to prep, adjusting content for every new class? There's a better way. Introducing One Academy's AI Lesson Plan Generator, your AI-powered assistant that helps you create high-quality lesson plans, handouts, and assessments in just a few clicks. Build plans in minutes, aligned with the national curriculum. Edit the AI content to match your style and needs. Store everything in your own content library. Once you're done, simply download. Share it with your HOD, so you can spend more time doing what you love. And there's still more to come. Upload your own plans and tweak them in seconds. Create presentations. Use MOE-approved templates. Share your lesson plans, give feedback, and vote for the templates you love most. Are you ready to join a growing community of teachers, making planning simple, collaboration effortless, and impact greater than ever? Teachers can sign up today and start creating lesson plans for free at oneacademy.com. But we don't stop there. Over 100 high schools already have access to One Academy through the National Virtual School Program. Schools and teachers can unlock even more powerful features, including scheduled live lessons, skill gap tests, assignable ready-made courses, student messaging and discussion forums, performance analytics and insights, and more. Join the growing number of schools and teachers transforming education with One Academy. Visit oneacademy.com or contact us today to get started.
Step into the future of education at the JAEO Research Symposium 2025 under the theme Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World. Join us at 9 a.m. on Thursday, the 21st of August at the Dream Rosal Resort in Spa as we begin the day with a powerful keynote address on AI in education. Come and share with our panelists as they explore how technology, leadership, and inclusion are transforming Jamaican classrooms. Then dive into our concurrent sessions on STEM education, leadership in 21st century schools, creating child-friendly learning spaces, and AI in the classroom. Connect with educators from across the education landscape. Brought to you in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and proudly sponsored by One Academy, powered by One-on-One, All Wrapped Up, Gift and Experience, Tip-Friendly Society, serving you is our pleasure, and the JTA Corp Credit Union. Don't miss this moment. Let's reshape education together.
Under the vibrant colors of black, green, and gold, Jamaicans gathered to celebrate the spirit, creativity, and unity of the nation on August 6th. But it was more than just a grand gala. It was a reflection of a nation that has grown stronger through resilience, unity, and bold leadership, with the leaders and patrons uniting to honor Jamaica's rich heritage and its promising future. The Grand Gala once again took place at the National Stadium, a site that holds a deep connection to Jamaica's history and achievements in many arenas.
Here is full, and there is about half the size of this crowd outside wanting to come in.
On the day we celebrated 63 years, the Prime Minister promised more reasons to celebrate.
This stadium, is a representation of our athletic prowess. But the truth is, we have outgrown the stadium. And the stadium is over 50 years old. It needs to be renovated. We have launched plans now to have the stadium upgraded and modernized and increased capacity.
Much to be proud of, that when we celebrate our independence anniversary here in the National Stadium to over 35,000 people and to the diaspora worldwide and to people who love Jamaica, it means that we are saying to the world that we are proud of our culture and that we are celebrating all that we have achieved.
At the heart of the gala were the 2,500 performers who lit up the stage and brought Jamaica's stories to life. They kept the crowd on their feet, literally. Paul Newman, a three-time choreographer for the Grand Gala, shared how the theme was chosen for his segment on Marcus Garvey and the preparation process for the performance, which involved a total of 420 performers from diverse communities.
Because of the whole U.S. giving the pardon to Garvey, so then that's a tribute and honor to him. And then we were given songs at Garvey that would probably push the Garvey message, and then we were able to put movements to it. We normally meet like 3 times for the week, so we meet in the different communities, and then we come to the stadium to do everything together. And when you come to the stadium, like the process starts over again. So one good thing that worked is that we knew what we were going to do before going into the community.
Do you remember? Oh, Marcus Garvey? Do you remember? Oh, Marcus Garvey?
It is amazing to see your work come to life. There's the passion that they have to give back to their country. It's amazing.
This is my second time performing at Grand Gala, and I really like just interacting with a lot of people. It gets a chance to know more people outside of my group, And I just like how Jamaicans can come around and celebrate our independence together.
Over the years, it's very good to see how Jamaica, we can come together despite the arguing, the violence. It's very good that we can come together, agree on things, and to just, celebrate Grand Gala and independence. So it's a very nice experience. In the spirit of the theme and inspiring Jamaicans to be proud and bold in their black, green and gold, the government paid tribute to 3 pillars of Jamaican music excellence: Leroy Sibbles, Capleton and Beres Hammond. For every person there, the Grand Gala was a shared moment of joy and identity. And as the performances ignited the crowd, the spirit and pride of Jamaica shined brightest.
I want to say to Jamaicans out there, you have a culture of which you must be proud. You have a heritage of which you must be proud.
Once upon a time, technology in schools was seen as a luxury or even banned, depending on school rules. But times have changed. Today, from tablets to smartboards and apps that bring lessons to life, technology has moved from the sidelines to the very heart of the classroom. In this feature, we will explore how the Ministry of Education is reshaping the learning landscape through technology empowerment. Our journey begins at the Ministry's Media Services Unit, a digital production hub where everything from textbooks to teacher guides and interactive video content are created to support the nation's evolving learning needs.
The Ministry has several strategies for integrating technology across the system. First, the Ministry developed a national ICT in education policy that provides a framework for the provision, use, and management of technology within the education system. As it relates to the national standards curriculum, we have ICT attainment targets and suggested tools for teaching and learning. As it relates to administration, there is the Education Management Information System, known as the EMIS, and that is used to support our school leaders to make data-driven decisions. As well as we provide equipment in terms of devices, internet access, and digital learning platforms to enhance the teaching and learning experience.
In addition to that, over 400,000 Google Workspace accounts have been issued by the Ministry, giving students and teachers access to Google Classrooms.
We have also have a broadband initiative, 2 initiatives actually, broadband and Wi-Fi. With broadband, we are providing improved internet access across the system. So approximately 723 schools have benefited from broadband. There's also Wi-Fi. We have over 323 schools that have benefited from Wi-Fi. That's in the first phase. And in the second phase, we have earmarked over 696 locations that will be receiving Wi-Fi.
But digital learning isn't one size fits all.
So there are several strategies to support our students with disabilities. There is the accessible digital textbooks. We have speech-to-text and text-to-speech software. These are digital books that are presented in alternative formats. As it relates to school-level support, for example, at the Salvation Army for the Blind, there is software to support our students. Schools for the Deaf, through partnership with the National Education Trust and e-learning, they have also provided assistive technologies to cater to our students' needs.
Behind every empowered student is a well-equipped teacher.
Our teachers at the pre-service level, they have access to webinars and workshops, online courses, and we have collaborations with both local and international partners. For example, we have over 780 hours of training for our teachers, both pre-service and in service. The pre-service teachers, they benefit from online courses. We also support our teachers through mentoring, where we pair beginning teachers with more experienced teachers to help them to make that transition. We have also ensured that our teachers who are in practice or in-service teachers, they have access to a suite of professional development courses to strengthen their ICT skills, because we are about building a digital competent teachers throughout the system.
As technology becomes part of daily life, the Ministry of Education is using it as a tool to drive growth and success for students.
Tech-based education is here to stay, and so there is funding arrangements to support technology use in schools.
Our journey doesn't end here. In our next episode, we'll visit a school where tech isn't just engaging students, it's transforming academic outcomes.
Under the vibrant colors of black, green, and gold, Jamaicans gathered to celebrate the spirit, creativity, and unity of the nation on August 6th. But it was more than just a grand gala. It was a reflection of a nation that has grown stronger through resilience, unity, and bold leadership, with the leaders and patrons uniting to honor Jamaica's rich heritage and its promising future. The Grand Gala once again took place at the National Stadium, a site that holds a deep connection to Jamaica's history and achievements in many arenas.
Here is full, and there is about half the size of this crowd outside wanting to come in.
On the day we celebrated 63 years, the Prime Minister promised more reasons to celebrate.
This stadium, is a representation of our athletic prowess. But the truth is, we have outgrown the stadium. And the stadium is over 50 years old. It needs to be renovated. We have launched plans now to have the stadium upgraded and modernized and increase capacity.
So much to be proud of that when we celebrate our independence anniversary here in the National Stadium to over 35,000 people and to the diaspora worldwide and to people who love Jamaica, it means that we are saying to the world that we are proud of our culture and that we are celebrating all that we have achieved.
At the heart of the gala were the 2,500 performers who lit up the stage and brought Jamaica's stories to life. They kept the crowd on their feet, literally. Paul Newman, a three-time choreographer for the Grand Gala, shared how the theme was chosen for his segment on Marcus Garvey and the preparation process for the performance, which involved a total of 420 performers from diverse communities.
Because of the whole U.S. giving the pardon to Garvey, so then that's a tribute and honor to him. And then we were given songs like Garvey that would probably push Garvey message, and then we were able to put movements to it. We normally meet like 3 times for the week, so we meet in the different communities, and then we come to the stadium to do everything together. And when you come to the stadium, like the process starts over again. So one good thing that worked is that we knew what we were going to do before going into the community.
Do you remember? Do you remember? Do you remember? Oh, Marcus Garvey. Do you remember? Oh, Marcus Garvey.
It is amazing to see your work come to life. There's the passion that they have to give back to their country. It's amazing.
This is my second time performing at Grand Gala, and I really like just interacting with a lot of people. It gets a chance to know more people outside of my group, and I just like how Jamaicans can come around and celebrate our independence together.
Over the years, it's very good to see how Jamaica, we can come together despite the arguing, the violence. It's very good that we can come together, agree on things, and to just, celebrate Grand Gala and independence. So it's a very nice experience.
In the spirit of the theme and inspiring Jamaicans to be proud and bold in their black, green and gold, the government paid tribute to 3 pillars of Jamaican music excellence: Leroy Sibbles, Capleton and Beres Hammond. For every person there, the Grand Gala was a shared moment of joy and identity. And as the performances ignited the crowd, the spirit and pride of Jamaica shined brightest.
I want to say to Jamaicans out there, you have a culture of which you must be proud. You have a heritage of which you must be proud.
Once upon a time, technology in schools was seen as a luxury or even banned, depending on school rules. But times have changed. Today, from tablets to smartboards and apps that bring lessons to life, technology has moved from the sidelines to the very heart of the classroom. In this feature, we will explore how the Ministry of Education is reshaping the learning landscape through technology empowerment. Our journey begins at the Ministry's Media Services Unit, a digital production hub where everything from textbooks to teacher guides and interactive video content are created to support the nation's evolving learning needs.
The Ministry has several strategies for integrating technology across the system. First, the Ministry developed a national ICT in education policy that provides a framework for the provision, use, and management of technology within the education system. As it relates to the national standards curriculum, we have ICT attainment targets and suggested tools for teaching and learning. As it relates to administration, there is the Education Management Information System, known as the EMIS, and that is used to support our school leaders to make data-driven decisions. As well as we provide equipment in terms of devices, internet access, and digital learning platforms to enhance the teaching and learning experience.
In addition to that, over 400,000 Google Workspace accounts have been issued by the Ministry, giving students and teachers access to Google Classrooms.
We have also have a broadband initiative, two initiatives actually, broadband and Wi-Fi. With broadband, we are providing improved internet access across the system. So approximately 723 schools have benefited from broadband. There's also Wi-Fi. We have over 323 schools that have benefited from Wi-Fi. That's in the first phase. And in the second phase, we have earmarked over 696 locations that will be receiving Wi-Fi.
But digital learning isn't one size fits all.
So there are several strategies to support our students with disabilities. There is the accessible digital textbooks. We have speech-to-text and text-to-speech software. These are digital books that are presented in alternative formats. As it relates to school-level support, for example, at the Salvation Army for the Blind, there is software to support our students. Schools for the Deaf, through partnership with the National Education Trust and e-learning, they have also provided assistive technologies to cater to our students' needs.
Behind every empowered student is a well-equipped teacher.
Our teachers at the pre-service level, they have access to webinars and workshops, online courses, and we have collaborations with both local and international partners. For example, we have over 780 hours of training for our teachers, both pre-service and in service. The pre-service teachers, they benefit from online courses. We also support our teachers through mentoring, where we pair beginning teachers with more experienced teachers to help them to make that transition. We have also ensured that our teachers who are in practice or in-service teachers, they have access to a suite of professional development courses to strengthen their ICT skills, because we are about building a digital competent teachers throughout the system.
As technology becomes part of daily life, the Ministry of Education is using it as a tool to drive growth and success for students.
Tech-based education is here to stay, and so there is funding arrangements to support technology use in schools.
Our journey doesn't end here. In our next episode, we'll visit a school where tech isn't just engaging students, it's transforming academic outcomes.
Under the vibrant colors of black, green, and gold, Jamaicans gathered to celebrate the spirit, creativity, and unity of the nation on August 6th. But it was more than just a grand gala. It was a reflection of a nation that has grown stronger through resilience, unity, and bold leadership, with the leaders and patrons uniting to honor Jamaica's rich heritage and its promising future. The Grand Gala once again took place at the National Stadium, a site that holds a deep connection to Jamaica's history and achievements in many arenas.
Here is full, and there is about half the size of this crowd outside wanting to come in.
On the day we celebrated 63 years, the Prime Minister promised more reasons to celebrate.
This stadium, is a representation of our athletic prowess. But the truth is, we have outgrown the stadium. And the stadium is over 50 years old. It needs to be renovated. We have launched plans now to have the stadium upgraded and modernized and increased capacity.
much to be proud of that when we celebrate our independence anniversary here in the National Stadium to over 35,000 people and to the diaspora worldwide and to people who love Jamaica, it means that we are saying to the world that we are proud of our culture and that we are celebrating all that we have achieved.
At the heart of the gala were the 2,500 performers who lit up the stage and brought Jamaica's stories to life. They kept the crowd on their feet, literally. Paul Newman, a three-time choreographer for the Grand Gala, shared how the theme was chosen for his segment on Marcus Garvey and the preparation process for the performance, which involved a total of 420 performers from diverse communities.
Because of the whole U.S. giving the pardon to Garvey, so then that's a tribute and honor to him. And then we were given songs at Garvey that would probably push Garvey message, and then we were able to put movements to it. We normally meet like 3 times for the week, so we meet in the different communities, and then we come to the stadium to do everything together. And when you come to the stadium, you know, like the process starts over again. So one good thing that worked is that we knew what we were going to do before going into the community.
Do you remember Marcus Garvey? Do you remember Marcus Garvey? Do you remember Marcus Garvey? Do you remember Marcus Garvey?
It is amazing to see your work come to life. That's the passion that they have to give back to their country. It's amazing.
This is my second time performing at Grand Gala, and I really like just interacting with a lot of people. It gets a chance to like know more people outside of my group, and I just like how Jamaicans can come around and celebrate our independence together.
Over the years, it's very good to see how Jamaica, we can come together despite the arguing, the violence. It's very good that we can come together, agree on things, and to just, you know, celebrate Grand Gala and independence. So it's a very nice experience.
In the spirit of the theme and inspiring Jamaicans to be proud and bold in their black, green and gold, the government paid tribute to 3 pillars of Jamaican music excellence: Leroy Sibbles, Capleton and Beres Hammond. For every person there, the Grand Gala was a shared moment of joy and identity. And as the performances ignited the crowd, the spirit and pride of Jamaica shined brightest.
I want to say to Jamaicans out there, you have a culture of which you must be proud. You have a heritage of which you must be proud.
Once upon a time, technology in schools was seen as a luxury or even banned, depending on school rules. But times have changed. Today, from tablets to smartboards and apps that bring lessons to life, technology has moved from the sidelines to the very heart of the classroom. In this feature, we will explore how the Ministry of Education is reshaping the learning landscape through technology empowerment. Our journey begins at the Ministry's Media Services Unit, a digital production hub where everything from textbooks to teacher guides and interactive video content are created to support the nation's evolving learning needs.
The Ministry has several strategies for integrating technology across the system. First, the Ministry developed a national ICT in education policy that provides a framework for the provision, use, and management of technology within the education system. As it relates to the national standards curriculum, we have ICT attainment targets and suggested tools for teaching and learning. As it relates to administration, there is the Education Management Information System, known as the EMIS, and that is used to support our school leaders to make data-driven decisions. As well as we provide equipment in terms of devices, internet access, and digital learning platforms to enhance the teaching and learning experience.
In addition to that, over 400,000 Google Workspace accounts have been issued by the Ministry, giving students and teachers access to Google Classrooms.
We have also have a broadband initiative, two initiatives actually, broadband and Wi-Fi. With broadband, we are providing improved internet access across the system. So approximately 723 schools have benefited from broadband. There's also Wi-Fi. We have over 323 schools that have benefited from Wi-Fi. That's in the first phase. And in the second phase, we have earmarked over 696 locations that will be receiving Wi-Fi.
But digital learning isn't one size fits all.
So there are several strategies to support our students with disabilities. There is the accessible digital textbooks. We have speech-to-text and text-to-speech software. These are digital books that are presented in alternative formats. As it relates to school-level support, for example, at the Salvation Army for the Blind, there is software to support our students. Schools for the Deaf, through partnership with the National Education Trust and e-learning, they have also provided assistive technologies to cater to our students' needs.
Behind every empowered student is a well-equipped teacher.
Our teachers at the pre-service level, they have access to webinars and workshops, online courses, and we have collaborations with both local and international partners. For example, we have over 780 hours of training for our teachers, both pre-service and in service. The pre-service teachers, they benefit from online courses. We also support our teachers through mentoring, where we pair beginning teachers with more experienced teachers to help them to make that transition. We have also ensured that our teachers who are in practice or in-service teachers, they have access to a suite of professional development courses to strengthen their ICT skills, because we are about building a digital competent teachers throughout the system.
As technology becomes part of daily life, the Ministry of Education is using it as a tool to drive growth and success for students.
Tech-based education is here to stay, and so there is funding arrangements to support technology use in schools.
Our journey doesn't end here. In our next episode, we'll visit a school where tech isn't just engaging students, it's transforming academic outcomes.
Under the vibrant colors of black, green, and gold, Jamaicans gathered to celebrate the spirit, creativity, and unity of the nation on August 6th. But it was more than just a grand gala. It was a reflection of a nation that has grown stronger through resilience, unity, and bold leadership, with the leaders and patrons uniting to honor Jamaica's rich heritage and its promising future. The Grand Gala once again took place at the National Stadium, a site that holds a deep connection to Jamaica's history and achievements in many arenas.
Here is full, and there is about half the size of this crowd outside wanting to come in.
On the day we celebrated 63 years, the Prime Minister promised more reasons to celebrate.
This stadium, is a representation of our athletic prowess. But the truth is, we have outgrown the stadium. And the stadium is over 50 years old. It needs to be renovated. We have launched plans now to have the stadium upgraded and modernized and increased capacity.
Much to be proud of, that when we celebrate our independence anniversary here in the National Stadium to over 35,000 people and to the diaspora worldwide and to people who love Jamaica, it means that we are saying to the world that we are proud of our culture and that we are celebrating all that we have achieved.
At the heart of the gala were the 2,500 performers who lit up the stage and brought Jamaica's stories to life. They kept the crowd on their feet, literally. Paul Newman, a three-time choreographer for the Grand Gala, shared how the theme was chosen for his segment on Marcus Garvey and the preparation process for the performance, which involved a total of 420 performers from diverse communities.
Because of the whole US giving the pardon to Garvey, so then that's a tribute and honor to him. And then we were given songs at Garvey that would probably push Garvey message, and then we were able to put movements to it. We normally meet like 3 times for the week. So we meet in the different communities, and then we come to the stadium to do everything together. And when you come to the stadium, you know, like the process starts over again. So one good thing that worked is that we knew what we were going to do before going into the community.
Do you remember? Do you remember? Do you remember? Do you remember?
It is amazing to see your work come to life. That's the passion that they have to give back to their country. It's amazing.
This is my second time performing at Grand Gala, and I really like just interacting with a lot of people. It gets a chance to like know more people outside of my group, and I just like how Jamaicans can come around and celebrate our independence together.
Over the years, it's very good to see how Jamaica, we can come together despite the arguing, the violence. It's very good that we can come together, agree on things, and to just, you know, celebrate Grand Gala and independence. So it's a very nice experience.
In the spirit of the theme and inspiring Jamaicans to be proud and bold in their black, green and gold, the government paid tribute to 3 pillars of Jamaican music excellence: Leroy Sibbles, Capleton and Beres Hammond. For every person there, the Grand Gala was a shared moment of joy and identity. And as the performances ignited the crowd, the spirit and pride of Jamaica shined brightest.
I want to say to Jamaicans out there, you have a culture of which you must be proud. You have a heritage of which you must be proud.
Once upon a time, technology in schools was seen as a luxury or even banned, depending on school rules. But times have changed. Today, from tablets to smartboards and apps that bring lessons to life, technology has moved from the sidelines to the very heart of the classroom. In this feature, we will explore how the Ministry of Education is reshaping the learning landscape through technology empowerment. Our journey begins at the Ministry's Media Services Unit, a digital production hub where everything from textbooks to teacher guides and interactive video content are created to support the nation's evolving learning needs.
The Ministry has several strategies for integrating technology across the system. First, the Ministry developed a national ICT in education policy that provides a framework for the provision, use, and management of technology within the education system. As it relates to the national standards curriculum, we have ICT attainment targets and suggested tools for teaching and learning. As it relates to administration, there is the Education Management Information System, known as the EMIS, and that is used to support our school leaders to make data-driven decisions. As well as we provide equipment in terms of devices, internet access, and digital learning platforms to enhance the teaching and learning experience.
In addition to that, over 400,000 Google Workspace accounts have been issued by the ministry, giving students and teachers access to Google Classrooms.
We have also have a broadband initiative, two initiatives actually, broadband and Wi-Fi. With broadband, we are providing improved internet access across the system. So approximately 723 schools have benefited from broadband. There's also Wi-Fi. We have over 323 schools that have benefited from Wi-Fi. That's in the first phase. And in the second phase, we have earmarked over 696 locations that will be receiving Wi-Fi.
But digital learning isn't one size fits all.
So there are several strategies to support our students with disabilities. There is the accessible digital textbooks. We have speech-to-text and text-to-speech software. These are digital books that are presented in alternative formats. As it relates to school-level support, for example, at the Salvation Army for the Blind, there is software to support our students. Schools for the Deaf, through partnership with the National Education Trust and e-learning, they have also provided assistive technologies to cater to our students' needs.
Behind every empowered student is a well-equipped teacher.
Our teachers at the pre-service level, they have access to webinars and workshops, online courses, and we have collaborations with both local and international partners. For example, we have over 780 hours of training for our teachers, both pre-service and in service. The pre-service teachers, they benefit from online courses. We also support our teachers through mentoring, where we pair beginning teachers with more experienced teachers to help them to make that transition. We have also ensured that our teachers who are in practice or in-service teachers, they have access to a suite of professional development courses to strengthen their ICT skills, because we are about building a digital competent teachers throughout the system.
As technology becomes part of daily life, the Ministry of Education is using it as a tool to drive growth and success for students.
Tech-based education is here to stay, and so there is funding arrangements to support technology use in schools.
Our journey doesn't end here. In our next episode, we'll visit a school where tech isn't just engaging students, it's transforming academic outcomes.
right, and she's making her way here. Can give her a round of applause. No, yeah. Cassandra, don't come up with that kind of applause. Go back down. No, Cassandra, you have to go back down. Pleased to welcome our first presenter, Dr. Cassandra Grant Barrows. Thank you. And of course, I will say some complimentary things about her so you'll know who she is. She's a passionate educator, servant leader, and mentor whose philosophy is to teach is to touch lives meaningfully, awakening change and shaping a better world. And this philosophy for Cassandra defines her lifelong commitment to education. Grounded in faith and inspired by global thinkers such as Kofi Annan and Nelson Mandela, she believes in education as a powerful tool for empowerment and transformation. An alumna of St. Elizabeth Technical High School, Dr. Grant Barrows holds a PhD. No, that's a big deal, bigger up for that. Dr. Grant Barrows holds a PhD in education from Salinas University of Sciences and Literature. She has held various leadership roles and now supervises 22 schools as an education officer in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, Region of Champions, yes? Region 5. Through workshops, seminars, mentorship, and ministry, she continues to uplift and inspire others. At this time, I really want to extend heartfelt congratulations to you, Cassandra, and to welcome you to make your presentation on the topic, the role of leadership and management in reshaping education for the 21st century, driving change in a technology-driven world. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Ms. Facey. And I'm just going to do a little mic check in terms of my presentation before I actually, okay. So we are good to go. Good afternoon, everyone. And permit me to stand on the protocols that were already established from this morning's session. Indeed, I'm honored to share in this research symposium, and I'm going to be with you for the next 20 minutes. And to borrow the words from Simon Sinek, no one gets up in the morning and wants to be managed. People want to be led. You cannot manage people. You can manage a process, a project, a schedule, but you lead people. Leadership is a human function. It's not a position, and it's not a rank, he says. Management, on the other hand, is a position, and it's a rank in an organization. Leadership, he says, is an awesome responsibility to see those around us rise, end of quote. So for the next 20 minutes, we'll be looking at the role of leadership and management in reshaping education for the 21st century. Now, in conducting this research, I sought to answer two research questions. One, how do leadership and management strategies in education influence the integration of technology to enhance teaching and learning in the 21st century? And two, what role do leadership and management competency play in driving institutional change to prepare students for the success in a technology-driven world? Now, why did I choose to look at this research study? Now, despite the improvement in access to education in our Jamaican context, we recognize that we still have issues with literacy and numeracy challenges. Despite the substantial investment that was made in technology, we still have issues, things like, sorry, my technical team. Could we say what is? Sorry about that. Right. So we still have issues despite the investment in technology and education reform. When we look at the data as of 2024, we can see that for language arts, the literacy rate, 67% at the primary level, and our numeracy rate, 60%. At the secondary level, we have a 38.9% for mathematics CSEC and 76.4% in English language. And I must pause to say, since the study, this data would have significantly improved. Now, before I go further, I just want to give us some definition as it relates to the context of our research problem. Could somebody tell me why we are having this? There is another. There's another file there. Yes. Could we open the, not the PDF, sorry. Yes. My apologies, colleagues. Let me just get that sorted. We're okay now? All right. Okay. Right. Thank you. So just to give us some context, when we talk about leadership, according to Northouse 2021, leadership is concerned with setting a vision, inspiring others and driving innovation. While Cotton 1990 tells us that management focuses on planning, organizing, and controlling resources to achieve organizational objectives while maintaining stability. Educational technology is the use of digital tools and resources to enhance teaching and learning. It aims to make the educational experience more engaging, more accessible, and effective through the use of our digital tools. Now, a number of literature was reviewed in conducting this study, and it shows us that leadership and management serve distinct but complementary roles. Leaders drive vision and innovation, while managers, they ensure operational stability. In education, this means school leaders must integrate digital tools strategically while maintaining efficiency and compliance. Effective leadership fosters innovation, promotes teacher training, aligns technology and with curriculum, while management ensures resource allocation, infrastructure, and policy enforcement. And those are some of the persons who we looked at. Now, when we talk about the competency for your manager as against your leader, there are some key competency that a leader possesses as against a manager, but when you look at the diagram, you'll recognize that there are also overlapping competency. It is important to make the point that in reshaping education for the 21st century, with a focus on driving change in a technology-driven world, both leadership and management competency are needed to effect the change successfully. Leadership is about inspiring or guiding individuals or teams to a shared vision or goal. Effective leaders focus on motivation, empowering their followers, fostering innovation, and creating a sense of purpose and direction. Leaders have a clear vision of the future. They can clearly articulate the vision of what the school or the institution can achieve. They lead through inspiration rather than authority. They have a high level of empathy that allows them to connect with their members on a personal level. Leaders are willing to take calculated risks. They have the competency of strategic planning. People development is also a competency of our leader. They have high level of EQ, emotional intelligence, that allows them to control their emotions, control their decisions and behavior, and that also help with the interpersonal skills. Management, on the other hand, it's about organizing the resources, the processes, and people to achieve specific objectives and maintain stability. Managers focus on organizing, planning, and executing tasks efficiently and effectively. Managers are adept problem solvers. They use effective time management skills because they have to meet a number of deadlines. They're also very good at delegating tasks based on the skill set of their team members. Now, when you look, you recognize that there are some overlapping competency that both your leader and your manager will share. Communication competency is one that as a leader as well as a manager you need to have, because communication is necessary for you to clearly articulate what is the organization goal, what is the organization vision, and to give guidance and direction. They should both have decision-making skill, and in today's rapidly changing environment, both your leader as well as your manager should be readily adaptable to change. They should be able to build positive relationships, motivate their team, and really should be able to manage conflict. The successful school will recognize the need for a balance between leadership and management competency. Leadership really provides you with the direction and the vision, while management ensures that the tasks are executed for the realization of those visions. Leaders inspire and motivate, while managers ensure accountability. So that balance is necessary for us to have a successful school or a successful institution. Now, in completing the study, I used the mixed approach where I looked at qualitative as well as quantitative data. So what was the finding as I looked at leadership and management in the 21st century school? The findings indicated that effective technology integration and institutional change require a dual focus on both leadership and management. Visionary leadership provides the overarching direction and inspires innovation, while effective management ensures the vision is translated into practical action sustained over time. Management secures the necessary resources, the logistics, allocates the funding, enforces policy compliance. Leaders focus on strategic planning, whereas management drives the execution of those plans. So to put it simply, leadership inspires the vision, management delivers the result. When we interviewed teachers and principals, they emphasize that leadership in the 21st century requires investment in staff capacity. Institutions embedded that have continuous professional development in their technology plans experience smoother transition, and greater teacher buy-in. And this was consistent with data or research data from LEAD 2003, which highlights that professional learning as a pillar of school transformation. Schools that prioritize capacity building also tend to involve teachers in planning and decision-making. Effective management include use of data to inform decision. Data-informed management aligns with Allenger's 2005 model of instructional leadership, which emphasized the role of assessment, monitoring, and reflective practices. There were some challenges highlighted by the participants, to include inadequate funding when they talk about the lack of reliable internet devices, lack of devices, teacher resistance. Some teachers lack the confidence and motivation to really adopt, especially when there was not sufficient training. And there were policy gaps that were noted. Some principals noted that while national initiatives like e-learning Jamaica provided direction and even devices, there's a lack of consistent enforcement or even monitoring at the school level. So effective leadership really, it positively impacts students' learning. The National Education Inspectorate, an agency within the Ministry of Education that evaluates standards, the data consistently show that schools with less than satisfactory rating for key performance indicator 1, that speaks to leadership and management, also have less than satisfactory rating for teaching and learning as well as students' academic progress. This data aligns with research information that schools most successful in preparing students for a digital future were those where principals acted as instructional leaders while also applying the managerial competency. Schools with both effective leadership and strong management succeed in technology integration. The evidence suggests that in Jamaica's context, as elsewhere, leadership and management are not opposing forces, but complementary functions that must be integrated for successful digital transformation in schools. So what are some of the implications of these findings? Reshaping education in Jamaica really Reshaping education in Jamaica demands effective leadership and management. School must blend vision and execution to foster technology adoption, innovation, and equity. Prensky 2005 argued that the current generation of students, often referred to as digital natives, they're highly engaged in their personal as well as their social life through technology, but they often find traditional schools unappealing. He asserts that there's no inherent issues with students' attention span or even their motivation. Rather, the structure and delivery of the education fail to align with their needs as well as their interests. He further stated that today's learners can concentrate for extended periods while interacting with digital platforms, playing games, and even engaging in creative problem-solving activities. Therefore, when disengagement occurs in school, it is not the students who should be blamed, but rather the educational system that has failed to adapt to their learning style. Principals must be instructional leaders and adaptive managers to ensure operational stability and successful schools. There is need for the Ministry of Education to reform its leadership and recruitment training. Now, there were some recommendations made. Recommendation for the Ministry of Education. In order for us to drive meaningful and sustained transformation, its approach to school leadership, recruitment, preparation, and support must be aligned with the dual demands of management and transformational leadership. And you ask, how can this be done? When you do research, you give the data as is without really giving your own assumption or your own opinions. But at the recommendation stage, you are expected to put forward proposals that are actionable. And so when I look at this, I recognize that in transformation and in transforming our recruitment process, we could actually look at using a competency-based recruitment framework. Now you ask, how can this be done? And this will require further research. We know what are the competency of a leader, what are the competency of a manager. It could be that a competency tool is developed so that right throughout your advertisement, your shortlisting, and your appointment process, it is used. We normally ask persons to take in recommendations. I will not take a recommendation from somebody who I think is going to give me an unfavorable recommendation. So why not instead ask that those persons who are identified as references, they complete a competency tool for the individual. You could also at the interview or the person actually complete one for himself or for herself, and you do that combination, because sometimes the way I see myself, somebody see me in a different light, and you look at both of them. Also, when you will look at how we structure our interview, it could be that we look more at scenarios that will take in how we treat empathy, how we solve problems, how we look at time management, and so forth. That is just one example. For our school boards and principals, they also play a pivotal role in how we reshape education for the 21st century. And so they need to ensure that their schools, they have technology plans that are aligned with the school goal. For our teachers, it is important for the teachers to own their craft and recognize that the 21st century skills that we want our students to have, we as educators, we need to ensure that we develop those 21st century skills within ourselves. And so we need to recognize that we too need to continue to do research. We are supposed to be collaborating. We are supposed to be problem solvers. Because the reality is that in order for us to have the transformation that we are expecting, we all have to make sure that the persons that are in the position of leadership, it is not just the management skills that are dominant, but the leadership competencies are also there. So in concluding, while the term management and leadership are often used interchangeably, they embody distinct yet complementary roles within any organization, particularly in education. Both involve working with people and influencing behavior, but their core purposes diverge significantly. Management focuses on maintaining order and efficiency through structured processes such as planning, budgeting, organizing, and monitoring performance. And this is in alignment with Cotton 1990. It is system-oriented. It emphasizes predictability and control. Management is about coping with complexity. Leadership is about coping with change. In the context of our 21st century education, especially in Jamaica's push towards education transformation and the goal of the Vision 2020, we need to have that distinction made between leadership and management and ensure that modern education demands more than just efficient administration. It calls for bold, adaptive, and ethical leaders who can innovate, respond to uncertainty, rally stakeholders around a shared vision of excellence and equity. The Ministry of Education must prioritize the development of such dual capacity leaders, those capable of operational effectiveness and visionary leadership to reshape and future-proof the education system. And I really want to just pay homage to some of the references that were used, as well as acknowledge the principals and teachers who would have also participated in this study, and thank the JAEO for really giving me this platform. And one of the persons that I really see as a leader in all sense, Nelson Mandela, he says, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. I saw this quote, I don't know who it should be attributed to, but when I saw it, I found it rather interesting. It says, when I talk to managers, I get the feeling they are important. When I talk to leaders, I get the feeling I am important. Thank you.
Colleagues, please to give Dr. Cassandra Bowers another round of applause. Cassandra, I'm so proud of you. That was such an insightful presentation. Well-paced, simple, but very profound. Some of the things that she shared I want to remind you of, and just in case you have any questions, she's here to answer them. Leadership is a human function. You can manage processes, but you can't manage people. Leaders and managers are complementary functions. With greater buy-in at the school level and opportunities for professional learning, particularly for teachers, there is greater buy-in and transformation as it concerns leadership integration. A competency-based framework for recruiting teachers, principals, I apologize, school leaders. That's quite an interesting approach. I thought about it as I listened to her, and I wondered, is there opportunities after engagement for building these competencies where principals are found to be wanting, maybe on the management side or on the leadership side? How do we as education officers provide support to continue to grow our principals in this job? Management is about complexity. Leadership is about coping with change. Are there any questions, colleagues, coming out of her presentation? Does anyone like to make, would anyone, like to make a comment before we allow her to sit, get off some of the nerves, and welcome our next presenter? Any comments, questions from the floor? This is room 1, you know, so you can't be shy, you know. Any questions, comments? Commendations, anything at all? Yes, member. Please stand and share with us. You can wait on the microphone. We want to acknowledge that we're streaming live right now, and so we want everyone to hear what our member would like to say.
Thank you, moderator, Member Daniel. I would just like to comment that the research really brought into sharp focus the fact that what we call school leaders really ideally ought to be both managers and leaders. I think in general practice we refer to them as school leaders, but the distinction between leadership and management was really reiterated through the research, and it brings into focus the fact that as the EOs who give support to the schools, we should be trying to ensure that both the leadership and management aspects of the job are really honed and developed.
Thank you so much for sharing that. One more comment here at the front, or question. She's right here ready to answer any question that you may have.
Suzette Morrison,
Hi,
Curtis, from Excelsior Community College.
Welcome.
An advocate for AI in education. One question for you. Your research was very profound. I found a lot of things that I could take from it. But just a thought. Do you think technology can be able to encompass some form of effective change in management and leadership from our principals in terms of using what we call AI technology to be able to grow, to change the sphere? Because we're living in a 21st century, and we need to at least have our leaders use the technology to be able to think critically more and improve what they're doing in the space. So I'm not thinking of technology being the forefront of how they do their management in their space, and see how best it can effectively carry them forward. What do you think?
Technology does have a role to play and we can't shy away from it. We are in the technology age. The leader is the one who's going to have that vision as to where, as a school, looking at the school leader, how do I want my school in terms of technology? What is the plan? What is the vision? And the managerial skill is necessary now to do the necessary things or tasks to execute that vision. So we need that balance. So while you have the technology vision, the leader is one who is able now to inspire the other members of the team to say, this is the direction in which we are going. And I also want us to understand that we are not saying one is better than the other. We are saying they complement each other. And so as individuals, we will recognize that my skill set may be dominant, may lean to one side or another. But how do I strike that balance? Because based on the nature of the institution, it may be that I have an excellent management team. And so what my job as the person at the helm is really, how do I inspire my team and let them know we've got this? Because you have the skill set. How do I put that skill set together with the right level of motivation and inspiration for the task to be done, for what we want to achieve, to be achieved?
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you very much. We want to take the opportunity now at this juncture. Oh, another question. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, President. I didn't see you. And your hand up. Distinguished past President. That's right. She has a question. Okay, but use the mic. You hear?
Let me congratulate you on your research, yes. Dr. Grant Burrows. It brought to sharp focus when I looked at the Venn diagram and I saw what was under leadership, what was under management, and what was in the middle. So I saw accountability over management. And I'm saying, okay, well, accountability has to be in the middle because leadership would also require some level of accountability. And I didn't see it there. So I don't know what would replace it under management. Under leadership, right, under leadership. Because I thought that, this could probably fit somewhere in the middle there or so, but I only saw it one place. Because I thought that, management, accountability is crucial and for anywhere at all you go.
I really want to thank you for the question because I would not want anyone to leave the room thinking that the competency that on either side is saying that as a leader I should not have accountability, I should not have problem-solving skill. What the diagram was showing is that what is the more dominant for one as against another. So as a leader, I'm about strategic planning. But having have that plan, who is going to execute the plan? And how will the plan be executed? And so in working with my team in getting the plan executed, then it means that some amount of accountability will come into play. And it takes me back to a colleague I worked with years ago who led an organization who I consider a transformation leader. But I recognize that he was able to turn the institution around and he moved to another very high-flown institution, did his thing, and he was like, and so I had a conversation with him one day, and he shared with me that he is a person who, when an organization is in problem, is having difficulty, whether it's performance or inefficiency, he gets a natural high, going in, getting the vision, fixing it. But the day-to-day operation, he finds that a little bit boring and mundane. So he now moved to the next high. And I said, okay. So he is dominantly this person who is going to inspire and lead the team. So you need that balance. And so that is what the diagram was really expressing.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Oh, go ahead. Okay. Yes.
And I want to commend you, Dr. Grant Burrows, for sharing that distinction. And I think it's very important that as school leaders or aspiring leaders, you know, we understand the difference between leadership and management. And at the National College for Educational Leadership, in the Aspiring Principals program, we usually start, the first module is transformational leadership. And it usually creates an opportunity for the persons who are aspiring to think about what kind of leader they want to become. And you know, the first thing you do is looking at transforming yourself before you're looking at transforming others and influencing others. So that's the first module. And then we also have the organizational leadership, instructional leadership, community leadership, and then in their field experience, that's where they put all of what they have learned and put it into practice over 3 months of execution. And, you know, a very important thing for us and our education officers and any teacher or persons who are looking at leadership is to understand that while it's good to have that technical skill, the soft skills, that's where the leadership part, that's where you're most influential. Right? So really thank you for sharing that with us.
And I thank you too for the comment. And while I'm pressed for time, but part in my research, the actual document, there is a role there for the National College of Educational Leadership to really look at how your programs, how they are the preparing persons who are really interested in school leadership. And you make a very valid point. One of the key thing about leadership, before you start leading others, we have to first lead ourselves. And one of the things too, as leaders are persons who have a high level of empathy, and so they are able to connect with individual on a level, on a personal level. And when you look at in our schools, and I'm not bashing the post of Dean of Discipline, but when you look in our schools and you see the cases that will come even to the regional office, you recognize that the managerial aspect is what is really driving a lot of institutions. And I understand why, because we operate within a bureaucracy where they have deadlines to meet and certain things to do, yes. But when you look at the cases, you realize that if empathy was there, it wouldn't get to this level. If emotional intelligence was there, it wouldn't have gotten to that level. And so we want to see how we can build the competency of the persons who are already in the position and those who are aspiring to have that sort of balance.
Thank you so much for that.
Oh, one more hand. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Grant Burrows, once more, please allow me to lend my commendations to the work that you have done as a real champion, you know. But I have to ask you about the scalability of your findings to what is currently on the ground. Maybe, and this is not any strong research of my own, but if you have 10 principals, you have at least maybe 4 or 5 that are not operating as much as we would want to, despite the work that is being done to get them up to the level that we want them to. We're contending with cultural approach, cultural views on leadership, how people view leaders' roles and how leaders themselves view their positions in the schools and how they lead their teams. So how do you envision the work you've done and the findings and recommendations being able to bring in those that are in the cold to the fold?
Okay. So I did a study that looked at instructional leadership, which is very important for successful school. And when I had a conversation with my control group, I from what was shared, I recognize that persons are not even clear as to what really is expected of them as an instructional leader to really drive successful school. And so we recognize that there's work to be done. And yes, they will tell you that while I want to be an instructional leader looking at the curriculum and making sure that what is happening in the classroom is really what should be done based on the goals that we would have had in our school improvement plan, for example, the time is not there because, Ms. Burrows, you are the same one that is asking me for all these things, and the ministry want all these things. And so we do have some real challenges that were highlighted in terms of the resources, human resource as well as material resource, our infrastructure, and as you said, even culturally. Because when you look at some of the challenges that we have in our schools, we recognize that for the 21st century learner, as research should have said, that we have the digital natives, and the way they see things, and the way they process information, and what they expect of the school. There's a study that was done by a researcher, Prinsky, that I loved. He's an IT person, so I love him because of that. And he talks about enrage me or engage me. And I can see clearly that a number of our learners, they are enraged because they are not sufficiently engaged. And they are not sufficiently engaged because of that lack of inspirational leadership that ought to be present in our institutional. Because when you look at even, I had a school who every year I could depend on that school for somebody to come to the region with something as simple as infraction as it relates to uniform. And so I realized it was a pattern. And so I said, okay, I'm going to wait for this September to see who is coming, a couple of years ago. And then I went to the school, and I just observed what was happening. And I realized that the ladies, the young ladies, these girls, their uniform was almost to the ankle. And I just observed. And so I then had a conversation with principal to say, help me to understand what is the vision that you have as it relates to dress code. I didn't just go and say, well, we were getting these reports. And there really wasn't a vision per se. It was just that the uniform should be 3 inches below the knee. And I'm seeing some that are longer than 3 inches. And you may have 1 and 2 that are a little shorter than the 3 inches. So, but I want to understand what's the vision, because for me, this should not be an issue that comes at the regional level. And so when we talk about leadership, we are talking about you have to have a vision. It should not be we do things because this is how we normally do it. And I even looked a little even how we engage students, what time we start school, what time our students leave. So it would take a whole lot of research, a whole lot of data to tell us. There are some things, but we need to start someplace. And so we need to, as I said, look at the competency that these individuals have, because we have learners who are really hungry for that sort of leadership.
Thank you so much, guys.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Right.
As a way of supporting the process of getting persons to be clear on what an instructional leader should look like, maybe we can start to also look at it as the persons that they lead need to know what their leader should look like so they can hold them accountable that way, and they can know how to hold themselves accountable that way. What do you think on that?
Yes, because it's going to take all of us. Because many times when we talk about leadership, we look at just those, the persons who are in some position of authority. And so we have to understand that a leader may not necessarily have positional authority, but just by nature of who I am, I'm a leader in my own right, in my own space. So even as a teacher, you are a leader because you are expected to motivate, to inspire, and to influence the students that are in your charge.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I want to commend our first speaker and you all for the thought-provoking questions that you asked. Keep them coming. I want to make the opportunity available now to our second presenter. She's a lady in full blue. At the back of the room, making her way forward at this time is Dr. Patricia Mombi-Lela. And while she's coming, yes, give her the round of applause that she deserves while I read her introduction to you. Dr. Patricia Mombi-Lela is a dedicated educator she looks like 16, but it's 26 years of experience, including 11 years teaching Spanish at the secondary and tertiary levels. She's renowned for her passion and humility. I want to commend that in your member. Dr. Patricia Mombi-Lela, your humility is really outstanding. I have known that as long as I've been here, and I commend you for that. She's an education officer in Region 4. Okay, nobody talking to me today. In the Ministry of Education, Youth Skills and Information. Dr. Mombi-Lela has significantly influenced Spanish education as an examiner, CSEC examiner, assessor, and team lead for the Joint Board of Teacher Education, and has assisted in the recruitment of the Cuban teachers. New ones are here as we speak, getting ready to be deployed, and she's very, very critical in that process. She holds a bachelor's and master's in modern foreign language from the University of the West Indies, a teaching diploma, and a Doctor of Education. Guided by strong faith and personal values, she continues to contribute to the community where she serves as a justice of the peace. At this time, colleagues, I want to warmly welcome Dr. Patricia Mombi-Lela, who will be giving her presentation on design of a national program of professional development for teachers of course, Spanish as a foreign language in primary education in Jamaica.
Thank you, Ms. Facey. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, that's much better. Having exerted so much effort and time in this research, I am grateful to the JAEO for providing me with this opportunity to share it with you. As was mentioned earlier, the title of the research is Design of a National Professional Development Program for Teachers of Spanish as a Foreign Language in Primary Education in Jamaica. The learning of Spanish as a foreign language in Jamaica is relevant considering its geographical location in the Caribbean, where Spanish is the predominant language. Therefore, its learning is considered necessary to achieve greater commercial, economic, and sociocultural understanding in the region and with the community of Spanish-speaking countries worldwide. However, the strategies to ensure its learning at the national level have been largely ineffective, mainly due to deficiencies in the professional preparation of teachers, especially at the primary level. This stage is crucial as it represents the sensitive period for laying the foundations of foreign language learning that will enable students to achieve linguistic and communicative development in more advanced stages. Based on interviews with the Director of Professional Development at the Jamaica Teaching Council, methodology experts from the Ministry of Education, teachers, as well as my personal experience as an education officer, the following shortcomings have been identified. A limited development of Spanish language skills among teachers and a scarce use of innovative teaching methods and resources to promote communication development, particularly the incorporation of ICT. Additionally, there is a lack of strategic approach of professional development at the national level that benefits all Spanish teachers in the country. To justify the need for this study, I will examine what occurs in practice and what is desired in the Jamaican educational system. Technological advances and global connections increase the value of foreign language skills for employment. However, teachers face gaps in linguistic and methodological abilities needed to develop students' communication skills. Additionally, professional development lacks a national strategic plan for all Spanish teachers. What is desired? We desire a professional development program that holistically addresses the demands of specialized training for these teachers. We desire teachers whose professional performance enables them to lead innovative teaching processes aimed at enhancing learning in the foreign language. In reality, though, there is a contradiction. The fragmented and partial approach to professional development which currently exists will not improve the professional performance of our teachers, and this ultimately impacts teaching and learning. The research problem is, how can the preparation of teachers of Spanish as a foreign language in primary education in Jamaica be enhanced to improve their professional performance? And the general objective of the research is to develop a national professional development program for teachers of Spanish as a foreign language in primary education in Jamaica, focusing on the design and the systemic structuring of content to contribute to the improvement of professional performance. The research follows a mixed methodological approach with a descriptive prospective study type. The population includes 56 teachers who taught Spanish as a foreign language in primary education in 2020. And the context, of course, is primary schools in Jamaica with Spanish teachers over the academic period of 1 year and 9 months from March 2020 to December 2021. The measurement instruments and techniques used include document analysis, surveys, observation, questionnaires, interviews, expert judgment, and focus group. To answer the problem, 5 research questions were formulated along with their corresponding objectives and methods. The logic I will follow in presenting the results is to answer each research question, outlining the contributions made. So, research question 1. What are the main theoretical foundations that underpin the process of professional development for teachers of Spanish as a foreign language in primary education in Jamaica? And the specific objective is to synthesize the main theoretical foundations supporting the professional development process of these teachers to improve their performance. And the methods, analysis and critique of sources using logical thinking processes, analysis, synthesis, induction, deduction, hypothetic, deductive, and historical logical methods. The main theoretical foundations include essential elements about professional development in Jamaica: the National Standards Curriculum, early foreign language learning, skills in language teaching, the communicative approach, the impact of professional development on teaching performance, the general roles of the Spanish teacher, and pathways for development. Also discussed are principal studies on professional development. According to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD 2009, professional development is the set of activities that develop skills, knowledge, experience, and other characteristics as a teacher. For Anyorga 1999, it is a set of actions focused on the teacher to update and perfect current skills, address deficiencies in teacher training, or add knowledge and skills not previously acquired. In summary, professional development requires methodical planning and careful implementation to be coherent with teachers' learning needs and professional activity. So the goal of professional development for teachers is to help them become better at their teaching job. And this involves improving their teaching by reflecting carefully about their work and using teaching methods, strategies, and useful teaching methods, strategies, and technology. Research question 2. What are the key features of the professional development process for teachers of Spanish as a foreign language in primary education in Jamaica? The specific objective is to analyze the professional development process of these teachers with an emphasis on the structuring of the content. And the methods, instruments include document review, teacher questionnaires, and the sample is homogeneous according to inclusion and exclusion criteria. To identify the stages, I analyzed how the changes in Jamaica's education system connect with the understanding of teacher development for Spanish as a foreign language, particularly in primary schools. This helps us find key moments in how teacher development has evolved, which leads to identifying the following 4 stages. The initial stages of teacher training, 1960 to 2000, updating of professional development, 2001 to 2012, enhancement of professional development, 2013 to 2019, and advanced professional development, 2020 to present. Research question 3. What are the professional development needs of teachers of Spanish as a foreign language in primary education in Jamaica? The specific objective is to identify the professional development needs of these teachers, and the methods: teacher questionnaire, class observation, interviews, and teacher survey. The methodology included a survey answered by 22 teachers. 9 lessons were observed, that's 40% of those planned. And interviews were conducted with the Director of Professional Development at the JTC, National Methodology Specialist from the Ministry, and 9 teachers. The questionnaire used was an adaptation of the OECD Teaching and Learning International Survey of 2018, which was applied to the population of 56 teachers of Spanish at the primary level in public schools in 2020. The areas of need can be summarized or can be classified into knowledge, skills, and attitude. And knowledge, that's the understanding the theory behind the teaching learning process, especially for teaching Spanish, and mastering the 4 basic language skills of listening, speaking, reading, and writing. For skills, that's the ability to design effective teaching tasks activities and materials for Spanish classes, to create appropriate assessments for language learning, and use digital tools to enhance teaching. Additionally, the ability to use Spanish accurately and creatively, both inside and outside of the classroom. And for attitude, it's reflecting on the teacher's role in the learning process and its impact on students and society, along with maintaining a continuous commitment to personal learning and professional growth. Research question 4. What characteristics should a national professional development program have based on the problems, needs, and strengths identified in this study to contribute to the training of teachers of Spanish as a foreign language in primary education in Jamaica? And the specific objective, which is the product of the research, to design of the National Professional Development Program for teachers of Spanish as a foreign language in primary education in Jamaica. The design of the national program was guided by a set of theoretical and methodological foundation, the most essential being the principles of andragogy, that's adult learning, a constructivist approach, a technological approach, and collaboration with colleagues. The overall objective of the program is to help these teachers become more professional by helping them learn important knowledge and skills in Spanish, teaching methods, technology, and educational strategies that they can use in face-to-face classes and virtual classes, while taking into account students' abilities. To achieve this objective, the program contains 3 phases. 1, diagnosis. So it includes a self-assessment questionnaire, interview, class observation, and document analysis. 2, structuring. And it was structured in 3 strategic directions that I will outline briefly. And there's also a diploma course. And the organization, which includes the modalities of the professional development, evaluation strategies, sustainability, and partnerships. The strategic directions guide how to carry out actions that help improve teachers' professional skills. I will now focus on each aspect. So the linguistic direction. So this will help teachers improve their Spanish speaking and understanding connected to the culture of Spanish speaking countries by visiting other countries, participating in exchanges, and attending events either in person or online. Using real and diverse materials, including digital resources, and doing communicative activities both inside and outside the classroom. Second direction is the didactic methodological direction. It will prepare teachers to teach Spanish better by planning and giving lessons based on a communicative approach to language learning, conducting action research to solve teaching problems, and reflecting on their own teaching to improve methods and to choose the best materials. And the technological direction, which will help teachers use technology in teaching by creatively using the tech tools for teaching and assessing students, and sharing teaching methods with others using new technology, and applying teaching principles by integrating the ICT into lessons, collaborating and sharing ideas with other Spanish teachers on a virtual platform, and combining language, teaching methods, and the technology skills to earn a diploma through an online platform. So by the end of the program, teachers will have the skills and the tools needed to create effective lessons and help students reach their learning goals. Research question 5. What are the practical possibilities of implementing the proposed program to help improve the training of teachers of Spanish as a foreign language in primary education in Jamaica. The specific objective is to evaluate the feasibility of the program with regard to its potential for future practical implementation to enhance the training of these teachers. The methods: expert judgment using the Delphi method, which includes questionnaires and statistical analysis with Excel tables, and a focus group using a step system to organize and conduct the discussion. The Delphi method was used, and it was conducted with 20 experts, including officials from the Ministry of Education, primary school principals, and current and former Spanish lecturers from teacher training colleges and universities. It was organized into 4 stages: selection of the expert panel, collection of evaluations and the recommendations, statistical analysis of the results, and refinement of the scientific outcome. And for the focus group, it comprised of 24 teachers of Spanish in the primary education in Jamaica. And it was organized in 3 phases. So the design, which includes the formation of the 2 groups, the number of sessions, the planning of the space and the agenda, and then the formation of the discussion group, scheduling the sessions, and 3, the analysis of the obtained results. So the results from the Delphi, so this is from the experts. They mentioned the strengths: that the program allows for collaboration with teachers, colleges, and other agencies of the ministry. And they also mentioned the level of understanding and the applicability of the content of the program, and that the program is aligned to the national standards curriculum, and that the program reinforces the ministry's effort to implement the primary specialist program. They also mentioned aspects that could be improved, and one of them is to extend the time allocated for the diploma course. Now, the strengths identified from the focus group are that it provides opportunities for teachers to practice Spanish with native speakers, and that it provides exposure to the communicative approach to Spanish teaching, and that the relevance to teachers' concerns and dissatisfactions expressed during the research process was taken into consideration, and that it provides opportunities to create materials and activities for lessons. And they mentioned some areas to improve, which include obtaining opinions from students on the matter, and also to develop an evaluation instrument that is consistent with professional development. Now, the recommendations, the main recommendations for the program. 1, to implement the program in the education system and create a follow-up process to assess its impact on teachers' performance and students' academic outcomes. 2, following validation, to revise the program for application among secondary level Spanish teachers. 3, to develop a similar professional development program for teachers of French at the secondary level in Jamaica. 4, to develop a professional development program based on the specific needs of teachers in each discipline, so that's other subject areas, aimed at enhancing teacher performance and student academic achievement. And 5, to research the impact of Jamaican versus the Cuban teachers' instruction on students' academic performance and incorporate differentiated strategies to address the needs of foreign teachers. Regarding the objectives, the conclusions are: 1, that professional development grounded in theory and methodology supports teachers' performance, and that it must address their needs and conform to the principles of adult learning for it to be effective. 2, while Spanish teachers have various professional development opportunities, their core teaching-related needs remain insufficiently addressed. 3, the identification of these needs reveals the limitations of professional development for primary level Spanish teachers in Jamaica, especially in the linguistic, didactic, methodological, and technological areas. 4, the National Professional Development Program for Spanish teachers is designed as a systematic process with phases, so diagnosis, program design, and organization, and it's centered on linguistic, didactic, methodological, and technological training. And 5, expert evaluations and focus group feedback confirm the program's feasibility and potential to enhance the performance of teachers of Spanish in primary education in Jamaica. I rest my case.
Council has made a sound argument. What does the jury say? Excellent, excellent. Dr. Patricia Mombelela, please give her another warm round of applause. Now, we're talking about leadership and management, and I've been told to manage the questions that come after the session, so I'm going to permit one question now, and we'll take any other later, any burning question. See, the timekeeper has his time up on me. Leadership and management. One question or comment, commendation. It's an opportunity to affirm your colleague, and I'd like somebody to take that opportunity. I'm not going to beg, I'm going to instruct. Who shall do so? A fellow presenter. Dr. Barrows. Wait on the mic. It's coming, it's coming.
I want to affirm her for her presentation, looking at Spanish at the primary level. I think this is an area really that needed research, because while I still maintain that English is a second language, but talking about Spanish at the primary level, I think there is really greater need for our primary students to be exposed to a language other than the English language, because we are preparing students for the global space, and a second language is really critical. And so I really want to applaud you and say job well done.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doc. I will call you back at the end of the final presentation, just to give some more time for questions, but we also want to give time to the other presenters as well. So please allow me to flow into the next presenter, who is coming to us from Carrimack, UWI Mona, Miss Chevanese Chevers White. And it's a double, I apologize, and Mr. Alistair McClare. They'll be presenting to us on balancing cost and access, technology choices in animation, that's exciting as well, programs. So please make both presenters welcome at this time to share with us. Wait, everybody fall asleep? Okay, just checking to make them welcome at this time to give their presentation.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chevanese Chevers White, but you can call me Chevy, okay? Don't stress yourself. I teach in and coordinate the animation program at Carrimack, and my partner in crime, Alistair McLaren, he's the head of engineering, what you would all call the IT guys, right? You're gonna see me shivering. It could be because I'm nervous, but it also could be the cold, right? So just bear with me. All right. We're waiting on it to big it up. So I'm gonna go, yes, presenter mode. In the meantime, I'm just gonna read the abstract. The integration of technology within animation education is a critical component of fostering creativity and technical proficiency among students. However, institutions face a pivotal decision when selecting the technological framework for their animation programs. Should they invest in proprietary software solutions that come with high costs and regular renewal requirements, or should they opt for open source software and encourage students to procure their own equipment? This paper explores the advantages and disadvantages of various approaches, analyzing factors such as financial sustainability, educational outcomes, and the potential impact on student preparedness for the professional animation industry. By examining case studies and expert opinions, this research aims to provide a comprehensive solution that will aid educational administrators in making informed decisions, balancing quality, accessibility, and long-term viability. So that was my abstract. I'm pressing the next. All right, awesome. So when we're in the animation industry, this is actually an argument that comes up amongst us educators a lot. Should we teach the students using the proprietary software, or should we use open source software? And so on my right, your left, you see some software listed there: Toon Boom Harmony, Toon Boom Storyboard Pro. Those are out of Canada and is used heavily in 2D animation out of Canada. There is also Autodesk Maya, which is heavily used in the visual effects and 3D animation studios. And then, well, everybody knows Adobe, right? Right. So those are the proprietary software that we have to, that are popular. They're industry standards, but they're also quite expensive. On the other hand, there is Blender 3D, which is trying to make some headway with creating 3D animations. And so far, we've had one production that has been launched on Netflix that was wholly created by Blender 3D. So it's making some headway, but not getting that far. Then we have Storyboarder, which is a counterpart to Toon Boom Storyboard Pro, which is 100% free, but again, not as popular as Toon Boom Storyboard Pro. Synfig is a 2D animation software, and OpenToons and another version of it is called Tahoma 2D, are also free animation 2D software that is available out there. So our goal is to determine the most effective pathway for acquiring software resources for an animation program at a tertiary institution in the country within the global south, considering cost, functionality, and educational goals. And we had to put global south there. I know some of us don't like, the third world and all of that. But the cost of the equipment for us is different for the cost of the equipment for an institution in the States. They just pay for the equipment, but we have to pay for customs. So it's not just buying the equipment. We have to pay for customs and transportation and all of that jazz. So it's a little bit different for us. So my partner in crime, Mr. McLaren, he had brought up this cost analysis for us and some considerations that we have to take into that we have to look at when it comes to acquiring software. So there's a proprietary software, which is you see the word? Premium investment. You know what that is trying to say, right? It's costly. Premium investment for industry standards. So as I was saying to you before, these are the software that if our students graduate out of our program and they decide to go to work internationally, the likelihood is you're going to book up on the proprietary software, right? So we have to think about licensing fees. As an institution, we get annual fees, but then again, now for the student, they'll have to purchase monthly fees for these proprietary software. When it comes down to training and certification, many of these software, proprietary software, they do have in place training and certification readily available. So for instance, Toon Boom, there is a learn.toonboom.com site that you can just go and you can learn the software at your leisure. And then hardware specifications. Glory, hallelujah. Proprietary tools may require high performance. I should have bolded that. High performance means what? More money, right? And so that can increase our infrastructure costs. But then on the other hand, with open source software, as you can see, it says cost-effective and community-driven. There's zero licensing cost with open source software. You simply download, you install it on your computer, and you use, right? Flexible deployment, so you can access the information that is there. You can make adjustments. Oh, sorry, that's customization. But you can get it as quickly as you want to. Then with customization potential, if you don't like how something is done within the software, you can go into the back end and make the changes necessary so that it is set to your requirements, right? Now, continuing with our cost analysis. So for institutions, you can actually get up to 50 to 90% discount. And some of you are thinking, but that sounds good, 90% discount. Why is she talking about cost? That doesn't make any sense, right? But you have to meet a certain requirement in order to get that discount. So you can't buy one and get and get that. You know, so in a case for us, especially when COVID had hit us, some of the software developers, they made available work from home licenses. So the students didn't have to come into the institution. We could deploy individual licenses for their individual computers, and they could stay from home and create what they needed to create for their assignments. But we needed to purchase a certain number of licenses before we could get the work from home licenses. And the number was 50. But in my program, at that time, we had about maybe 3 third-year students, 10 second-year students, and about 12 first-year students. That did not add up to 50, but we needed to bear the cost of the 50 in order for us to deploy the work-from-home licenses. So the 50 to 90% does not look so nice now, right? Initial setup costs. Sometimes the software developer will say, okay, we waive it, or they'll reduce the cost again, but that's dependent on the number of licenses that you are purchasing. If you're purchasing a small number, then they'll attach those costs. And then there's support and maintenance. For proprietary software, they usually have somebody who is dedicated for that. Anything that is happening, so this is actually an advantage with the proprietary software. Someone is there, you're experiencing an issue with the software, you know, you call, you message, you go to an IM chat or something, you send an email, and someone is there to assist you. So on the other end of that, with open source software, working my way up, for support and maintenance, it's the community. So you'd have to be plugged into the community, and then if someone had that same experience, then that person would be able to message you and say, oh yes, I had that issue as well, you know. And then they would be able to guide you through it. But if no one experienced that problem, you're there on your own, right? Initial setup costs, minimal to none, because again,
The software is free, and as I said, the license is free. So continuing with the cost analysis, with training and certification for the proprietary software, sometimes it's reduced or free, or they give you resources for the educators, but again, that's dependent on the number of licenses are purchased. With the open source software, tutorials are community-based. So everybody here of YouTube, right? You can go on YouTube and you can type the name of the software, and you can type the thing that you want to learn, and someone is there on YouTube that can give you guidance and teach you how to use the software. For hardware specification, for the high performance, for the proprietary, its high performance systems are often required. So I remember having this conversation a few years ago with Mr. McLaren, and he was like, you know, what kind of equipment, because we were considering, should we start telling the students to purchase their own equipment so that they can perform within the program. And so I was saying, well, let's use the specifications from Toon Boom. And he was like, Toon Boom, why would you use the 2D animation software as the base? Wouldn't you use the 3D animation software? Shouldn't that be the one that's using, you know, the more highly spec'd computer? And when he went to the sites and looked and compared both, Toon Boom was indeed higher spec'd than Autodesk Maya, right? And some of these, well, I'll tell you the prices later, so you guys can start to give me the tear up my eye a little later, all right? For hardware specifications for open source, it's generally more flexible depending on which one that you choose. Customization, as we were saying before, you can't really customize the proprietary software, but with open source, you can. And then with regards to total cost ownership, you can significantly reduce that for the proprietary software, but it's very low with open source. So we had to ask 3 questions when we're oh, sorry, Maria, let me never click. Sorry about that. So we asked 3 questions when we're going about acquiring the technology. Will it help students practice in the international animation industry? Will it help the students to practice in the local animation industry? Okay, I'm not seeing any surprise faces. You do know we have a local animation industry, right? Right. And then will it help them to create independently produced animated productions after completing the program? So I told you I was going to show you the money. So here's the money. So for Autodesk, as you can see, this is for one license, you know. So I remember I was telling you Toon Boom was giving us a minimum of 50. So I hope this starts to give you some perspective. So Autodesk Maya, $255. And usually you'd get Toon Boom Harmony and Storyboard Pro together, right? But for Harmony, $93 for Storyboard Pro, $53. And if you wanted to get the Adobe Creative Cloud Suite, so that gives you everything from Photoshop and InDesign and everything that Adobe does in one, $69.99. And then if you wanted an individual Adobe software license, let's say you wanted only Photoshop or you only wanted Premiere or something, that was $22.99. And the reason why we had to ask the questions of, you know, will it help the student to perform in the local industry, and more importantly, creating their independently produced, so they want to create an indie film, because these are the costs that the students will have to battle with once they leave the program, right? And then even more so with Adobe, Adobe is not, because we're in the gray, you know, our banking thing not so fantastic, and with our financials, yeah, the gray thing. Because of that, Adobe is not, you can't be an individual and purchase the Adobe license. You have to go through a third party. So again, Do we teach the students Adobe in the classroom, and then when they want to go after the program and create an independently produced film, are we then now telling them that they need to go to a third party in order to get Adobe? These are the questions that we have to ask. And then for the local, so the first set that I showed you was mainly used in the international community. For the local animation community, you have cheaper software that we're using, like for instance, Moho Pro, which now, as you can see, instead of a monthly subscription for the international ones, for these are perpetual licenses, which is a one-time cost. So you buy it and you have it. It's yours for your lifetime, right? And so these numbers are much more manageable, which is why they tend to be used in the local animation industry. Call it $400 for Moho Pro. Clip Studio Paint, $258, and Procreate, which is an app for iDevices, $19.99. And then now we have to look at the open source, which everything is free, right? So we have Krita, we have Tahoma 2D, Storyboarder, Blender 3D, all free. There is no monthly purchases, there is no perpetual license. You just need to go to the website, download it, and you have access to that software. So what we have to be looking at is the educational goals of the student. So international industry, Adobe, Autodesk, Toon Boom. Jamaican, a whole lot more, because some persons, they continue with the industry standard software and use it in Jamaica. But then, of course, some persons can't afford those large numbers, so they opt for either the free, the open source, or the more perpetual license. And then now, if they are independent creators, they choose based on the type of software, depending on what they want to create, and so on and so forth. So, our educational goals. Each course has specific learning outcomes that must be delivered. While in the course, the student is given the option of software they can use, and they determine the one that best suits their educational goals. So they're asked, do you want to practice in the international community? Do you want to practice in the local? Or are you planning on just creating independent, so that we can give them guidance on the software? Once the course has concluded, the student is advised to explore at least one other software, preparing similar works that were created during the semester. So basically, they get exposed to one software during the course, and then during the summer break or the Christmas break, they use the opportunity to learn another software, given the assignments that they had during the semester. I got my 5-minute thing, so I'm just gonna breeze through some of the stuff, so forgive me. So the advantage of allowing multiple pathways for each student is that the program will align with the student's career goals. All pathways enable the curriculum to meet the objectives of the courses and prepare students for a career in the animation industry, whether it's international, local, or if they want to create independent. So basically what we're just saying here is what I said before, is that they get the option of creating an animation, picking a software that best suits their career goals. And they get that for all of the animation, the types of animations that they're exposed to in the program. So basically, if it's done correctly, they get exposed to 2 software in 2D animation, 2 in 3D animation, 2 in motion graphics. So it makes them better prepared for any type of scenario that they face when they conclude the program. So there are other factors that we have to contend with. When we request the software, that doesn't necessarily mean that we get it same time, because, of course, this is a University of the West Indies. It takes some time for that to get processed. System specification updates. Some of these software, every year they say that the computers need to be upgraded, which means we need to buy new computers. It's crazy, right? And then finding lecturers that are proficient in multiple software to teach the students, that's an issue. And then we don't have labs that are open for 24/7, so that can be a problem as well. And I want to highlight that some of these software computers that we're telling the students to purchase can be as much as $3,000 each, right? It's very heavy. All right, so our recommendation is we need to find out what the student goals are. We're choosing software based on the program aims and course objectives. What we've been doing in our program is to teach the students independent of the software, so they learn about the theories and then they apply what they know to the various softwares that they're exposed to. And creating a graduate who can work with multiple software programs within any environment. So in conclusion, Mr. Timekeeper, you should incorporate into your decision matrix an evaluation of the potential impact of the pedagogical goals on student preparedness for the professional animation industry. So you can contact us. That's our email address and my website. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing with us. I'll invite one question, if you have a burning question. All right. I don't see a burning one. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Is it burning? Really burning? Okay. We have one more presentation. Yes, it would be difficult for our members online to hear without benefiting from the mic.
Yes. Okay. Hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Wonderful presentation, Chevenise. And it's very important in sharing the amount of investment that it takes for animation. And as we're looking at our digital transformation of the education sector and looking at the different types of career fields and different industries and the kind of impact that we want our students to have. I mean, I've been on YouTube and sometimes I'm seeing the music videos with animation in it these days, right? Now, I'm looking from the principals, right, our educational leaders. Now, what would be your suggestion? Because I don't think a lot of us really understand the industry that well and how, you would be able to help persons to understand the type of infrastructure that we need to have. I mean, at the schools, we need to at least introduce it at secondary level, and then looking at the tertiary level too, as the type of potential. We have content creators, we have different types of professionals, all right, is looking into how they can get into these kind of industries.
The infrastructure, it takes a certain type of person first and foremost. Animation is not easy to create, so you need to have a stick-to-itiveness. I've known persons take 7 years to create an animation. So it's a personality type. Then we need persons who are highly creative, and then of course this debate of the technology. It's a huge debate in the industry because you have to try and balance the cost with what you can do and then create something amazing that the audience, because sometimes the audience don't understand. They'll see something and they see it look choppy and then they go, that don't look so nice, not knowing the amount of work that went into it to get it to that point. But that we'll have to open that up in another, because I have the you know, and so so I have to go. But yes, it's we can continue the debate later.
Thank you so much, Chevanese, for your presentation. Please give her another round of applause. We have one final presenter today, and you'll notice we are joined by the other rooms. They are now congregated here, which is great because we have a very robust discussion to have around the matter of enhancing educational outcomes in science and science methodology through generative AI-driven tools. And that is going to be presented to us by Mrs. Suzette Morrison Curtis. She is from Excelsior Community College, a master in AI, one of the first women to be recognized for her involvement in AI. And I really want to extend our welcome to her on behalf of the association and invite her to make her presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Everyone is hearing me? Okay, awesome. Let me take the extreme pleasure to thank the JAEO for giving me the opportunity to put down some roots here, as my presentation will be a different light in regard to research, but it's more of a concept paper that I've been working on in regards to generative AI in the higher education sphere. So let me start my presentation. So the basis of my presentation today would be looking at the best practices that you need to use when using the tools in the higher educational sphere. So everyone in here, let me see a show of hands. How many persons here use AI tools? All right, very good. So the poll that is going to be starting now, in regards to when you're setting up, I'm going to be asking one question or two from my poll, and I want you to interact with the poll. Because one of the things that I need to understand is that using the tool is one, but how is it that you're using it? So we're looking at equipping you, the 21st century educators, for the classroom. It's not moving. Let me just go right in. So looking at the overview, I'm just going to drop right into the number, which is over 80% of our students, did you know that, use AI-powered platforms in academics, yet few institutions, and I said few institutions, have clear policies. So there's a need for professional development programs to guide these transformation. So this session will explore the research-backed strategies, also looking at the teacher preparing you for the era of AI. Now, we're going to explore some human techniques in terms of the creativity of how you use it in the classroom. So take a look at this and tell me, do you accept what is on this? Yeah, accept it. Yes. Burnt out isn't a badge of honor. Get smart. Use AI. So, as we continue, let me just put you back to the poll. Can you scan this code for me? And it's a little poll that I put together on Minty. It's an online poll aggregator that basically takes about 2 minutes for you to fill out. As you do that, we'll go through my presentation. I want to ask you a next question. If it is that you are given a task, any wish for the AI tool to do for you, what would be one of those? If you were asked, if you were given one wish for the AI to do for you, what would be that wish? Do the work for you. Be $1 billion. All right. As you see on screen, I must say, as you see on screen here, the AI is basically being fed a prompt to create a 5-year lesson plan for high school. And look how fast it did it. With the specifics that is needed, within 5 to 10 minutes, it is done. And this is where we're going. This is where we're going. And we should be, my correction, where we are now. But are we using the tool properly? That's the question. So there's a core problem, though, as we go through the presentation, needs to be discussed. And this core problem is this. 86% of our students use AI, but only 23% of the institution have established policies. Faculty members are caught in the middle without adequate support. And this is coming from EdCase. It's an article I took the information from, that the statistics basically mirrors what is happening in the context of the Caribbean. Now, can you say from where you are now, this is true? Yes, it is. It is true. What do we do? This is what we're going to do. We're going to bridge the gap. Where we are now. Anybody can look at that image and tell me where we are now? Right here, we are over there. In the chalk and talk era. Teaching traditionally. But where we need to go? Over here. But there's a gap in between. And then we need to make sure that we fill that gap. How we do that? Now, educators are at the forefront of AI integration, right? They face significant systematic challenges as they go through each day. Effective adoption, but this research identifies some facts. One of it is the lack of training. Insufficient professional development leaves faculty ill-equipped to leverage AI tools pedagogically. In the room here, I know you can attest to this. They're given the tool to use, but are they trained to use it? Time constraint is the next one. Educators often lack the necessary time to explore, learn, and thoughtfully integrate new AI technologies in their curriculum, right? Also, ethical uncertainty. In terms of embracing this, they want to know if the institutional guidelines are there so they can be able to adapt to this type of era. No. I took this out of an article that I was reading online, and I said it looked relevant to where I'm going now. Teacher-centric talk and talk method is where we were a couple of years before. Now, the evolution of the learning process now takes a next step. Online teaching-centric ICT, so we go online, we teach online, that's what we are now. But where we are now is a personal learning with AI, and this is where we need to go and beyond. How we get there? You have to use what you call the TPAC framework. Technological, pedagogical framework is, the content knowledge framework is basically adapting the 3 components: your technological knowledge, what you learn, the pedagogical knowledge, and the content, and stream them in one. So you can be able to ethically integrate AI in the classroom, and the capabilities of human educators will be far-fetched. Now, successfully integrating these, you have to require the intersection of all 3 of them to make it work. Now, as we go along, we're going to need to look at something else. Teaching with AI is about harnessing the future to inspire the present. I look at that as one of my mentors because I'm an advocate of AI in education. I look at it as a tool that most persons can be able to use and be able to improve themselves. But I did a study the other day where I trained some high school teachers online using AI technology in the space, training them how to use it. So this was basically the practice. So before the training, a total of 20% of AI adoption was done. Not all persons knew about it. Some persons were using it just for the minimal space. a significant amount of them stated that manual effort of required content creation, lesson planning, and course assessment. Throughout the actual training, questions were asked in the survey. One of them was, did the course help you to understand how to develop an AI-enhanced content? As you can see, 100% said yes. No. As they were told, course helped them to understand how AI enhancement in the curriculum basically adopted in their transformation of their course content. And 66% of them said it actually helped them to understand it. Now, where I'm going with this, the practice, how will they implement it? Yes, they did. As you can see, 78.6% of them stated that they would use it, and they have been using it in their classroom. Now, the proof is in the practice as we go forward. AI-enhanced content creation is equal to 100%. Persons are using it after training, right? Improve awareness of the use of AI in curriculum and lesson creation was between a 34 or to a 67% of them. And over about 78% of them basically stated that they will use it to apply it in their going forward in their practice. Now, what are the outcomes? How it affects you and how it affects the stakeholders? Go back. For institutions, you need to employ evidence-based frameworks for responsible AI adoption, leading to enhanced institutional resilience. For faculty now, increase AI literacy programs which improve their confidence and a toolkit of effective strategies to reduce workload and enhance teaching. And for the students now, access to personalized, equitable, and engaging learning experiences that develop critical thinking and future-ready skills. Because we're basically harnessing students to go forth in the world of the digitalization, so we need to equip them with the information. The concept paper will take 14 months to design, and this is basically my timeline in regard how I did it. So I used a mixed method approach to the research, where I looked at the problem, the real world problem that is out there, and then take it now and put it in benchmarks in months to be able to capture all the information that is needed. Now, my recommendation as I go forward is a 4-step program. Now, one of it is to embrace the policy-driven approach for strategic AI adoption. So we need to look into what are the policies that are out there to be able to gain the knowledge and the improvement of the training in the educational sector and try to enforce these in our higher educational institution. Institutionalize ongoing AI training tied to real instructional contexts. While I was doing the training, most of the educators stated that if they would just come to us and ask the question, what area do you need training in, before they give us the tool to use, because some of these tools we're not off here, we don't know what to do. So it needs to, for persons to need to look at the real world context and provide training in that area. Broaden research to include student voices and under-resourced settings. So you need to actually look at your student population and find out what are the gaps in how they understand the tool and be able to use that information. Invest in equitable infrastructure, prioritizing universal access to digital tools and training. So we need to go back to our best practices and look at the persons who are using those tools and see how best it can be able to invest in that. Now, the phase approach based on the research will take 4 phases. As you can see, months 1 and 3 will look at the development and the training and design, piloting, training and tool selection, full implementation and feedback in months 7 to 9, And phase 4, I look at the review and scalability of what it is being done. Now, the big question in the room, as you see the elephant in the room, is what support do you need to implement AI in your school? I'm asking that question. What the support do you need? So as I wrap up, I leave this thought to you. Many people, when I teach them, they always say, still a lady there come teach with AI for take over my job. No. Read this quote. AI won't replace educators, but educators using AI will replace those who won't. So you have to take that into knowledge. Now, just who I am, you can follow me on all social media. Mine is short. I also have a YouTube channel as well, which I actually do my research and all things training on. And this is a little thing that I want to share with you. When I did my training the other day, I created this. So if you scan this, you will have all the tools that you need, both for best practices and little for everything, creating content for school and everything. And also, I will come back to this. This is my little surprise. I challenge my students to create an action figure. So I showed them how to do it. So this is basically me. Just using about 4 to 5 lines of prompting, creating it in another AI tool called Kling AI to make the animation come alive, and then put it out. So as I wrap up now, I see my 5 minutes. I leave with you, these are my references, but I leave with you this quote to state that we here as educators are the journey seekers. We are going to be creating that cutting edge for our institution or students. So don't look at AI as a replacement, but more of an improved tool to make things a little bit more better in the classroom. So as I wrap up, thank you for having me.
Room 1, are you still with me? Yes, thank you so much for your presentation, Colette. I appreciate Suzette, I'm so sorry. Mrs. Suzette Morrison-Curtis from Excelsior Community College. And all of the presenters today. Is there one question for Suzette? Oh, the animator has a question. So I will allow her, and then Dr. Carr, if it is short, all right, I will allow you to ask your question. All right, go ahead. One, and then the second one at the back. Yeah. Yes, Gregory, I'm with you. Right? Go ahead.
It really wasn't a question. Oh. It's just well, it is. Whose quote was that? The
last one.
The last one. Whose quote is that? Your quote? The one that I just showed. Yes, where educators will be replaced by teachers who use AI. So you need to put your name on it.
Yes, man, I agree. It's your code.
So when I'm telling people, because I agree with the statement 100%.
100%.
So when I tell people now, I say it's your code.
Because most times when I
you have to come.
Most times when I do training, this is the first thing they say. It's going to replace me. Why must I sit in this room? And I'm saying to them, you are not going to be replaced. The person who don't know what you know will be. So you're the cutting edge person here. So when you finish this training, you'll be marketable because now you have literacy behind your name in terms of using the tool in your classroom. So don't look at it as being something that is going to take over your job. It's complementing you. It's working with you. Because although we know that it's a tool and it takes the information and it gives you back, you're the content specialist, because if you don't know the content, you cannot ask it the question, because you need to know the content for it so you can be able to look over what it has given you.
And Dr. Carr, we need the microphone though, just so that the members online will be able to hear. We're streaming in this room, you know, sir. So you have to use the microphone. Yes.
He's using his teacher voice.
My question has to do with the concept Industry 5.0. How do you connect with that concept of Industry 5.0?
In relation to...
Industry 5.0.
Okay, good question, thought-provoking. All right. As it relates to using AI in Industry 5.0, we can look at the sphere of the applications that needs to be utilized. Look at it in the sense of what contents do the industry need. What I came out of a training the other day with a company that wanted to utilize AI to do what you call data analytics, crunching numbers. So they asked me the question, how can I use the application to be able to do reporting, able to do analysis? It all comes back down to prompting. What it is that you want out of the actual report, the data. As I piggyback on Dr. Lawrence's presentation today, he said that most persons, what you do, you have to know what you want from the tool. So prompters need to come up now and say, all right, you need a strategic plan for the next 5 years. All right, what are your goal sets? Let me take the information, and then 4 or 5 lines of prompt will get you all of that by using the correct platform to be able to take all those information and put it in one. So industries need to know, not start playing, but investing in AI adoption in a workspace. Go to the table now and say, look here, I have a HR manager, I have a data analysis, I have a tech person. I need them to be trained in all things AI. So therefore, I can be a cutting edge and looking above my competitors, not working behind them, but working in front of them. So that's where they need to go. Thank you. I hope it answers your question, sir.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please give her another round of applause, and a round of applause to each of the presenters who presented today, not only in room 1, but also in room 2 and room 3. This was, when you get a rich piece of cake, and you bite it and it's sweet, and you have to put it down. I hope that as the night continues, you will digest all of what you've heard today and start to connect with it, not only emotionally, but also to see yourself and your practice changing from the research that we've benefited from today. We can't do anything that we've done today without our sponsors, so please allow me to thank All Wrapped Up, Gift and Experience, One Academy, who has been here with us all the way through our conference, JTA Cooperative Credit Union. Have you spun the wheel yet? They're outside, as well as Tip Friendly Society, and of course, Trend, Transforming Education for National Development. It was a wonderful day, don't it? Really good. And this is where, as an association, I want to see us continuing to go and grow, to be thought leaders. And this kind of research is what will continue to drive not only our thoughts, but hopefully too our practice. Dr. Mombelela, I promised you something, I promised you that if there was any question about your presentation, that I would allow you to answer. And did any member have a question for Dr. Mombelela that I did not address? Going once. This was about Spanish professional development. It was so clear, don't it? I know, it really was, and an excellent presentation. Oh, there's a hand here. Yes. Please go ahead. Come, Dr. Mombelela. I promised you, not because I'm closing, and she was hoping, She was really hoping, but I remember my promises. As she comes, just to say that any presenter today who has any material that you'd like to disseminate to the membership, please make it available to member Raquel Ranger-Cohen at the back. Can you just wave? Any presenter, there she is, nice, pretty lady from Region 7. Any presenter who has any documentation, presentation to share with the membership, please make it available to her. Come, Dr. Mambilil.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's a simple question based on the plan, that policy that you were mentioning that needs to be developed. I was wondering if you considered the Spanish speakers that we take in. We automatically assume that because they're native speakers, they're ready for our children in our classroom. So I was wondering if the plan would include something to develop them and make them ready. I am at the tertiary level, and when students come, they say Spanish is confusing. And you ask what happened, and they couldn't ask their teacher a question because sometimes the teacher doesn't know English, doesn't understand their context. And so I was wondering, how much do we invest in these Cuban teachers to ensure that as much as we want our native speakers in the classroom teaching Spanish, how much they are prepared to enter our classrooms as well?
Yes, thank you so much for your question. The program is designed for Jamaican teachers as well as for Cubans and other natives. Remember, I mentioned that there are 3 major directions based on the needs of the teachers. So the linguistic direction, the methodological, and the technological. So with the Cubans, they already come with the linguistic, right? They are able to speak the language. But what I realize, they have a shortfall in terms of the methodology and also with the integration of the technology. So the program is aimed at helping those teachers. Also, if you notice in the recommendation, there was a recommendation about examining the impact of the Jamaican teachers versus the Cuban teachers to see how effective they are in improving academic performance for students. So yes, it is considered.
Thank you so much. That was a hard one, I was wondering how, but the doctor is in, right? And handled it exceptionally. Congratulations to all our presenters again. And thank you so much for having me. For those online, had a few comments. For those who were able to join us online, thank you so much for joining us. And I hand over now to the President-elect, Euphemia Burke-Robinson, to take us through some sponsors. What did I say? Oh, I apologize. Yes, today is now Thursday, so she is the President, Euphemia Burke-Robinson.
Thank you so very much. That felt good just now because of the weight of the presidency compared to the weight of the president-elect. But nevertheless, let me use the opportunity to greet us and to greet us warmly. I must inform us that we have some of our sponsors are still here and they have some giveaways for us. And so at this time, we are going to allow them to give you those giveaways. I know you wouldn't want them to take them back and don't give them to you because they really have them for you. And so we are going to be hearing from Tip Friendly Society. Yes, put your hands together for them. The truth is that they have been consistent in supporting us as an association. And we also have on board JTA Corporate Credit Union Limited. They are with us, and we put your hands together for them. This morning you heard from One-on-One Academy, and their input, it has been palpable this year, and so we wanted to give them a rousy round of applause for coming on board and supporting this very informative and life-changing session. We also have the Ministry of Education trend. So Yes, they continue to support us, and all wrapped up gift and experience. They are not here, but we want to acknowledge their own contributions. And see, as I share with you, see the tip gentleman here. It's come right up here, sir. So we don't want you to linger any longer with the giveaways that you have for our audience here this afternoon.
All right, good day, everybody. I hope you guys are having a warm day. All right, so it's an honor to be here, partnering with the Ministry of Education once again. And the Jamaica Association of Education Officers. And we look forward to further partnership as we grow from strength to strength together, right? So as we know, TIP was created to assist educators and their family, either through insurance, where you can insure yourself and your immediate family. We also offer a wide range of saving products, whether it be for your child education, for yourself, for retirement, whatever you want to save towards. We also offer a wide range of loan products. But I won't go in deep details about all the products, but I'll speak on one, which we are promoting throughout this conference, which is the TIP Lock and Key for those who want to do long-term savings. So it comes with 4 options: 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, and 5 years. So the longer you lock it, the more interest you gain, and the interest is between 5 to 6.5%. I know everybody who's sitting in here have some plan for the next 2 to 5 years, and you're there saying, oh, I have this plan, but what are you doing towards fulfilling the plan or the goal that you have? So don't think on it too hard. Just come out and start your lock and key today so you can secure your future goals. All right, so we'll be having some giveaways throughout the conference, and today we're going to give away one of the baskets, and then tomorrow we'll do the rest. So in this pencil case, it's not pencils, it's actually names of the persons that have either signed up or did an upgrade between yesterday and today. So I'm going to ask Mr. Draw the lucky name for today, and I hope the warmest person wins. See it? I'm shaking it, shaking. Margaret Clark. All right. All right, what is the rule? Miss, what is the rule? Save it for her? Yes. All right. No, the reason why I asked what is the rule, at a specific conference, if the person is not in the room, they said go on to the next name. But give it to her. All right. And guys, remember, if you have a future goal you want to save towards, don't sit there and thinking about it, overthinking, and say, should I not? You know what? Next time, do it today. You don't know what tomorrow may bring. All right, thank you.
Thank you so very much. Put your hands together. And at this time, we will have the JT, Corporate Credit Union Limited, and our immediate past president just got them for us. So they're coming now to give away their giveaway. All right, and we know that the warmest person wasn't in the room. All right, and in the meantime, we await the JTA Corporate Credit Union Limited. Let me ask us to put our hands together for the presenters today. Yes, it was indeed a big feast, a life-changing one. And I know that we are going to leave this space. Come on up here, sir. I'm just using this space until you get here. We're going to leave this space a different person. Help me to make welcome the representative from the JTA Corporate Credit Union Limited. He has so many goodies, he's not managing.
Good afternoon. First, I want to say thank you for the invitation for the JTA Credit Union. Representing the organization today was Ms. Hull, who had to leave, and myself, Ron McFarlane. The credit union serves persons who work in the education system. This to include bursars and education officers, as well as guidance counselors and others. We offer a wide range of services, and with our approach is we take a comprehensive approach. We not only, as we meet, we try to offer you a loan. We try to ensure that as members, you have long-term, short-term savings. We try to assist in the whole process of planning and managing your finances and assisting in projects that may arise. As a credit union, when you become a member of the credit union, you're a part owner of the organization. So you enjoy you share in the profits that the credit union has to offer. And as a credit union, we're a very profitable organization. We do very well annually. So members, those who are members, will know that every year we're in a position to pay dividend. And it is something that the members look forward to. I know, so we have the savings that we have on offer are, or as a member, your regular savings. We have a Teacher Optimizer Plus, which is a tax-free instrument. Also, our Wealth Creator Golden Harvest, and of course, fixed deposits that we have on offer, and the rates are very, very good. We also offer special windows for loans. You can borrow for anything. We have unsecured facilities that you can use for any purposes. Currently, it's capped at $4 million. We have a mortgage window as well. So those of you who maybe have, so one of the areas that persons have a challenge with, we understand, is that if you go to NHC, for example, NHC will not finance a second house, second property. The credit union will do so. So those of you who want to embark upon maybe an Airbnb, the credit union will assist in this regard. We have a special window also for auto loans, and our rates are very, very good. You might have heard we are working in conjunction with I don't believe it with Hyundai, as in Sunday, right? With Hyundai, and you can get a new vehicle at a very special rate, and of course conditions will apply. And we finance vehicles up to 8 years of age, and from new to 5 years, you will get it at 100% financing. After that, it's 90%, right? I know it's a long day, so I have 3 gifts I want to give away. All right? So I'm going to ask some questions. All right, for the first gift, the basket. Madam President, you're going to assist me here.
Okay.
It's a school challenge thing. So,
oh.
So the first hands that go,
All right.
right?
So let me look around.
All right.
Put your hands up already. Please, everybody put your hands on your lap.
The person that goes up. I agree.
Right. Okay, so we're revising the rule just now. So let me invite all of us to just rest our hands on our laps. Okay. Where it is visible.
All right.
Okay, you may go ahead now, sir.
Can someone tell me how many locations we have presently?
Okay. Second. So first, second.
3.
You want to give the second before you speak? There's a second on the right here.
Yeah.
Yes. 6.
No, I'm sorry, the wrong answer.
The third hand down there.
No, yours wrong, miss.
And there's a third hand down at the back there. No, wait. This is the third hand. 13. Okay. I think.
No, so far I have not gotten the correct answer.
So the next hand was this hand right here. 14.
Not there yet.
Okay.
I see somebody waving at the back. No, miss, not yet. Who said 12? And
all right, so I think blue said 12 first.
So the person who said 12 is correct.
The person who said 12. We take the person who said 12 first.
All right, we have a runoff. We have a runoff for the 12.
All right, so.
Hold on. All right. Okay. All right. Hold on.
And he said we're going to have a runoff.
All right. Hold on now. I'm going to give you options. You can share or you can run off. Would that simply run off and run back into the
All right, so come on up and collect your picture. Both of you. Clap them.
Congratulations, ladies. All right, I have 2 more items. How many persons are not yet members of the organization? Not yet? All right, so you're invited to come and complete your applications before you leave. All right? But the members who have visited the branch, not the branch, but the booth today, would have gotten tokens and all of that. All right? So you see, wherever and whenever it's the credit union, please visit the booths that we have. All right? Another question is the first person to name 3 saving products.
I see what the first and second hand. But you withdraw that hand?
Yes. Fixed deposit? Yes. Clap her, please.
Yes.
And while she comes, those of you, please try to remember some of the stuff that I spoke to before.
I'm a shareholder. I'm coming off as a shareholder. They tell them you're representing a shareholder.
An established shareholder.
That's right. Thank you.
Stop
All right, no problem.
All right, one more. The first person to name 3 loan products.
So his hand first, second hand. So 200. So third hand.
Mortgage and unsecured loans.
The umbrellas are special umbrellas. They are UV protected. So in the sun, it helps a lot. And you press the button to open and you press the button to close. That's other features.
Thank you.
Clap him. All right. The invitation is still open. Those who are not yet members, you can still visit the booth before the office is closed. Office outside, that is. And the members who want to maybe do a product before you leave, it's open to you as well.
So put your hands together for... All right, so we're now going to move into acknowledging our presenters. And on behalf of the Jamaica Association of Education Officers, I want to say thank you for just making the submissions on time and walking with us through the journey. I know that there were many phone calls, many sessions, many back in and forth in. And so we want to say thanks to you in a special way. We have your tokens, and at this time, let me invite, we have the tokens for you. They're going to come up here to me. The tokens are coming up, right? So those tokens on the table down there, they're coming up here to me now to make the presentations to our presenters for today. Please put your hands together and help me to welcome Dr. Patricia Mumbalela. And I'm honored to say member. So, and while she's coming, let us invite Ms. Shevers White. Put your hands together for Ms. Suzette Morrison Curtis. Thank you so very much, Lady Curtis. Thank you. Thank you. Put your hands together for Lady Alison Lindsay. together for her. Okay, put your hands together for Dr. Ewan Williams.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Dr. Appleton. It's not him, you know, it's not the gentleman. Dr. Apple Lennon Lee Gordon. Where did I see Appleton?
Something is on your mind.
You know, celebrate.
We all know what you're thinking.
See this now. Dr. Cassandra Grant Burrows. Mr. Everton Russell. Mr. Jason McIntosh. Thank you so very much, Sir McIntosh. And Alistair McLean. I'm sorry, McLaren.
Okay, fine. 2 minutes, Alistair. You know, if he doesn't want to take the photo, because I'm not. Thank you.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the task is mine to express gratitude, and I shall not be long. The timers time in me. The truth is that thank you is a small word, but it has a big meaning, yes? And I really was going to engage my own butt in doing the thanks for me, but then it wouldn't have experienced the kind of feeling and the kind of gratitude that I am experiencing. So I said, you know what? Let me say the thanks myself, because I am really and truly grateful for your presentations here today. Let me say thanks to our own member, yes, Marcia Higgins. She started the day. Put your hands together for her. She did an awesome job. Let us say thanks to our moderator for the panel discussion, Member Anita Bailey. No, man, put your hands together in a livelier way. And for our moderators for the sessions, we had Member Dana Facey, we had Member Dr. Stephen Carr, and we have member Karine Reed-Clark. Put your hands together for them. They steered the ships in the different rooms. We had our timers. We had all the persons who were helping to ensure that the logistics were going fine. Help me to put our hands together for you, our participants. You have been wonderful. Yes? You interacted with our presenters and you added that level, that additional level to the presentation. So thank you so very much. And let me say that today we will leave here evolved. And the knowledge that we gain, it's like money. If we hoard it, it remains as is, right? But if we spend it, if we invest it, it can have far-reaching ripples. And so that is the nature of the knowledge that we gain here today. What we are asked to do is to go out, share it, and make an even bigger ripple. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for staying the course. It shows your dedication. We are appreciative as an association. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much. No, before I go, it would have been remiss of me not to have called out and invite some very crucial individuals to stand and to be acknowledged. And they are the members of the research committee. Ladies and gentlemen, today is what it is because of the team. So I'm going to invite all the members of the Research and Evaluation Committee to stand. Ladies and gentlemen, stand also, Madam IPP. You are part of the committee. Stand. Yes. Thank you so very much. I have to single out, though, the chair. Yes, Lady Barrett Jones. She's my newest best friend. She kept us on our toes. Yes, she was consistent. Yes, and she just walked the walk with a kind of diligence and a kind of humble persuasion that you just have to say yes. Yes, you don't even call her by her name. You said yes, BJ. Thank you so very much. We applaud you. And I must also say that the team was supportive. Yes, so put your hands together again for the team. Take a bow. You have done well. And as an association, we say thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings the curtain down on okay, yes, we have our media. I'm sorry. Yes, we have the media with us. We have JIS with us and media services, right? They have been, well, media services, they have been supporting us over the years. And so we want to put our hands together for their consistent support. And I want to now say a special thank you now to JIS. Put your hands together for them. They have been quite professional in how it is that they conduct and they worked with us to ensure that we did beautiful and very clear coverage of our program here today. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that pulls the curtains down on our day 2 of our 3 days conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I say thank you.
Lesson planning eating up your time, searching through outdated plans, losing weekends to prep, adjusting content for every new class? There's a better way. Introducing One Academy's AI Lesson Plan Generator, your AI-powered assistant that helps you create high-quality lesson plans, handouts, and assessments in just a few clicks. Build plans in minutes, aligned with the national curriculum. Edit the AI content to match your style and needs. Store everything in your own content library. Once you're done, simply download. Share it with your HOD, so you can spend more time doing what you love. And there's still more to come. Upload your own plans and tweak them in seconds. Create presentations. Use MOE-approved templates. Share your lesson plans, give feedback, and vote for the templates you love most. Are you ready to join a growing community of teachers, making planning simple, collaboration effortless, and impact greater than ever? Teachers can sign up today and start creating lesson plans for free at oneacademy.com. But we don't stop there. Over 100 high schools already have access to One Academy through the National Virtual School Program. Schools and teachers can unlock even more powerful features, including scheduled live lessons, skill gap tests, assignable ready-made courses, student messaging and discussion forums, performance analytics and insights, and more. Join the growing number of schools and teachers transforming education with One Academy. Visit oneacademy.com or contact us today to get started.
Step into the future of education at the JAEO Research Symposium 2025 under the theme Reshaping Education for the 21st Century, Driving Change in a Technology-Driven World. Join us at 9 a.m. on Thursday, the 21st of August at the Dream Rosal Resort in Spa as we begin the day with a powerful keynote address on AI in education. Come and share with our panelists as they explore how technology, leadership, and inclusion are transforming Jamaican classrooms. Then dive into our concurrent sessions on STEM education, leadership in 21st century schools, creating child-friendly learning spaces, and AI in the classroom. Connect with educators from across the education landscape. Brought to you in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and proudly sponsored by One Academy, powered by One-on-One, All Wrapped Up, Gift and Experience, Tip-Friendly Society, serving you is our pleasure, and the JTA Corp Credit Union. Don't miss this moment. Let's reshape education together.
Every teacher a champion, behind every great mind is a teacher. It takes work, but you show up when we need ya. So we got to support your goals, build your dreams, and help you grow.